Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Prague in the Czech Republic. We are getting ready for another day of ECS action. It's day 8 here as we are getting deep into Group B. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box is Danny Hudacek. Yeah, Danny, we've had a little bit of weather around this morning, but the good news is just light rain at the moment and looks like we'll be starting on time. Yeah, certainly not quite the sunshine that we had yesterday, though.
No, definitely going to change the conditions and the way that teams play. And we've had a fantastic run with the weather in Prague. It's been bright and sunny and warm. And today, a little bit chilly. And as Vinny said, a bit of rain. So we'll see if that continues during the day. But we're going to get a start to this game, which is fantastic. And as he said, a little bit of light rain. It's going to change the playing conditions quite a bit for these players as well.
Yeah, so we are starting with a match 29 between the Prague Tigers and the Prague Barbarians. Tigers had a dream start, didn't they, on Saturday when they won both of their games, including a new record defence of just 60. They won 60-34 over the Barbarians. So this is a rematch of that game. A very, very memorable game indeed from Saturday. So the Barbarians, they'll be pretty keen to improve their record 1-3. They've now lost to both the Prague Tigers and the Moravians. So they're two new teams in the ECS. News from the toss is that the Prague Tigers won the toss and they elected to bowl first. So interesting for me because they defended the undefendable against the Barbarians last time. This time they do want to chase. Maybe they can feel that they can expose that batting lineup again of the Barbarians. And just looking at the Barbarians lineup, I know that there's no Devendra Singh in that 11, and so the keeping will be done by Jahanur Hoke, who's one of their key batters, as well as Rohit Goyal, who's listed to open the batting. They've got Vandrasi at 3. Huda Gali seems like he's coming to the team as well for Barbarians. For Tigers, though, their bowling has been the centrepiece of their play so far. Their batting has been good in patches, but they've relied on a couple of players in particular, Imran Butt and also Sahada Hussain Sagor. They are both in the lineup. So you can see at the moment we're getting ready for the start of action. And yeah, what I would say is it's a bit of a throwback, Danny, to what we had last year, where we had some quite substantial weather event, didn't we?
Yeah, it was last year was a bit windy and cold. At least we're going to get we're quite warm here in the ice cube with the walls on today, but it's going to be an interesting game. This Barbarians really want to kickstart their campaign because they've been quite a bit short, I think, in the last few days.
And they could be in trouble, in fact, with Vinarati. We'll see them later on today. Vinarati without a win, but you expect that they're going to pick up some wins along the way. And Moravians looked pretty strong yesterday as well. So if the Barbarians don't get moving, they could actually be an elimination risk here in the group stage. I don't think that's an event that anyone would have seen coming. So, yeah, welcoming all of you to the broadcast. And just a reminder, you can join us in the YouTube chat, ECN European Network, if you'd like to give your questions and comments. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on. So, yeah, you're expected to have kind of persistent showers during the day. So it's one of those things the officials will constantly be assessing kind of the level of it. One thing we should say is this ground does dry out pretty quickly. It is pretty hard. So, yeah, hopefully it doesn't affect things too much. Like I say, we're starting in just some light rain. I guess that's something that will constantly be monitored by all of the officials around the ground. So it looks like we're almost ready for a start. And it is the Barbarians who are opening up. And once again, just want to say a quick hello to some viewers in the chat, including Phil G. Nice to have you with us, Phil, once again. And hopefully we see you here again soon. To Mohammed Roni as well. Good morning to you. And I know that a lot of people around the world are always telling me how much they're enjoying the European Cricket T10. Hello to Lincoln Beggs, who I think is watching from Australia. And if you have any questions or comments, please put them in. And it's not quite the last game of the day yet, but I will have to kind of fill you in my little bar hopping last night. There are so many nice places. You mentioned it yesterday, Danny, that there's so many interesting places in Prague. You can always find some new ones. I found a few last night. May or may not have included a fairly large dinner at a Chinese dumpling restaurant. Anyway, more about that later. But right now, let's get some cricket. Ajar Alam is going to open up for Prague Tigers. And he's been excellent for the team this week. They have never played ECS before. He's going to be out there. Jahanur Hoke will be the batter. Here is the first ball of day 8.
It's a bit short, just poked out into the point area. It's gone through the fielder. And that's no run. I don't think he's going to get much swing after the first ball. Is Alam.
Definitely not after that. Ball gets away from the keeper. Yeah, that's the thing. We had a little bit of water on the field yesterday because of the overnight rain we had the night before last. But then we had a fair bit of sunshine that kept us going throughout the day and kind of took that surface moisture away. Today I think it will be a bit more difficult for all the players, but credit to them. They're out there.
And again, a big swing and a miss. Keeper puts it down. And a bit of confusion with the running, but they'll come back or come in for one. You can see a bit of sawdust there. That's just a couple of muddy patches just to stop the players running in that and getting it on the pitch.
Yeah. And once again, we're going to have to see, a bit like we saw in Bulgaria, bowlers probably have to just make the adjustment, maybe not running in off the long run. A lot of players will probably choose to come off a slightly shorter run. Here's Alam.
This one a bit straighter, just poked under that man at that short mid-wicket area, and no run. I think runs are going to be quite difficult to get. Yeah. Just the ground, even though it has been playing very fast, will naturally slow down because of this wet weather. Comes Alam. Just plays that off middle stump. It's a short cover there.
Yeah, here's the thing. It'll be harder to hit the ball further, but also it'll be harder to take catches, for example. I think it'll be quite difficult. Look, it's not like we haven't seen these conditions before. As European cricketers, the players will probably play in a bit more precipitation than you'd find in a lot of other places in the world, but that's just part and parcel of cricket in this region.
Pushed out. The covers, they'll look for two. Well, they're coming back.
Yeah.
And just a bit of a fumble there from the outfielder.
That's Jane Toe Deep, Johnny Depp, as I called him yesterday. He scored his first runs in ECS cricket, and they were winning runs as the Tigers got over Moravian in the 6th over. Back in match 28.
That was a good win, that, especially after what happened in the game before, where I don't know if you're up to date with it. I'll come back to that in a moment. It's a bit short, just poked down into that gully area. Ball's getting up quite a bit still. You'd expect it to skid through, but that one set up nicely.
Yeah, end of the over. So it is 5 without loss after 1. And that's another thing I think the batters, because like you mentioned, it may be hard to come by some runs today. I think taking on the field is important as well, and taking on some twos in the outfield. I think it's not going to be easy to get some clean pickups and throws for the fielders either. So it's probably something to think about as we head into the 2nd over. And yeah, Barbarians. You can see Devendra Singh, who is in their top 3 run scorers, hasn't scored a pile of runs yet. 32. He's not in the side. Vandrasi, their top run scorer at the moment. And Jafnur Hock as well, who's out there at the moment. He's out there with Uday Gully, who's into the lineup. You can see some of the performers from the Tigers there as well, but they've been pretty consistent. As it looks like this is Al Mahmood, who's going to bowl the 2nd over, and starts with a pretty good one. We did have a holder in the lineup yesterday. We did see him on Saturday, so yeah, has stretched their bowling a little bit. And no Amran Burian either, who we saw on Saturday. So they've been tested, the Tigers, but most of the time they had the answers. That's why they've got a 3-1 record. And it's the captain, Al Mahmood, who's bowling this over.
Down leg side, whipped away. That's 4 runs. In fact, it may have got on the way. Must have another look at the replay. No, it's 4 runs there, and just too short on the leg side from the bowler. And he came back well in the 2nd game yesterday against Moravians. Got absolutely spanked by the Spartans in the game before, and if he keeps on bowling that way, he's going to get spanked by the Barbarians as well.
Yeah, and that just wasn't a good delivery, and that's one way you will leak runs. So I mean, if you bowl well with the conditions as they are today, you can keep things tight, but that was short. It was down the leg side. Al Mahmood, you want that one back. Nice batting by Hoke. He becomes even more important in his batting lineup now.
Oh, a bit of a dodgy inside edge, and it's going to go towards the boundary, and that will run for 4 as well. Still fast towards that part of the ground. It's the cut of the grass is quite short. It's not no way that this ground is sodden. It's just a surface water at the moment, just to keep the ball a bit wet. But that part of the ground is going downhill. Bit of a shout out to Niraj Taigi, who's in the chat. his Spartans are taking a day off. And comes Hamlinwood again. Bit of ball just poked down to the man short there. The Tigers suffered their first defeat yesterday against the Spartans, and it was a quite remarkable performance in the middle from their opening batsman, who got a bowl, Naveen Gunasekharan, who poked down the ground for a single, who took 6 for 5, including a hat-trick, which was a fantastic performance, the best performance of the year with the ball so far in any of the ECN tournaments. And congratulations to him.
It was an amazing performance, wasn't it? Including a hat-trick. It'd certainly be the best figures, I think, to include a hat-trick. 6 for 5. Yeah, it was amazing. From a guy who we didn't actually see bowling that much in the tournament. Yeah, hello to you, Niraj. Hope you're well. See a single here to finish the second over. So Mahmood goes for 10 in the second. The score for the Barbarians is 15 without loss. And it does give us a chance to look at this table, because these two have had a contrasting start to each other, with the Tigers 3-1. Barbarians 1-3, so they can make it one of those games and kind of get a bit closer to the Tigers if they were to win this game, Barbarians. But yeah, the batting's got to click. That's going to be even more difficult without Devendra Singh, although he hasn't been making a pile of runs. You can see 2 teams with 3 wins, 2 teams with 1. Moravian, though, they've got a couple of games in hand, as have Vinarati, who are the only team without points so far in Group B. But don't forget, they had the day off yesterday, so we'll see them a bit later on. I think they're all good games. That's what we've learned in Group B, is that anyone can beat anyone. The Spartans, they've got the day off today, and we'll see them tomorrow. Anyway, Niraj is hovering around the chat at the moment. All right, here's Russell Mia in over number 3.
This is in the air. Play coming around. It's going to be a difficult one, and he's dropped it. Well, we said that the conditions are going to be difficult for the fielders, and he got under it and put it down.
Yeah, Rakib Hussain, I think. This is... Oh, look, it's a pretty simple one. See the keeper tries to take a quick step. He loses his footing. It was pretty much straight to that man. But I don't think there's any easy catches today. Sign of the times.
Ball comes in again. It's Russell Mia. Has been very good with the bat and the ball. Just straight to the man at short mid-wicket. It's Imran Butt. So, yeah, as I mentioned, run's going to be quite difficult to come by, and it's a big loss with Devendra Singh not in this Barbarians lineup. He's so influential for them. But Uday Gali, we saw last year, that's a very good replacement for him. This one's a little edgy. It's gone past the fielder, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot that in the context. Pretty safe, no slip in. And that man is very fine. That, I guess, a fly slip type area, and he bisected them.
Yeah, he's fine, but not fine enough. And down it goes to the third man area. So handy boundaries so far. I mean, Tigers, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't want to bat first, to be honest. I thought when you've put the world record off on a team of defending a total, then you'd feel kind of bulletproof. They won this corresponding fixture on Saturday 60-34, an unprecedented scoreline. I'll say hello to Jackson, who's in the chat, as well to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia, and Nat Kate, who's watching from England, and Neville, who's watching from Australia as well. Hello to you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far.
This one is moved across towards the off stump to try to muscle it through the onside. Just found that that man there again, Imran Butt. And I think those 2 fielders will come into play a lot more today, because it is going to be hard to get the ball off the square.
Yeah, slightly heavier ball. I think you're exactly right.
It's been lifted over the infield, and the man as well to stop it. They'll come back for 2. And no, I'm backing up. Bit of foot fielding there.
Pretty good stop by Sajid Mia, who had to kind of anticipate an unpredictable bounce. Kind of skipped ahead on him, but he was able to knock it down. You see Johanna Hoek just trying to force the issue a little bit. Again, it's not going to be easy. I mean, something like 70 even, I think, depending, could hold up. And we saw 60 hold up in kind of ideal conditions for batting on Saturday, so who knows.
It's Nice and pitched up again to that man at short mid-wicket. Yeah, I think 70 would be a good score today, to be honest, and very defendable. We'll see after 3 overs. The Barbarians doing okay.
Yeah, 22 without loss. So, yeah, Barbarians, not a bad power play, I think, considering the conditions. And so, on that 70 pace, I think it all depends on whether they can keep the key batters at the crease. No Divyendra Singh in the lineup. Mentioned that a couple of times. Might see someone like Goyal a bit higher. Actually had him listed to open. Got Vandrasi, of course. I think he's a key, isn't he? And the captain would love a few runs, I'm sure, Harsha Chaganti. So, you've got Sahadat Sagor Hussain coming into bowl over number 4. So, yeah, they've used 4 different bowlers so far. Let's see how he goes. Garley had a bit of a lucky one getting dropped in the last over, but he hasn't had too much to do in the power play, just the 3 balls faced. Let's see how he goes to Hussain.
It's a bit short, just poked down. Nice shot. Just a single to Gully. Didn't try to overhit it, just tried to guide it past that man. There is plenty of cover in that area. Big gap between that Gully area and the man. Fine at that. Well, he's on the boundary now.
Yeah, putting back. We are out of the power play now, don't forget. So up to 5 outfielders can be employed.
It's been hit through the onside. Deep mid wicket just covers that one. And they'll look for 2. They won't get it. It's I think the temptation for batsmen now, because it is going to be, it's not quite as fast as what it was, this ground, and the ball's heavier and skidding through. The temptation is try to hit the ball harder to get it to the boundary, which is going to bring false shots. Oh, it's a good ball. Got plenty of lift. Actually, this pitch has been bouncing quite a bit today, and I think it's to do with the moisture.
I think you're exactly right there. Yeah, one thing, I think what you're saying is true. Temptation to overhit the ball. I would just say keep trying to hit it hard and hit it correctly. I think also it's going to be tough to field on the ground, so I don't think necessarily you have to hit 6s, although it would help.
This one's a bit short and smashed through the onside, and that's 4 runs. Good shot that. Skidded off the surface, and the fielder out there had very little chance.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, you hit that correctly. It was a good choice of shot. It was a little bit short. He doesn't try and go up and over. He just hits the ball hard. And even though it's not that wide of Rakib Hussain, you see, he just didn't really have a hope of stopping that. And so, another useful boundary to Barbarians. Hello to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. Nice to have you with us. Anyone else that wants to say hello? I'm going to say Birendra Kumar has popped in as well. Hope you're going well, Birendra. Enjoyed your work in the tournament so far. That was just not a good ball. It looks like that maybe that attempted leg spinning slower ball, back of the hand slower ball, which is going to be really tough to locate in these conditions.
No, it's going to skid through rather than turn as well.
Just to get the length right will be difficult.
Just turned around the corner. Might have been pad first. But let's see what the umpire signals. Just no, it's a leg by. It was pad first.
Pretty close, you know, for something that got barely a whisper. Maybe he's on the front foot, I suppose. Maybe climbing, but yeah, worth an ask, if you ask me. Last ball of the over coming up.
Oh, big swing and a miss. It's called a no ball.
Yeah, that's too high. And so we'll see a couple of these occasionally as well. Yeah, I think it hits the end of the bat of Johanna Hoke, who successfully kind of inquires as to the height of that. So no ball, 1 to the total, and a free hit coming up. Hussain tries to avoid any further damage. There's been 7 off this over, plus this.
It's a bit short, hit over the top, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot, just helped it all on the way. And very nice shot, and pumps up the total a little bit.
Yeah, smart batting. I mean, you just got to hit the ball, and especially on a free hit, doesn't really matter where it goes. I think you just want to hit the ball well. Hope you're well wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company once again. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hood. Check slightly different conditions today than we've had earlier in the tournament. But what I would say is the Barbarians, they need a win, don't they? They're 1-3, and they have actually scored as many runs in that first 4 overs, exactly as many as they scored in the entire 10 on Saturday afternoon against the Tigers. So obviously they're looking a bit better. Tigers not quite that killer instinct that we saw either. I know the conditions are a bit tough, but they did elect to field. It should be a super interesting day here in Group B.
Look, absolutely. There's a bit of desperation in some of these teams in both Barbarians to get their campaign back on track, and also Vinorati, in a sense, to start their campaign, because they're still winless after 2.
For sure.
And the Tigers, they want to compete at the top of the table, which is as unlikely as they're a 3rd division side, but they're showing that they're far better than that, and Moravians as well.
I believe that anything's possible. We've seen some big upsets so far in this tournament, which I think is to do with the format, and also the fact that I just think that a lot of players, even the 2nd, 3rd division, they've got some really talented players. I think it's a kind of cricket that encouraged them to be fearless, and that's, they've seen that pay off quite a few times so far in this ECS, being one of the most exciting ones so far, I think, that we've done. As we start a new over, and we are going to have just wide to start things off, as Alamin Hussain getting a bowl. And again, he's not someone we've seen bowl a lot. They're having to go for a few different options today. And this is where the players, they have to adapt. This is the thing. We've seen it before. You're probably not going to run and hit the crease too hard, so it's just about accuracy with the ball.
And it's going to be called a wide again. And he's got proper cricket shoes on, and with this pitch, it will be a bit slippery, but with these moulded studs, should be fine on it. Does play with your mind as a bowler. That one came in a little bit. Nice bowling. We'll just get the single. Just going back to this pitch, Vinny. We've mentioned before that there's the carpet on top, and then there's underlay, but under that it's clay. Yeah. And what happens when it rains with the clay is that binds it together in a sense, so you'll get a bit more bounce. Right. Whereas if it's dry, the surface will crack. Oh, it gets a dodgy inside edge. Just get a single. And the surface will start to crack, and it won't actually bounce as much. Yeah, okay. So with the, it needs to get a good soaking every so often, just to keep it with that little moist area. Yeah. I might be in luck today, depending on the forecast. Very, very fine this time. That's going to take some stopping. The fact it won't be stopped. It's going to be 4-leg buys. It doesn't matter how you get them. Garlic kicks a 4, and Barbarians continue to build this total. That one really probably should have been stopped. As Mahmudul Hasham, who's got the gloves today for the Tigers, and he did get in a good position, just couldn't really get the gloves on it. Went straight through his legs for 4. Yeah, look, I think it's a big addition to this Barbarians team is Uday Ghali. I said we saw him last year, and he's very effective. And so even though there is no Devendra Singh today, outside off stump, no run. Rolling around after that stop. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, he's a very good addition, and it's a very good opening stand here for the Barbarians. They can launch a real attack, going at about 9 and over, which is pretty handy. This one's hit back. It's an umpire killer, and I'll just get a single. It's also a thumb burner because this has got whack back at Alamin Hussain. Just watch this on the replay. Joe Foster was ready to get out of the way. And, well, it would have been an amazing catch in these conditions. And that's his bowling hand as well. So hopefully it doesn't bother Hussain so much. There's been 5 plus 4 buys off this over so far. Last ball of it coming up. This one's been hit over the top, and that will reach the boundary. It's 4 runs. Nice shot there from Johanu Hoke, who's been very good today. He's probably due for some runs. He's got starts so far in this tournament, but let's see if he can go on with this. He's 29 of 20. Degali, 9 of 11, playing a very good role. Yeah, so I mean, batting in partnerships essentially. So 47 for no loss at the halfway point. We were talking about maybe even 70 being a good score. But yeah, the Tigers they don't have that kind of zip they had on day one. And it's one of the things about tournament play is sustaining your intensity. It's probably natural that there's going to be a game or some periods during a 1-week tournament. Essentially, that's what it is for these players. That you're just going to take the foot off a little bit. And I think I talked about also the new teams coming in and hitting the ground with a lot of adrenaline. So when that wears off, which is kind of what I think we're observing this morning with the Tigers, and you kind of really know where you're at. So they've got to find something from somewhere here. They've got to dig deep, and I think this is a good move. They bring back Ajar Alam, who's been one of their premier bowlers in this tournament. He bowled the first, only went for 5, which included a bye, and he's coming back to bowl the 6th. For me, apart from the obvious figures for for Naveen yesterday. I think he's been my pick of the bowlers so far in this this part of the draw. I think he's been excellent for the Tigers and really got them off to a good start. Been threatening. Comes in. And well, as soon as your bigger player up, that looked wide to me.
It looked wide, but I mean the batter, did he move towards it?
Oh, cut a long way off the pitch.
It might have been okay, you know. I think when it passes the crease, I think it might have just been inside.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it looked quite wide though. Nad K, so he'll be leaving us, but coming back shortly. So hope you're having a great day so far, Nad.
Comes Alam again, and this one's going to be called a wide this time.
Yeah, tries it again, and doesn't get away with it this time. Was this a shade wider? Yeah, it was. That one straight over the line. So good call. Once again, hello to Pronto, who's in the chat. Hope you're well. Got so many new faces and familiar faces in there at the moment.
It's just been poked out towards that third man area. It's 4 runs. The fielder was too far away from it, and they just skated off this surface.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about as well. And isn't that far from the fielder. He can't get off his feet. And so that will also bring up the 50 for the Prague Barbarians, coming up in the 6th over. And they haven't gotten the sort of, I suppose, wicket trouble that they did on Saturday afternoon in the corresponding fixture. And, Alarm, the pace being used against him there. Nicely executed cut shot by Garlic.
This one's played onto his stump, onto his leg by the batsman, and just to run. It's, you're right about the Tigers. I wouldn't say they're flat, but there's something not quite right there. They used to getting early wickets, and they just haven't got that yet.
Yeah, it's easy to play well when things are going your way. So you can't really get tested when you're in this kind of a spot. His Alarm needs a wicket.
That's a good ball.
It's a couple that he's just snuck into the batter. You saw that the previous one from Garley kind of whacked onto the back of his leg because it cut back so prodigiously at him. Next one kind of gets up in the block hole to Hoke. And so just 2 more chances for Alarm to break through.
Slow ball, well bowled as well.
He's bowled pretty well, to be fair. He seems to always do his job. Really consistent. Rarely see him going at a run a ball or more. And without jinxing him here, looks like he might be able to do it again. Here's the last ball of the 6th over.
Hit through the offside, and I think it'll get to the boundary, and it will. And it's a nice shot from Hoke, who's up for it today. He's looking really good. He's not trying to hit the ball too hard. And that was a lovely shot in the offside.
Yeah, really nice shot. Flew off the bat, didn't it? Even though it wasn't a huge swing of the bat, but just good timing. And I absolutely jinxed Alarm, who ends up going for 14 of his 2 overs. And the score at the end of 6 is 57 for no loss. And not far off 100 pace, you know. Having said that, see the Barbarians slowly have worked themselves into favouritism. And I don't know whether it's to do with the fact that how the Barbarians played the other night, but yeah, that win probability graph did give them a lot of love there early. I want to say a quick hello. I think I said hello to Shanto to look down as well. Thank you for your nice comments, to Pronto, to Jackson, to Cute Pets World as well. Got some cool names, haven't we? 7th over, and here is Russell Meir to bowl.
It's a little edge, and he's gone. Well, Gali, I think he's done his part in the opening few overs, and he'll have to go for 14. Just a little tickle.
Little bottom edge, I think. In the end, it was pretty well held by Mahmoud Ul Hasham. Never easy. That's actually taken a pretty big deflection down, and he does well to adjust in these conditions as well. Not easy for the keepers. And so Garley, yeah, I think it wasn't a bad effort from him, because he does leave his team in pretty good shape. 57 for 1. This brings Murali Vandrasi to the crease. And he is the sort of guy you'd want in this exact position, I think, Danny. Just about 4 overs remaining.
Exactly right. He's a good player. He's you'll see him with the ball as well. Won't get much turn today, bowling his leg spin and just skid through. But with the bat, he's been very good. Probably hasn't scored as many runs as what he would have liked at the start of the tournament. But it's a fantastic start for Barbarians, and you're right, it's exactly the right time for him to come in.
Yeah, it'll be really tough for him to bowl his leg spin today, but they may give it a go anyway. Maybe he'll be able to make a slight adjustment. I guess we'll find out. There's Sakibul Alam Tanim as well, who joined us in the chat. Just saying Tigers side not as strong as their full strength side, but still, I'm sure, when you think of the two batters they have at the top of the order, Imran Butt and Sadat Hussain, they'll fancy the chances of a successful chase.
It's been poked away. There's a man back there and falls over. I'll come back for a very comfortable 2. Good
Yeah, well
start
done.
there.
Yeah, he got down there, had to. Mentioned there's no easy boundary stops today as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the batting for the Tigers, and I've still got some very good batting apart from the opening 2, which will be no doubt.
Yeah.
Sago Hussain and Imran Butt.
Yeah.
Russell Mia and Sojib Mia have been fantastic, especially Sojib. He's really worked his way into this tournament.
Yeah, he's got a fearless approach. He's kind of bit bananas when he goes out there, but it's been working for him. And I think it's been just what the Tigers have needed. Often batting that number 3 position. I want to say hello to Sanjit Holder. He's in the chat as well. Wish you were here, but I bet you're watching with a fair bit of interest. And this has been a good over so far from Russell Mia, starting with a wicket, then 2 and a 1. It's only the first half of the over, though. Let's see what the second half brings.
It's outside off stump and hit to that man. He's dropped it. Tough chance. Coming quick. And with a wet ball. And, well, at least it just limits it to 1.
Yeah, Sharif Samir in that position. This one has burst through his hands. I know you want to have soft hands when you're catching, but on a day like this, you almost need to have them a bit harder to hold onto the ball because it'll try and get away. That one does, and it goes down as a single.
Very difficult conditions for fielding and bowling, to be fair. But I think they've bowled okay, the Tigers. I think it's been good batting. They've been trying to guide the ball through the offside, or to smash it through the offside like that, but that's just gone to the man at cover. They'll come back for a second, and it'll be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and that's side of the conditions as well. So it seemed like the fielder had done enough to get down and stop that, but you see just the slipperiness of the surface of the ball causing a second run. That's why it's really important to run the first one hard regardless as well. So you can bank, there'll be a few more fumbles than usual.
Comes Mia, bowling to Andrassi. Just poke down and have a go, will he? Whoa. The bowler had a go. There was a bit of backup there, but it skidded onto Imran Butt, who I think's okay. Did well to stop it. He's got the towel as well, so it's the right man to go to.
Well, been pretty close if it hit. That's didn't hit, and that's the end of the 7th over. 64 for 1. Pretty good over that, if you ask me. No dot balls, but 7 off it. A wicket. 2-1, 1-2-1. As we give you the schedule heading over the next couple of months. We are into June already. We've enjoyed this tournament in the Czech Republic so far, which started on the 30th of May. We're well into week 2 now. On Sunday, we're heading to Hungary, where we'll start on Monday, the 13th of June for a week. Always an entertaining tournament there. Then we'll have a week in Vienna before we embark on our Italian summer project. We have 5 weeks in Italy. We go to Milan, Brescia, Bologna and Rome before Rome hosts the Super Series, which is the best performing teams from the first 4 weeks. The winner of the Super Series goes to the ECL, which is the Champions League of European cricket. Only one team from Italy will be able to represent them there. And then we go to Germany in August, starting in Dresden in the east, also being Krefeld in the west, as we head rapidly towards the ECC, which is the International T10 tournament that we'll be showing here on ECN in September and October. So exciting times. So, exciting times, I think, for some of the Barbarians fans who look like they're in a decent position to get some revenge here, although the win predictor still has them less than 50% into the 8th over. Al Mahmood coming back, the skipper.
Very surprised about that win predictor. It's been hit down the ground, just a single to mid-off.
Maybe the win predictor's a bit scarred as well after the after the failed chase of 61 the other day.
They're in a very good position here, the Barbarians. As I mentioned, I think 70 is a pretty good score on this ground with these conditions.
Yeah.
And they're almost there after 7 overs. If they can pump it up to around about the 100 mark, it's going to be very hard to beat.
I don't know if the supercomputers can be programmed for weather.
This is in the air, and no one's going to get to it. No, didn't attack the ball. They'll come back for 2. That's good running, but you've got to say,
Ow.
really should have attacked that.
Yeah, but that 2's always on there. That's exactly the kind of ball that you feel fairly safe taking it to, just because of the conditions. And just have a look at this. Poor Van Drassi comes it right in the keister. Look at this. Whoosh. Yeah. And, that one certainly didn't miss him.
Because that's a good throw.
I'll wake him up. Quarter of the innings remains. Van Drassi on 9, facing up to Mahmood.
Oh, big swing and a miss. Well bowled. It's about the right area, I think. And it's tough because it will skid off the surface. It means the ball's coming onto a bit, and this one cut in.
Lucky to get away with that, to be honest. Goes between his body and the stumps.
It's a good area there from the bowler, Mahmood. Comes in again, bowling to Van Drassi. It's a full toss. Players coming around. Don't think he'll get there. And it's called a no ball.
Uh-oh.
And it will go for 4. Well, that was not the greatest little sequence there for the Tigers.
Yeah, good call from the umps. It was above the waist. And thing is, the spin absolutely does him here. It's over there. There we go. It ends up getting away. You can't really blame the cameraman for following where the ball was meant to go. It didn't go there, went straight behind, and then took a nasty sideways bounce. When the fielder kind of was looking for the catch, he couldn't get to the drop zone. Yeah, he couldn't deal with the Shane Warne-like leg spin of that ball, which ends up going to the fence. So free hit coming up.
Full toss, worked around the leg side. Just be 1, I think. They'll look for 2. They'll have to hurry, and it's comfortable in the end.
Very smart cricket again. Another full toss. This one wasn't quite as high. So Park Barbarians, they've got nothing to lose now. They can really go for those second runs almost all the time. And they've got 2 set bounders there. They don't really want to run out, but I don't think there will be too much chance to run out, to be honest, just with the conditions at the moment.
Oh, it's been hit to Imran there. Well, more at than 2, to be fair. And puts a tough catch down.
Yeah.
Would have been a miracle if he'd hung onto that one.
Very, very good running so far. That's probably half a dozen ones they've turned into 2s. 8 overs down, 77 for 1. Well, Pronto, not too impressed with the fielding, but what I will say is not as easy as it looks on TV, particularly on a day like today. As we look at the bowling figures, Russell Mia, the only successful bowler so far, completed his 2 overs for just the 14 runs. Same amount of runs conceded by Ajar Alam, who bowled pretty well. Mahmood, a little bit expensive today. He has struggled with his economy at times, none for 23. And let's see if they go with Sahadat Hussain, Sagor, and also Alamin Hussain as their other 2 bowlers in the last 2, or whether they try a 6th option. Yes, I mean, they're in good shape still for perhaps that 100.
Hoke has batted very well. It's been pretty chanceless, really, from Jahnu Hoke.
Yeah, he's batted well without taking a whole lot of risks, is what I'd say. I would just get back to the simple mantra of hit the ball hard and hit it correctly. Don't think you need to go looking for slogs on a day like today.
No, you certainly wouldn't want to go across the line. I don't know what he's asking for here, the batsman. Surely not a helmet. And
maybe it looks like it's he's having a quick drink. Well, probably could just tilt his mouth upwards at the moment.
One of the Tigers has a problem limping off there, as you can see.
It looks like cramp to me, doesn't it? When you see someone going off like that.
I don't think it's cramping. I think he's done a muscle because it's too
so?
early. Yeah, I don't think he's been running around for long enough to cramp up.
The thing is, he's bowled his 2 overs, Russell Mia. So I would have thought maybe that can kind of hit you just afterwards. Just don't think, you know, normally see people running that quickly off if it's not cramp. Anyway, hopefully he's all right, Russell Mia. Let's see, takes a breather.
Oh, a bit of magic spray will be fine.
Saiful Islam comes on as the 12th man.
It's wide and called. So he's an important player for the Tigers, is Russell Mia. I feel he'll, even if he goes off the field for a couple of overs, might have to bat a bit lower. But
yeah, if he's only off for 2 overs, he'll only necessarily, it means he won't be able to bat in the first 2 overs pretty much. So probably shouldn't affect them too much.
It's poked down towards that man and gets quite a bit behind it. And just be a single. Good throw in the end.
It would have been one time there. Would have been gone, I think. Pretty good recovery from the fielder to keep that to 1.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a torrid time, but it's not the easiest conditions for fielding out there
Same
at the
for
moment.
both sides, you know. Let's see. Remember the openers that the Tigers will have coming out.
Oh, a bit of a slower ball. It's gone down to that man as well. And the keeper's copped one on the knee.
I thought this is the end of the thumb. Oh, we're going to have an overthrow. I actually lost count of how many that was. Is that 2? I think this has hit him on the end of the thumb here. Mamadou Hasham, look at that. Bang. Yes, he straight away shakes it. The right thumb. They are nasty because it just puts the thumb into your hand. Yeah, so it'll be 2 buys.
You've got good eyes for someone who wears glasses, Vinny.
I know exactly what that feels like. That's how I picked it straight away. And, yeah, they can be nasty. That can swell up a bit. But keepers, typically will just get on with it, which is what he's doing.
Big swing. His pad, just a single. And, again, it's still good running. But good score here so far from the Barbarians. Only lost the 1 wicket. They can take a few chances, but I think they've been batting well.
Yeah, I think it's just been good batting and smart batting. Yeah, I once kept a whole day to some kind of basically international fast bowlers with the most sore palms ever. I had bruised palms and nothing. Oh, hello. Where'd that come from? That's one way to do it. Maybe there's no fine leg back. It's only, I mean, the third man, I mean. He's in the circle.
Yeah.
Bit of Hollywood. Makes bored. He's on 36. Come back to that in a second. Here's the next ball.
Oh, it got up a bit.
That's what you're talking about with this pitch. It tends to bounce more when there's a bit of moisture around. So that was a really good ball by Hussain.
It was Chris Pearce who was expounding it to me, and how it does need moisture, and it's a very similar to the pitch up in Dresden. And we had a bit of a chat to them. I think Chris might have had a chat to the grounds folk up there, saying that that's what they have to do. They have to water the pitch, which is difficult here because there's no water source. There's a water tank here, just been put in. This one's in the air.
Oh dear.
Keeper going back, and I have to do well to get there, and he won't. I'll come back for 2. In fact, it might be 3.
He prioritised his hat over fielding the ball. I'd like to see this again. It's an interesting decision by Mamadou Hasham, who actually does really well to get there. I was worried he was just going to knock it further towards the boundary. Have a look at this. Then it goes down. And maybe he thought that the hat was the ball. But anyway, they get 3 there. They do get a 3. It's really good running. So it will be the end of the 9th over. The score is 85 for 1 as we head into the last. You know, that time that I was keeping the bowlers that are probably, best part of 90 miles an hour with bruised palms, and I tried everything. I even had this kind of anesthetic gel I rubbed onto my palms so that I couldn't feel my hands, but it just made them greasy. I'm just saying that wicket keeping is certainly a lot more to it than some people realise. The toll it takes on your body and your hands if you do it over a long period. So I've got the greatest respect for all the guys out there, especially in conditions like this. Not easy.
Did you ever wet the inners?
No, I never did that. It wasn't really. Oh, shot. That's going to go. It's going to go a long way. Maximo! I waited a long time, but finally we have one hit out of the ground, and just a pretty good shot. I mean, it was seeming back at him significantly, but he lifts it up, and Hoke, with that shot, moves up to 45 within reach of a half century.
Lovely shot that. He waited for it. It was just short, and beautiful hoik outside onto the onside. No chance for the fielders.
Here's the next delivery.
That's going to be wide.
Yeah, I never quite got the wetting the inners. Obviously they get a bit sweaty if you've been doing it all day anyway. But yeah, do you know what the theory was behind that? Someone told me that once. I'm like, no, I just put them
it
on.
used to be that they were like a chamois, I guess.
Yeah. So it gives you a bit more cushion in.
Yeah. We'll come back to it. And another wide.
I think to me it would have been like wearing wet socks all day. It would have annoyed me.
It was. I mean, you could see the keepers had when you're in a bath too long and you got the wrinkly hands. It was like that for the keepers.
Yeah.
But what it did, especially with the palms, is that it gave that little extra bit of cushioning, so the water would absorb into the chamois, and then it'd be much more comfortable to take the ball.
Yeah, I guess everyone just goes with what they're kind of comfortable with. So, yeah, I did hear about that, but like I was kind of settled on my ways by then. Yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah, good quality inners. That was one of my secrets.
Well, the thing is that
quality inners.
I think that the gloves have improved a lot.
Yeah.
So I think that there might be more padding in the gloves and more flexible and lighter than what they used to be. So I think
if you go back to the late 70s, they had these really heavy gloves that had these kind of big, kind of almost forearm protection as part of them. Here's Sergio Mia.
Mr. Chris Pearce is lurking there. And
hello,
so
Chris.
Danny, think clay tennis court. You wet it to make it bind and faster. So there you go. That's what it's. That's the idea behind the clay base.
It's a great pitch. It's doing a bit as well. Still off the seam for Mia.
So just poke down the ground for a single. Yeah, it is a really good pitch, and it's as we mentioned last week as well. It gives a lot to the bowlers. It gives a little bit of variable bounce, but not something that it'll roll. And we had that originally here in Prague, where the pitch kept very low. We get the occasional one that would go along the ground. Hit towards the covers. They should look for two.
Got to go for two now. Why not?
Yeah, well run.
Well done. Yeah, I mean, I think you can say that this is why good quality artificial pitches, I think, are perfect for European cricket because of the low maintenance. Also, low maintenance once they're in. But I don't think we'd be out there playing if we had a turf pitch right now. No. I just don't think we would. And it's all about getting out there and obviously getting as much cricket on as possible. 2 to come, 97. Will they crack the ton?
It's been hit over the top, and they'll just get the one. It'll give Johanna Hoke a chance of getting his 50. Not that he'd be too worried about getting it, but he's batted very, very well today, has Hoke.
We talked about the fact that he needed to perform in the absence of Devendra Singh. Let's see if he can get his 50.
It's in the air. He'll drop in front of the fielder. He'll bum it down, and they'll come back for two.
Is that a traditional fielding term? But, they're going to get the 100 in the end. And Hoke, well, he will finish on 48 not out in the end. Looks like maybe there was a one short in there or something, because I had him on 49. But, what I would say is that the Barbarians batted a lot better than last time that we saw them playing against the Tigers, as they're only able to manage 34 in total on that occasion. And Johanna Hoke, that's his highest score in ECN cricket. So it's nice to see him sticking around, kind of absorbing that responsibility. He'll finish out on 48, not out of 33 balls. And along with Garley, who scores 14, Vandrasi, who scores 21 not out. They are the only three required by the Barbarians. Very different story as we have a look at some of the highlights. And finally, we got out there in the middle. And it was Barbarians Tigers, a rematch of a record-breaking game. But there were no fairy tales this time for the Tigers. They struggled and found themselves chasing in difficult conditions.
Yeah, this is where the catch goes down, but very difficult conditions, as Vinny mentioned. Ball slippery and skids off the surface as well. And the Tigers have to bat very well to get anywhere near this total of 100. As I said, I think 70 would have been just about right, but they batted well, the Barbarians. Not too many risks, but ran well between wickets. Got the occasional boundary. There's the wicket there.
Yeah, nice catch behind. It was fairly significant bottom edge. I mean, the takeaway for me from the Prague Tigers openers, Imran Butt and Sahadat Sagor Hussain, would be, okay, look how they batted. They were able to accumulate runs with a minimum of risk and get that 10 and over. So that is what I'd be trying to do if I was them. No need to be absolutely crazy about it. Speaking of crazy, well, have you ever seen a guy field a hat? There you go. And he had an entertaining 10 overs as well, didn't he? Mahmudul Hasham. And in the end, Barbarians, they do get 100 on the board. It's exactly what was conceded by the Tigers in their first game against Vinarati on Saturday morning. And they were able to chase down the 101 on their debut match. Can they do it now in this match as we've headed into the 8th day of action, I should say. 48 not out for Hoke off 33. Batted very, very well. Like I say, it was just smart the way that he kind of took on risks. Particularly with the run between the wickets, I think. I think they ran really well. Garley kind of played his role, made sure they didn't get in trouble early, 14, before he was caught behind of Russell Meyer. Then Vandrasi, he was pretty good as well, 21 of 14. Just the one boundary, and that shows you the fact he was able to score 150 despite just hitting the 1-4, that a lot of it was hustling between the wickets, and that's something the Tigers are going to have to do in the second half of their match here with the bat. Russell Meyer, the only successful bowler, 1 for 14. A lot of bowlers kind of in the same economy rate, kind of echelon. Mahmood a little bit expensive today, and so Meyer didn't really bowl his best over when he came on to bowl the last. So, well, Danny should be a very interesting second half. We've seen the Tigers chase down 101 before against your guys, Vinarati. Let's see if they can do it against the Barbarians.
Yeah, look, I think looking forward to this chase, and they have got some good batting at the top of the order. I saw them crumble a little bit in the middle order, so if Vinarati can get a few early wickets, I'll say that 62% win probability will pump up a little bit. But if these two openers, who are very, very good, can get them off to a good start, the Tigers, then we're in for a very interesting chase.
Yeah, very neck and neck stuff so far in the first half of match 29. Join us when we return in just a few minutes. We will have the chase. It'll be the Tigers. They're on the loose. They'll need 101 for victory. It'll be their 4th of the tournament. But the Barbarians, they want their 2nd. And to do that, they'll have to defend the ton. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudencheck. Hope you're enjoying the day so far, wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic, and we are underway with some action here on day 8. It's Super Tuesday in Group B, 5 highly competitive teams, and at the moment we are halfway through match 29, and in this one it has been the Barbarians who have done the batting so far. They put 100 on the board after getting sent in by Prague Tigers skipper Al Mahmood, so it is Prague Tigers chasing 101 for victory. Coincidentally, it's the exact total that they chased down successfully in their ECS debut against Vinarati in the first match of Group B on Saturday morning. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again is our Czech specialist, Danny Hudacek. And well, you'd have memories of the chase on Saturday morning when the Tigers could chase 101. Be pretty tough though in these conditions. Still, they do have some batting that can really pack a punch.
It will be very tough. These two are very capable though. Saga Hussain and the man will be facing Imran Butt, but also Russell Mia and Sojib Mia, who's been batting very, very well for the Tigers. So it'll be that man, Madashetty, Bamshi Madashetty, who's very unusual bowling action, but he's been very effective. Took 4 wickets in an innings earlier in the week, and just practicing there. They'll have to bat very well, the Tigers, to get to this 100. I think the conditions were much more favourable for cricket on Saturday.
It's never easy to chase down 100 plus here. At any rate, anyway, here's Madashetty, who starts with an absolute, wow,
rubbish.
Had several words going through my head. Has been no ball plus a bye. This one gets wrong. This is a guy who took 4 for 8 the other day though, and was looking good. And that was not a good start at all. Free hit coming up.
He does that early though. He does bowl a couple of wides, and then when he gets on line, he sort of sticks to it, and then he'll spray one. But he's very difficult when he gets it. Very difficult player to bat against. As you can see, he comes wide of the crease, and as you can see, got that one right, angled it in, and then it cut away sharply from the batsman.
This natural way that he kind of pulls it's not really wrist spin. He pulls his hand down the left hand side of the ball, and that creates that leg cut. It's kind of different between cut and actual spin. And so, yeah, second one a lot better. Gets away with it.
Oh, and he's got wrong again.
Yeah, 1 out of 3 so far. And he's kind of motioning there. I don't know if he wants to move the whole pitch to the left or something like that. But, yeah, another free hit coming up, and he's going to change the angle now.
He does come from very wide of the pitch, so I'm not sure how he's going to go here. If he's going to angle it across the batsman, obviously that's what he's going to be trying to do. But you won't want to get 2 leg side, as Saga Hussain won't miss out, especially with the power play. There's bringing the man into a. I don't know where he's coming in. Actually, they've moved him from the.
I think the thing is he wanted to move, but you're not allowed to move the field on a free hit. So I think Joe Foster's just moving him back.
There you
so
go.
He can go in a minute.
Well, it's in the air, and
he's got to keep it in the field.
Could be a collision, but it won't be. It'll be 6. Lovely shot there. That's what Saga Hussain can do, and it's a free hit as well. Expensive start from the Barbarians, not what they'd wanted from their opening bowler. And the skipper.
That's one where, you're not too worried about catching it because it doesn't make a difference. You just had to try and find a way to get near the drop zone, maybe try and keep it in the field. But, yeah, really good start for the Tigers. Madashetty struggling with his control. Now gets it a bit better. He'll have a bit more scope there, so he's not going to run out of pitch if he's bowling from that angle.
It's super difficult to get a bat on that one. It did cut that line, but for me, I'd have to argue that was a wide because it's going at about 45 degrees, Vinny.
Exactly, and it's when it passes the crease.
And it's tucked around the corner. There's a man there just over him, and they'll get just a single in the end. I think if he'd gone a little bit more leg side, just behind square, it would have been more productive for him.
Swings pretty significantly there, and it does well to at least get round and save the boundary. So they already have the 10 they need off first over.
So he's in the air, could be caught, and easy catch there. And it's Uday Ghali. You can't keep him out of the game at the moment, Uday Ghali. And that is a big breakthrough. It's Imran Butt. He'll have to depart.
Yeah, so he goes from bowling off the pitch to taking a wicket in pretty quick time. The Matachetti has had some success when he's got it right. That's the thing. And the change of angle has worked for him. These top 2 or 3 wickets are huge for the Tigers. And it's Imran Butt that can't make anything happen here. He goes for a second ball duck. The Tigers are 10 for 1.
Yeah, it was good bowling. And we saw him yesterday as well. Imran Butt get a leading edge and got caught. He was trying to angle it down to the onside and got caught in the gully. So again, a bit of a leading edge there. It brings a very dangerous batsman out. It's Sojib Mia. And I think they need a partnership, and they need to build a partnership, and then just to settle things, to get their eyes in, take 2 or 3 overs, still getting runs, still pushing runs. But because it's still, I mean, it's 10 off the over so far, Vinny.
Yeah. I mean, they've got the runs they need off this over. I mean, their biggest trouble is going to be running out of batting and losing wickets. Here's the last ball of the over.
Whoa. And that was a great ball there. That's what Matachetti can do when he gets it right. He gets a lot of movement. And I don't think that the new batsman had any chance of finding that ball.
You see that ball looks like it's heading down like side, but it just starts going and keeps going, doesn't it? It's Jahan Hoke who finds himself behind the stumps for the Barbarians today in the absence of regular keeper Devendra Singh. So, well, at the end of the over, it's 10 for 1. If you times both those things by 10, we're going to have a really close game because they'll score 100 and they'll be all out. And, it'll be a tie.
What would happen if it's a golden ball but the team's bowled out?
There's always a not-out batter. They'll be facing up.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It's very hard to get 11 wickets in an innings. It's a good question. It has never happened. I think it almost happened, but hasn't actually happened yet. The day will come, though. And then you have normally the last batter dismissed as a non-striker in that sense, in that case. Here's Piyush Kumar. He's having a pretty good series.
Now, I don't think that the batsmen are adjusting very well to this pitch because it will skid because there's a bit of moisture on it. Especially with spinners, actually, it's a weird thing where the ball comes slowly through the air, but then will skid off the surface. Piyush again. This one we called a wide, got a lot of cut there, and I don't think the batsmen have really adjusted to it in this over yet. There was a bit of loose bowling from Matachetti that was punished, especially off the off that no ball.
Yeah, well, a couple weren't there. That's a pretty tight call on Kumar. It was called a wide. This one should be a much easier call. In fact, has Hoke running after it. And I think that one's going to go all the way, 5 wides. So, despite the early wicket, Barbarians leaking a few in the first 2 overs and a lot because of extras.
Yeah, that one just slipped out. And the keeper absolutely no chance.
Yeah, getting the footing not easy for the keepers either when they have to go sideways. I'd be going a fine leg third man. I just think that there's a lot of balls that are going to slide in that direction. They'd be my 2 outfielders at the moment. They've got neither. They've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep point. Anyway, see what happens next.
It's, again, swing and a miss.
Good bowling. That one just inside the wide line.
He's getting it to cut away. And Sain at the moment, he's trying to play the big shot instead of doing basically what the Barbarians did and poking it out towards the offside. They were very clever with that, not taking too many risks out there. And so Sain at the moment is just having a wild swing. And it'll come off occasionally, but he'll miss a few. This one's dragged from outside off stump and picked up by Uday Gali.
Yeah, he's been a good in, Gali, hasn't he? He's taken an important catch. There's no easy catches. We know that the Tigers put a few down in the first half, which I suppose you can expect a little bit, but yeah, Gali made no mistake with a chance off it in the first over.
Comes Kumar again. And this one's outside off stump and swinging a miss there from Mia. And there are
So Jim Mia is really interesting. He comes out and just seems to just not care about taking risk. He will just swing at everything. Let's see how he approaches this last ball of the over from Piyush Kumar.
It's called a wide. Yeah, you're right, Vinny. He's got away with it so far in this tournament, and he's been vital to the success of the Tigers. And but these two, I'd say, have to bat pretty deep for the Tigers to get anywhere near this total. It's well bowled, well defended.
It's a new Mia. I think that was all about the fact that he wants Hussain to have the opportunity to face the start of the next over. After 2, it's 18 for 1. So, yeah, again, they get 8 off that after getting 10 off the first. They just want to hang around that 10 and over. It's a nice, easy marker for them to let them know how they're going in the chase. And I'm sure they'd love to be a few ahead. There's a bit of insurance as well, just in case they do lose a wicket or two towards the end. Looking at the table, you can see 2 teams on 3 wins, 2 teams on 1. And just Vinarati without any wins at this stage. So Barbarians, if they were able to defend this total, would go up to a 2 and 3 record. The Tigers would be 3 and 2, so still a game ahead. The Tigers, they play Moravian in the next game, and they're news from the toss. Similarly to this one, they won the toss, the Tigers, and elected to bowl first, so they have chosen to chase again in match 30. Again, we're a bit away from that one, but just thought I'd let you know in case you're wondering about toss news. Right, they are going back to Vamshi Madashetty, who took a wicket in his first over. It was a bit loose, this one. I think this is the angle you're talking about, Danny. It's just able to kind of sneak inside the line, and then by the time the keeper takes it, it's very wide, but that isn't a wide at the point it reaches the batter.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because it's actually wider than if you're bowling down that channel. Because if you're bowling down that channel and it's just on that line, it's called wide. But this is actually going wider when it passes the... oh, that's smashed for 4. Lovely shot. I'll come back to that in a moment. But absolutely hammered that towards the long on fielder who had absolutely no chance.
Yeah, look at that just take off. Shows you how hard this ground is. Yeah, going back to that. Yeah, so when that passes the crease, it seems inside the wide line, the previous one we're talking about, one before that ball.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a difficult ball to hit, but I think it's on the batter to try and kind of get over there a bit more. They're all just standing in front of their stumps or just outside leg stump and kind of wafting at it. You look at where the keeper took it, it's very wide, but I think at the point that passes the crease, then it was okay. It's a tactic some bowlers use, actually.
Yeah, it is. And does it again. Bit of an edge, maybe.
But do you think that's harder to hit? It seems that way, but theoretically, if it's coming there, if you were to step forward to it, it's not as wide because the angle it's going.
But you're hitting the ball, it's not coming directly at you, right? It's what it's doing is cutting across, and I think it's much harder to hit.
Yeah, the angle makes it hard. That's probably what makes it hard to hit, not the actual width. It's a good point that you make.
But the ball's always going away from you.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's going down that channel, it stays on the same trajectory generally.
Yeah, sure.
And so if you step across, you know that the ball's going to be in that area. But here, it's an angle. I think it's much harder to hit.
Yeah. I still think it's a legal ball, though, but I think you're right. As this one is hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Sagor on the loose. He moves to 18. In fact, every single run off the bat has been off his bat. He moves to 18. And with that, the score moves up to 28. Keeps him back on pace.
He is a very good batsman, is Sagar Hussain. And that one was just on leg stump. It wasn't angled across. Didn't cut at all. Just stayed straight on that line. And that's what Sagar Hussain can do. Just smashed it over that square leg boundary for 6. See if he can come back here, the bowler.
Yeah, well, that's one way to deal with it. Madashetty gets a bit straight. He's got one more ball in his spell.
This one, again, it's wide. And see,
look at his foot, though. See, here's where he goes wrong. His left foot ends up going outside the leg stump rather than stepping across. That's where he goes wrong. So it looks way wider than it actually is.
Look, I kind of agree, but as I said, the ball's always going away from you. So I think it's much, much harder to hit.
Yeah.
So even if you do step across, I mean, you're going to get it at the toe of the bat because it's going away from you.
Yeah,
and I think that's much harder to hit than the ball going down that.
I'd agree, and I think that's why bowlers use that tactic. As we have a look at the Tigers, they haven't quite gotten back to 40 to the 50-50. I think they might have been before that ball. It's been a real neck-and-neck game. And look, say what you like about the win probability chart, it certainly gives you an indication of the fortunes of the respective teams during the game so far. This one has been real topsy-turvy. Piyush Kumar's going to come back to bowl the 4th. So, yeah, sometimes you see batters making a real big move outside off stump to counter that as well, and maybe, dabbing to fine leg or something. This should be out. Nope, doesn't carry. Thought off the bat that was going straight back to Kumar, but it was just mishit, and batter gets away with it.
Yeah, it does get away with it. And the runs seem pretty easy to come by, even though the conditions are really difficult. And that's, I thought that was wide as well. See, that doesn't look as wide as what the ones from Adesheti.
It's just a more comfortable angle. It's not so much the width. It's just a more comfortable angle to see the ball and track the ball.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
This one's a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs. There's a big gap there between the man who's very fine at third man and Gully.
What a good shot. I mean, he's absolutely timed the underwear off this, hasn't he? He's just lent on that, let it come to him a little bit further so that it's gone behind point. So beautiful batting by me to get him off the mark after 5 dot balls. And look, he is a real ally for Hussain. If Sajamia comes off, then yeah, they will stay on the rate or above.
Comes in again. This one's just played down the man at point and no runs. Yeah, I think that's the first shot that Mia has really played in that area. And in fact, either of these batsmen, they're I know that Hussain's 18 on 15 and batting quite well, but he's still trying to swing hard at the ball, and that could be out, and he's gone. Well, that's a big wicket. Tried to guide it down in that area again, and Piyush Kumar comes up with the goods with a caught behind. Geez, we've seen a lot of caught behinds.
Yeah, it's to do with this pitch, I think that there's a bit of sideways in it. We're seeing more caught behinds than usual. I say Grove in Group A took a bunch of catches. This one, you see, just flirting with it. And he looked a bit guilty, I got to say, the body language of the batter there. Wait for the decision. So Jamia, there it was. And well held behind the stumps by Jahanur Hoke. And you saw Piyush Kumar. He was pretty happy to get revenge on Mia, who hit him for a nice boundary, but he went soon after. And he's the second wicket to fall for the Tigers. It's 32 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, and just stifles the run chase a little bit. 32. It's almost 4 overs gone. And the Tigers don't know if they need to take chances necessarily. They've got a bat like the Barbarians. They need to get the ball on the ground and guide it around, wait for the bad ball. And we'll see what Alamin Hussain can do. Just played it back down on the pitch.
That's the last caught behind decision. What I will say about it is we've got absolutely no idea from our position, and there's no replay that can really tell you if there's a ledge or not. So I kind of go on little indicators like the body language of the fielders and the batter. It did seem to me like a pretty spontaneous appeal, which makes me think it probably was an edge. So 4 overs down, the score is 32 for 2. Just holding things back there in the 4th over and chasing 100. The reason it's so tough, you can't afford to have too many of these bad overs. And I know that the Tigers probably not as consistent or deep in their batting lineup based on what we've seen so far. They have lost a couple of wickets. That could be key. But that man, Sahadat Sagor Hussain, he's still at the crease. As long as he's there, I think that they will think they have a chance of chasing this 101 down.
Look, absolutely. Just need someone to give him the strike. And he'll have to take a few chances. But at the same time, he's probably one of the better batsmen here in this Group B. So they do have a good chance here, the Tigers, to beat the Barbarians, but it's that man who needs to stay in.
Yeah, and you feel a lot of responsibility rests on his shoulders. And they've got bowler coming in now, Harsha Giganti, the captain of Barbarians. He hasn't had the best series with the ball so far, but let's see if he can turn things around. But also the Tigers may fancy this as an opportunity to go after someone that's just been a little bit out of sorts of late, as we see the first one pushed for a wide.
He has gone. He's been thumped with his bowling, has Giganti, and he's continuing. Obviously, he backs himself as a captain, and he's trying to push his team. It's been a wide first ball. It's been dragged from outside off stump. It's just going to be a single.
You see the 4th over, just tilting things for me a bit back towards the Barbarians. The 4th and 5th overs. So important. Just going to get out of the power play.
That's a good ball. Guy actually called it wide. Tried to follow it there, the batsman.
So like the power play was went 10-8-10, and so pretty much on pace. But then Piyush Kumar's over only went for 4. So it's pretty important.
It's getting a lot of cut off this pitch is Giganti, and it's a really good area as well. He's been expensive in these last couple of spells, and that one cut away sharply.
Sneaks in, just in.
Got to say that's about the right area.
Alamin's on the walk, probably just trying to get a single here.
And he gets that single, just tucked around the corner, a bit straighter there from the bowler.
Now, we've got into the Hussain combination, but I think that Sahadat Sagor Hussain, he needs to do something pretty special. Although, at this rate, the Barbarians were 38 before that ball and 42 after this ball, so they're not that far behind, but you feel like he's got to make something happen here. Probably needs to get a boundary or 2 out of these rest of this over.
At the end of the bat, and it probably will reach a boundary. In fact, it's well done there. It's Vamshi Madashedi who comes around nicely, and the ball does skid off the surface. He got right behind it.
Fantastic fielding. They're the kind of stops that'll win your cricket matches. Not only saving 3 runs, but also keeping Sagor Hussain out of the strike.
Oh, good ball. Right on the money. And that's the perfect line and length for this batsman, I think, bowled from Harsha. And
now Alamin Hussain, they don't really want a one here. I know it's pretty early to turn down runs, but he just seems starved of the strike lately. Sahadat Hussain. Last ball for Giganti, not a good over in the end.
It's a full toss, been hit out the leg side, and it's a good single there for Barbarians, to be honest. As you mentioned, Vinny keeps Alamin Hussain on strike. Yeah, so it's the end of the 5th over. The score 38 for 2, leaving their run pretty late. You see the Tigers' hopes have been fairly dashed in the last couple of overs. Yeah, who faces is so important in this form of the game. And look, it's nothing against Alamin Hussain, who can hold the bat, no doubt. But Sahadat Hussain, you feel he is the man that can really win this game for them. And just didn't have a lot of strike in that over, especially after the loss of Sojib Mia. You feel like he needs to face a bit more. He won't be facing to start the 6th, as it looks like. We will work out who's bowling very shortly. It could be Vishal Mane that's bowling. Interesting, they're not going towards Murali yet. Vandrasi is a good bowler, and I don't think it'll be difficult to get him away in these conditions, because if it when it pitches, it'll skid through. Actually, they have decided it will be Robin Thakral to bowl. And yeah, I don't know about bowling Murali. It just depends how confident he is at holding the ball, I suppose. He is a risk to bowl some real bad balls that could go for boundaries, so it would be a gamble. They're sticking with pace, and they be Thakral bowling the 6th. Run rate required, just headed up to 12.6 and over. It's going to be called a wide. Good shape though from the bowler. See, his principal thing he's thinking about, Alamin Hussain, isn't hitting boundaries. He's looking to just push a one, and kind of so desperate for a one that he almost takes off to the keeper there. But that'll be a wide. Let's see if he can at least do what he's trying to do. Oh, good bowling. And I can feel the frustration from the other end with Sagar Hussain. Yeah, and this is the thing. When you're only looking for a one, then if you miss it, you get nothing. Sometimes you play an attacking shot. If you miss hit it, you might get a one. It's funny how it works. But he doesn't want to swing and miss, basically, here, Hussain. Got hold of that one. It's got through the field. Look at this. And, they'll come back for 2, I think. No, in fact, they won't. No, that's strategic. And I've got to say I probably agree with it based on what I've seen so far. Because otherwise the game can slip away so far. And it's just 1 run. I thought for a second it was going to go for 4. I mean, it seemed to be actually timed so well. Almost carried to the fielder as well. So Sagor Hussain's going to have to do something Herculean if he's going to pull them out of this mess. Here's Thakral. He's hit this in the air. Man's coming towards it, but just lets it bounce. It would have been a difficult one, I think. Basically need 2 boundaries and over from here on in, I think, if they're going to chase this down. We haven't seen a boundary now for 2 overs. So we saw one halfway through the 4th. We're now halfway through the 6th. And you can see that also ramps the pressure up on Sahadat Hussain to go after that recklessly. It's a nice shot out there on the offside, and that will go for 4. Lovely shot there from Alamin Hussain. Well, that's a boundary you've said they haven't scored for a while, and just guided it. A nice shot. And this is the thing. I think he's forgotten about just getting a one at all costs and just batting.
I think he saw, okay, gave the strike back, and Sadat Hussain couldn't do too much with it. I think he's realised, Alamin Hussain, that he's got his role to play as well, and it's not necessarily just nudging ones if that's not working for him. That was really well hit. And so there's one of the boundaries that I think they need off the over. Just 2 balls left now for the Prague Tigers in the 6th.
Bowler comes in again, and this one's hit on the onside, and it's high in the air, and it's going to be 4, I think. Murali out there trying to take the catch, and difficult one, and he's exploded, has Alamin Hussain. Finally getting bat on ball. That one was just a little bit straighter from the than the bowler. And
really good batting. I mean, I like the approach. I think it is 4, no doubt. Hangs in the air a long time, though. Vandrasi, yeah, almost finds his way to the drop zone again. Doesn't get off his feet. Probably a bit conscious of the boundary there. So, Alamin Hussain breaks out, doesn't he? Back-to-back boundaries. He moves up to 11. And Tigers trying to hit the way back into this game. Last ball of the over.
lines are out. Big edge. And that's the end of Alamin Hussain. After hitting a couple of 4s, he'll have to head back to the pavilion.
Yeah, really good catch as well behind the stumps. Jahana Hoke has done a pretty good job back there. No Devendra Singh in the side. You see this one flies to his right. Still going up when it reaches him. And he's pretty happy, as is Thakral, who got hit for back-to-back 4 runs, but then does come up with the wicket of Alamin Hussain, who goes for 11. The score is 49 for 3. 6 overs down. And I think Mohamed Roni asked me what I think my point of no return is. And that's we're talking about the run rate, which once it gets above that high, probably don't think it's coming back, required run rate. I'd say probably about 15 in these conditions. Normally I have it about 18. Maybe a slight caveat because, yeah, Sagar Hussain, who will face up the start of the 7th, he's capable of a magical over, no doubt about it. It'll be Chiganti who comes back on. The skipper, who bought a pretty good over in the 5th, only went for 6 runs. 2 of those were wides. And there, they need a bunch of boundaries. 2 boundaries and over, I think. If they get 2 boundaries and over, then things could be pretty close.
Yeah, he'd be just about there, but it's going to be a very difficult task here. On down leg side, and got away with that, the batsman, and the bowler got away with it as well. It was a bit of a loose ball, and Sagar just almost dragged it back onto his stumps.
Would have gone down the leg side as well, actually.
This is in the air, and it's going to do well. Bit of ice skating there from the fielder.
Yeah, he couldn't decide whether he was coming or going, could he? Thakral. And I think originally he thinks it's coming straight down his throat. And then by the time he kind of takes off, he realises, actually, I'm going to pump the brakes on here and just make sure it doesn't get past me. So just a single. Al Mahmood, new batter.
Nice shot. Cut out to the man deep. Just a single.
Field's been good there. The way they've protected that offside. A lot of balls have gone to that deep point region. Yeah, so 50's up for the Tigers, but yeah, still got a double nut if they're going to pull off a win here, an unlikely win. Barbarians, they'll be wanting some revenge after being, I suppose, I don't know what the word would be, outplayed when they couldn't chase down 61 on Saturday.
It's a bit short, and it's going to be 6. Lovely shot there from Sagar Hussain. Just dropped a bit short, did the bowler Chiganti, and it was right onto that. He's very strong in that area, and that's going to help a lot. That shot just to pump up that score, get closer to the target.
That's so helpful, so helpful. I mentioned the 2 boundaries and over. There's one of them, and it took 4 balls to do. But yeah, just carrying the boundary. He may have even hit the rope that one. So Hussain moves to 28. He's still there. They're still in with a chance.
Chiganti, see what he comes back with. It's been okay this spell. It's down the leg side though. Just losing it a bit now.
And there's no fine leg, so if Hussain was to get a little something on that, it's probably flying away for 4 as well. I think he doesn't want to kick any wides here either and get himself in a tangle. He can afford to get across his stumps a little bit, I feel. Sagar Hussain.
Oh, it's good bowling. And a bit of a fumble. Still looking for that run out.
Yachts. Yeah, that's commitment from the captain, Chiganti, because this is absolutely like Zung in from the fielder. Look at this. And then he decides, okay, I need to try and make this stop. And yeah, that'll hurt on a day like today. Last ball of the over. Mahmood might as well have a swing at this.
Well, it's down leg side, and he's got a bit on it, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Might be leg buys, actually.
Another kicked 4. I tell you what, this has gone straight through his legs, but it grabs a bit of leg on the way, see? And Hoke just can't deal with it. He'll be a bit annoyed, I think, Jahana Hoke, that he can't make that stop. So, well, count them all. And it's the end of 7, 63 for 3. They get the 2 boundaries they wanted. Only one was hit. As we take a look ahead to the second game of the day, which is coming your way in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Prague Tigers versus Moravian Cricket Club. Should be great to see those two teams going at it again. Moravian, they had a good first win, but yeah, they couldn't pull off a win against the Tigers, so they'll have the right to reply. Tigers once again winning the toss and electing to bowl in match 30. So join us for that game, and yeah, we'll have to see if they have the same kind of lineup. Imran Butt listed at 11. I just don't see that happening. So I think they might have got that backwards. And I think they actually have that backwards, that batting lineup. Anyway, we'll see that game coming your way in just over half an hour. We'll know exactly what the batting lineup is.
Yeah, it's Moravians. We'll see them again. I think they're similar teams in a way with the Tigers, where they're not fancied in this group, but they've got some good talent. Have the Moravians up the top of the batting order, same as the Tigers, but I don't think they've got anyone the same quality as Sagar Hussain, who's now on 29 of 22, and it will be Murali.
Yeah, so this is a big point in the game. If he comes off, he can be a match winner, but he could also be really expensive in these conditions.
And he's got him. Well, that's turned the game completely. And as I mentioned, the ball will skid on with the spin just because of this wet pitch, and probably not the right shot to play. First up by Sagar Hussain, and Murali, the linchpin, I guess, with the bowling for this Barbarian side, comes up with a huge wicket in the context of this game. And just a little fist pump there from Murali. That was a nice bit of deception. Gave it plenty of flight. And the ball, as I mentioned, skidding through and taking the off stump. Going to be difficult now for the Tigers. We'll bring Alam, who's been so good with the ball, but probably not as strong with the bat to face Murali. And we know that the Tigers can fold, as you saw them yesterday when Gunasekharan took 6 Tiger wickets for 5 runs, including a hat-trick. See if Murali can get a few more of these Tigers back in the sheds. Oh, nice variation there from Murali. Just a little bit slow. He's holding his hamstring. Happy he hasn't tweaked something. It's so important for this Barbarian side, and they're playing again just after this game against Moravians. And again, and this one's just slammed into his foot by the batsman.
Yeah, so look, well done to Vandrasi. I said it's difficult conditions for the wrist spinner, but he got it absolutely spot on straight away. So good captaincy as well from Harsha Chaganti to bowl him. Now it seems a long way back for the Tigers.
Bit of a dodgy inside edge, just going towards the boundary. It's fast down there, and it's the keeper that chases it. And they'll come back for 2. Well backed up. There were 4 Barbarians there at the stumps. And this has been a very good over so far from Vandrasi, just keeping his cool.
Just 2 big hits away from getting back in this game. It's just hard to see where they'll come from at the moment. It's Vandrasi's bowled an excellent over here in the 8th. The pressure's been on, he's delivered. It's
2 big hits and over though, Vinny. I just don't see it happening for the Tigers. Now that their big guns are out.
Yeah, what a very good over. Controlled the ball well. Don't know about the keeper rolling it back along the ground at him. Would be too happy if I was a leg spinner with that. Anyway, starts to get the moisture off the ball. Last ball of Vandrasi's over. It's been a very good one.
Oh, lovely bowling. It's a bit of an appeal for a stumping, but not out. But what a fantastic over.
Well, they're going to have a look at this. So, I don't know. He does kind of step out a bit. Oh, that could be close, you know. I just got a feeling this is out just by the fact that I think he's out. Let's have a look. We'll slow it down as much as we can. I think he's going to be in a bit of trouble here at Jar Alarm. But that's the keeper in me speaking. Look here as it comes down. I don't think his bat comes down first. Oh, you're making a sweat on this one. Here we go. And keep rolling that forward. Here we go. And I think he is, just in. All right, I'm biased. Now I know I'm biased. He does get down just in time. Jar Alarm has a good bit of work to get on the stumps pretty quickly. So he survives, and the score is 65 for 4, 2 overs remaining. What a good over, though. Take nothing away from Vandrasi. Look at that over. Just 2 runs, 1 wicket, almost a second at the end. And you feel like that has put the game out of sight for the Tigers.
Well, apart from just the 2 runs coming from the over, the wicket was the main batsman for the Tigers. So yeah, I think that's really turned it, and I don't see the Tigers getting back from here. And, nice ball from Robin Thakral, and it's going to be very tough. The Tigers have been very good in this tournament, but the Barbarians, well, we know they only had won 1 game. They've been a bit, more missed than hit in this tournament so far, but they've got a chance of getting up to 6 points in the next game against Moravians if they do win against the Tigers. So it's a potentially huge day for the Barbarians after an awful day yesterday.
Yeah, it's a new dawn, or maybe they're the wet bandits, because they seem to have played well in slightly different conditions today, but they've outplayed the Tigers here. Ultimately, Vandrasi has been a difference maker with the bat and the ball, in fact, in this game. Also, I think that Jana Hoke has been good opening the batting and doing a job behind the stumps.
It's been hit down to long on, just a single.
Phil G in the chat saying my last over was spoken like a true wicket keeper. Yeah, well, I do love stumpings. But, that one wasn't one, but I don't think it'll bother the Barbarians too much. They're going to get some revenge on the Tigers here in an over and a half.
Bit of a wandering batsman there in Alam, and he's trying desperately to get the runs they need, but it's just a bit of a swing and a hope, I think, at the moment for the Tigers. And that's what Barbarians did so well, as they hit along the ground. They hit proper cricket shots into the gap. And they use the pace of the skidding wicket. Again, good bowling there from Thakral. Saw the batsman coming, just dropped it in a bit short. So I've got to say, the Barbarians look like the better cricket team today, apart from some Saga Hussain, who was hitting the ball nicely for the Tigers. The Barbarians well on top. And again, that's called a wide. It was a touch and go, that one, but obviously the umpire thought it might have caught a line, and
that one to me probably is inside, I think, but not easy to see through the rain, so we'll give him that one. And so Thakral will get another opportunity to take a wicket, so we'll give him that. He's taken 13 off his bowling.
Nice shot out there over the top, and that'll be 4 runs. So he finally gets one in the right slot and capitalises on it, does the batsman. Just a comment from the man in the chat. Some horses run better in the mud. Looks like these guys play better in rain. Well, that's the Barbarians for you.
They're waterproof, the Barbarians. We know that now. 9 overs down, 71 for 4. And just clarifying, their schedule today is the Prague Tigers playing the Barbarians right now. The Tigers will play Moravian next.
Sorry about that.
Game.
Sorry about that, Vinny.
That's okay. It is Vinaradi and Barbarians. They'll play at 1 p.m. Local, which is 4:30 in India. And then the final game of the day, Vinaradi, Moravian. And once again, hopefully the weather holds. It hasn't been ideal conditions, but well done to the players. They've gotten through this one. Here is the last over, and Jurassic gets a chance to try and grab another wicket. So, yeah, he's been brilliant for the Barbarians. He stood up, hasn't he? They needed someone to do so. And it's been a good team effort, though, I'd say. No one's really gone the journey with the ball, and they only needed 3 batters.
This one's out towards the You're right there. Udegali hasn't put a foot wrong
He's been
today.
good. Yeah, he's been excellent. Fielded well as well.
Comes Vandrassi again. It's at plenty of flight, and you can hear the frustration from the Tigers. Just another single. And this game will peter out. It'll be a good win for the Barbarians. And excellent couple of overs there from Vandrassi. Flight again, and there's a stumping. Oh, it's going to go to the replay. And, he was well out and then might have just snuck back.
All right.
Looks like Hoke's pretty confident though.
Yeah, Hoke, he wants the stumping, doesn't he? Oh, I reckon that's the same as the one before, but now I might be wrong. Again, let's have a look. It's a race between the bat and the stumps.
Yeah, he's home.
Yeah, is he just down? That's the shot.
The bail seems stuck on though.
Yeah, it did seem like that way. I don't think that's the shot, which I think shows that the bat's on the ground, and I don't think. Yeah, that's the shot to me that says he's gotten back. So I probably don't want to spend too long out there deliberating, because it looks like the rain's got a little bit heavier. Hopefully we don't have any delays to the next game, which is starting in about 25 minutes.
Plenty of flight, and the batsman moving across to his off stump.
Shahar Hoke's kept really well. He's taken 2 catches and 2 half stumpings, I suppose, and also batted really well. So a couple of player of the match candidates. Hoke, don't forget, scored 48 not out. Vandrassi 21 not out, and the key wicket of Sagar Hussain.
This one's hit on the offside, on the leg side, sorry, and that's 4 runs behind square. Nice little shot there off the last ball of the innings. It'll be a very good win for the Barbarians, who batted superbly. And it was just shy of a 40 for the wicketkeeper today, Shahnu Hoke, that really set that innings. Good little contributions also from Murali, but the Tigers just not quite getting going. Lots of swings and misses, and no one really hanging around too long with their star, Sagar Hussain, who fell to a very good ball from the very impressive Murali Vandrassi.
Yeah, he got it right straight away, didn't he, Murali? So well done to the Barbarians. This tightens things up in this group even more, doesn't it? Because the Tigers, they go to a 3-2 record. The Barbarians 2-3. Spartans have 3 wins also. They've got the day off today. Moravians, they've got the opportunity to add to their account next, and they might sense a bit of an opportunity against the Tigers, who have been out in less than ideal conditions this morning. And Vinarati later on, and of course, they'll try and get their first points on the board. But right now, it's all about the Barbarians. 178, your final in match 29. As we go into some of the highlights of the second half, it was always going to be tough to chase that many runs. Sagar, he came out there and he was pretty keen to get things moving early on. He was the beneficiary of a couple of free hits, in fact, from Madashetty. He didn't quite get it right. Eventually, it was the batter that didn't get it right. Imran Butt going for a duck. Nice catch taken there by Uday Gali. And although they got the occasional boundary away, you felt that it was just Sahadat Hussain keeping them in the match, because Sajib Mia ultimately would be caught behind after hitting a nice boundary. And apart from that, we saw kind of fits and starts. But ultimately, the Barbarians, they took enough chances and they'd scored enough runs, essentially, to win this game here in match 29.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough for the Tigers. And you think that you would have had a bit of, if you had a bit of support, Sagar Hussain from Imran Butt and from Sajib Mia, who's been really very good in the last couple of days, then they could have got near this total, but there's too much for Sagar to handle by himself. And the Prague Barbarians, back on track. Good win against the Tigers. And we'll see them again later in the day. The Tigers, we'll see them against Moravian next. And the Moravians, they are very good up top. Get to see how they can handle the Prague Tigers. And if they get a couple of the top batsmen early, especially Sagar Hussain, then they have a very good chance.
Yeah.
It will be the Prague Tigers who will bowl first. And likewise, getting a couple of the top order, I think. Definitely Dirash Thakur and Om Sharma, probably the pick of the two batsmen so far for Moravians.
And when they missed out, Moravians missed out yesterday against the Tigers. So An opportunity for Moravians to get the runs on the board. And they'll be hoping to do pretty much what the Barbarians did to them. I wonder if they've learned a little bit from that last game. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. That is coming in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Right now, let's have a look at the chase. And it was always going to be a lot of runs to get, 101 in these conditions. And ultimately, 29 from Sahadat Zagor Hussain was the top score. Apart from that, pair of 11s for Alamin Hussain and Achar Alam, 11 not out at the end. But yeah, they just fell off. And Imran Butt going for a duck did hurt them. A bit of struggles with control. I suppose you'd expect that at this stage. There's 12 wides, 2 no balls and a bye, 15 avoidables in there, but still didn't hurt them too much as they ran out winners by 22 runs in the first match of the day. Looking at the bowlers, well, they shared the wickets around, but I've got to say Vandrasi, for me, he was the best of the bowlers, 1 for 9 of his 2, coming in a pressure situation. All of the others went between 12 and 19. Chiganti was the only one to miss out on a wicket, but he still bowled pretty well. It was a good return to form, I think, for the skipper. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back in about 15 minutes, we'll be ready to take you into the second match of the day. It's the Tigers. They won the toss. They've sent in Moravians. So hopefully you're back for that one. Hopefully the rain stays off. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great day. Hope the sun's out in your part of the world at least. We'll be back on ECN shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic. It is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and you are with us for day 8 of action, and we're heading into match 30 between Moravian and Prague Tigers. Prague Tigers, we already saw this morning as the Barbarians got some revenge on the Tigers as the Tigers went down in that one. Vinny Sandu here, and alongside me is Danny Hudacek. We're heading into the second game of the day. Again, not ideal conditions, just some light rain falling at the moment, but we are going to get a start, which is good to see. And look, the Tigers, they'll be hoping to bounce back. Won't be easy, though, against Moravian's side. They did underperform it a little bit, I think, particularly with the bat last night. The Tigers were able to chase down their score in the 6th over. And certainly Moravians, they've shown with their first win in their first game in this series that they've got a bit of talent as well. And they'll be hoping to get some revenge, I think.
Absolutely. Look, they're very similar in a sense that they rely on the top order to get the runs. And if that top order clicks, then they'll put a lot of pressure on the Tigers, who are stinging after that defeat against the Barbarians.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's look at some of the teams as well, that some of the players we'll see in the teams today, and you can see that Moravian had 2 of the key batters missed out yesterday with Diraj Thakur and Om Sharma, who particularly were pretty influential in their win. They missed out in the loss to the Tigers last night. It's a rematch of match number 28, and the news from the toss was that the Prague Tigers won the toss, elected to bowl first. So that is what they've elected to do. And we saw them bowling first and conceding 100 in the first game of the day, and not ultimately being able to chase that down. So I guess we'll see what happens in this one. And according to the bat versus ball, all predicting 92 to 78 to the Tigers. So liking the Tigers' chances. Just have a look at their average runs against for the Tigers, only conceding 72 on average. Moravians, okay, they've only just played the 2 games, but average runs 479. So you feel like that's the opportunity, a bit like last night for the Tigers to jump all over Moravians and keep them to a low score. But I don't think that'll be easy, and it looks like Diraj Thakur is going to open the batting. I do like that as a move, good positive move from them. And we get ready for some play. Once again, welcoming you to the broadcast, wherever you're watching from. Whether you're watching from inside Europe or maybe outside. And we've got a lot of viewers watching on the Indian subcontinent on FanCode. And also, I know that plenty of people love to get involved on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. There's also a live chat in there. We'd love for you to drop us a comment. Perhaps if you're joining us for the first time, let us know how you got on to ECN. Right now, we're almost ready to go. And yeah, there's just been a bit of a nuisance, this persistent light rain, Danny, which has made stuff a little bit uncomfortable for the players, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult to field in these conditions. Ball skidding off the surface, so you think you're behind the ball and it rockets past you. Also catching is quite hard. We saw a couple of catches go down in the previous game. Interesting move up top. It'll be the skipper Almamud to open the bowling, and but Diraj Thakur is the main man, I think, along with Om Sharma for the Moravians. If they had a look at how the Barbarians batted in these conditions, I think it was the perfect innings for the Barbarians. Just it's going to be loose bowling because the ball's going to be a little bit harder to grip, and they punished the loose bowling, but didn't take too many risks, did the Barbarians. Comes the first ball.
Yeah, here we go. Al Mahmood to open up. Gets driven back, and nice hands from the captain. Yeah, interesting they haven't gone to Ajar Alam first over. He's been really reliable with that responsibility. But the captain, Al Mahmood, is the man that is going to do it. He's been steady. Has been a little bit expensive in some games, but he's bowling to Thakur here in the first. Pretty good ball. Just kind of angles in and shapes away. That's exactly what Thakur is motioning. What a good opportunity for Shakur to build an innings as well. We talked about it's not easy conditions for anyone, but I think the batters, when they've hit the ball hard, it's tested the fielder, and they've got a few extra runs in that way.
Do you think that the skipper opening the bowling wanted to bowl with a dry ball?
Yeah, actually, there might be something in it. It's next one is a run, the first in the contest, going to Thakur. I think that's very smart. That is his reasoning.
I remember playing in the club team back home, and every time the ball went into the drink or somewhere got damaged, it was always, here you go, Danny, have a bowl. So it's skippers for you.
What I would say is these balls have pretty pronounced seams, which does assist with gripping them. Surrendering on strike for the first time. He just deflects away to the fielder. They get one. That's good running. That's the other thing I think. That's the running between the wickets has become even more important and highlighted today with the slippery conditions, because it's not so easy for the fielders to handle that ball and get it in cleanly.
You're right about the balls, man. They're very good balls for this format. They go through quite a few of them in each of these tournaments. Comes the bowler. Just flicked around the corner. That's 4 runs. Poor bowling, and that's what I was saying. There's going to be the loose ball or two in the over like that. A full toss on leg stump, and wasn't overhit there by Thakur. Just turned around the corner, very fast down there, and lovely shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. Going without a fine leg carries its risks. They typically have packed the offside field. Often that kind of 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. That's the 9 available fielders when you take out the bowler and the keeper. But yeah, just getting it slightly wrong there. Mahmood and paying the penalty. Still, this over's only gone for 6. And make that 7. This will be a wide down leg side. Pete Vincent's out there now. Nice to see him in the middle.
He loves these conditions, does Pete Vincent.
Reminds him of home, I'm sure. Here is hopefully the last ball of the over. A bit of bounce from Mahmood as he gets that one past the edge of Thakur. It's the end of the first over. The score is 7 without loss. It gives us a chance to have a look at some of the top performers for these two teams so far in the series. You see, Sagar Hussain's been so good, hasn't he? 126 runs. Imran Butt probably disappointed us a little bit after that first game. And Sajid Mia with 61 runs. As far as their bowling, you can see that it's been Russell Mia. That's the top wicket taken out for the Tigers. For Moravians, well, you got Thakur, who scored 53 in the series. Sharma following up with 39. And Sharma, captain, also there, leading wicket taker. So they would be the key performers, I would say, as we start the second over. And the first ball gets passed for a wide. And they've decided to bowl Ajar Alam here in the second. This was the first ball of the second over. Just sneaking past the edge of Vicky Surendran.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers for me for this Tigers team. Maybe he hasn't taken too many wickets as Ajar Alam, but it's been very tight, and he's troubled every batsman he's bowled to. And if he gets a wicket here early, it'll really help the Tigers along the way.
Well bowled. And what I would say is that I like the way that Ajar Alam gets a fair bit out of his very short run up that he's employing here. Still getting a bit on the ball, probably going off 4 or 6 steps. But yeah, hurrying the batter, I think. Just skidding off this surface a little bit. And this one gets absolutely through the batter, and it gets through the keeper as well. As Mahmudul Hasham behind the stumps, and had to deal with that. Kind of on the second bounce, almost Yorks himself. So a bit too slippery for anyone to handle. And that'll be 4 to the total.
Might have kept a bit low. We've seen a couple really kick because of this pitch. That one just kept a little bit low and bounced just in front of the keeper. Didn't get anything behind it. So tried to dive bravely at the ball. But 4 buys, that'll help the Moravians.
Yeah, take him however he can get them. I'll say hello to Khawaja Shan, who has just said in the chat that tomorrow he's going to Multan Cricket Stadium to watch the Pakistan versus West Indies match. Well, I hope you have a great time, Khawaja. Deflected away. This will be 1 out to the deep backward point. And he's saying, but today he is focused on the... So after 2 overs, the score is 13 without loss. And if you just joined us, you do probably want to know what's happening in Group B. And we can tell you on the table, things are getting pretty interesting because you know that the Barbarians got their second win of the series in the first match of the day. Took them to a 2-3 record. The Tigers still have 3 wins, so they're still kind of just above the Barbarians with the 6 points. Spartans have the day off today, so the Tigers can go back to the top of the table with a win here. Moravians, haven't seen them today yet. They're playing now, and they're also playing the last game against Vinarati, who are winless. And they'll be desperate to get some points on the board. Seems like forever that Vinorati have been in this tournament but haven't been able to register a win. But that's because they played on Saturday. We had the rest day on Sunday for everybody, and then the rest day for Vinorati on Monday. So I bet your guys will be raring to go this afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. And I know Venky got them pumped up to get their first win on the board. There's a new bowler. Yeah, it's Al-Mahmood to continue, actually.
Yeah, Al-Mahmood's going to bowl out. And yeah, so smart, because he's just going to try and bowl with the dry ball, the drier ball. But yeah, still, we've seen some real competitive cricket this morning.
Yeah, Barbarians, I think they've batted very well in these conditions, and Moravians are doing a similar task, not taking too many risks. It's been good bowling up front, especially from the very impressive Ajay Alam.
And let's see where we're at with the Tigers, because they were absolute bundles of enthusiasm on Saturday, but I'm just running out of gas a little bit. Looked like in that first game, found it hard to get up in the field, because it is intense cricket. I mean, you play 8 matches and then potentially quarterfinals and finals day. It's very hard to continue to keep kind of finding that intensity, particularly in the field. I think where you're trying to do it as a team unit and create a kind of energy about you. So yeah, this is a real testing game, I think, for the Tigers. Takua whips this off the pads and he's going to get 4 here. It's really good batting from Dheeraj. Just got something a little bit straight. And you can see, despite the rain that's been falling on this field over the last 24 hours, this one still skates away and races to the boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Didn't try to overhit it. Hit it along the ground, and along with the ball rolls, the wetter it gets and the more difficult it gets for the bowlers and the fielders. So really good batting there from Thakur. Not taking any risks yet.
Come back ball from Mahmood. Gets it wrong. And full toss, but this one doesn't beat the fielder. This is borderline. I think it's just below the waist. Still, yeah, probably fair enough. See, Joe Foster gave that a real wince. I think it's probably a fair enough decision. Surrendered them back on strike. Just a few more struggles getting going. This one's a wide that gets away from the keeper. And this one gets him on the end of the fingers as well. Well, he's throwing the gloves out. Now they're going to go for 2 because there's nobody home. And we'll just have a look at this. If ever you want to see a calamity, that's Mamadul Hasham, who I think got one on the edge of the thumb in the last game. He ends up kind of throwing the glove off in kind of angst. And then because he disappeared, there's no one back at the stumps, and they make the smart decision to come back for 2. So that'll be 3 wides to the total.
Tell you what, the bowler, the skipper Al-Mahmood, the fielder rolled the ball back to him. He had to go and fetch it. It's going to be very wet now. Good ball.
And these are little things that you can do, I think, to make things easier for your bowler. And then this will be 4 down the ground. Well, that just seemed to be a push, didn't it? But the lock-on was so wide. So he got that short mid wicket in place as well. So yeah, he wouldn't fancy this to beat the fielder. But there's absolutely nobody in a kind of traditional mid-on or long-on position. So good batting from Surendran, who breaks out. Our last ball of the 3rd over coming up. So it's in the same direction this time. Does find the fielder, Sharif Samir, who cleans up. It's the end of the over. End of the power play. Moravian are 27 for no loss. So interesting power play. Who do you think's ahead in this cricket match, or do you think it's fairly even?
Well, I think the fact that there's no wickets down for Moravians and they're going at 9 and over, I'd have to say that the Moravians are looking pretty good at the moment. And just apart from Alam, who's troubled them a bit, I think Al-Mahmood has been a bit loose. 14 off that last over, and just too many runs for me.
Got to say, I mean, yeah, Phil G, let's say this first, said, got to send kudos to Vinosh ground staff for keeping this ground in such great condition despite a bit of rain about overnight. Yeah, no doubt about it. And still, it's been persistent light rain that's kind of hampered things this morning, but still hasn't been heavy enough to pull the players off the field. But yeah, it's been an interesting start by the Tigers. I'm going to ask you a question in a moment about kind of energy. It sounds very new agey, But to me, it seems the Tigers have come out a bit flat here. And same as this morning. And it's a very curious thing. And I don't think there's much you can kind of say scientifically on this. I know I've played in some really big games where we've got everything to play for. It's a huge game, a high level of competition, and we've just come out flat. We've just come out flat. And what I mean by that is we don't seem to be, working as a unit. Doesn't seem to be that enthusiasm there, even though everyone individually is trying to make it happen. It's really cute. Have you ever played in games like that where you're trying to get fired up and you just can't?
All the time. But it happens in sport a lot. And you see, I follow football quite keenly, and my Wolverhampton Wanderers in England. I'll come back to that. And then some games they come out and they can barely kick a ball, and other times they look like the greatest team in the world, and it does happen, and it's a psychology, I guess, but at the same time it's the whole team, and I don't know.
You can just tell when it's happening. You don't have it. You don't have it.
Yeah.
which kind of, you compare this Prague Tigers lineup to the one that we saw, defending 60, for example, on Saturday. I know it's a different circumstance, but it's just something I perceived this morning.
Yeah, sometimes you go to the zoo and you see the animals and they're nice and bright and happy, and other times it's raining and they look miserable because they're covered in rain, and the dogs are the same.
Yeah.
My Oki was born in the Czech Republic, and so she doesn't mind the rain at all. Talia was born in Dubai, and so basically she'll run out onto the terrace, and if there's a slight splotch of rain, she runs back inside, whereas Oki doesn't really care.
Sounds familiar. Well, this has just worked away, and I think this will probably be 4 as well. It is. So once again, no fine leg, and you can see Russell Mia has come into the attack now. This wasn't really an outside leg stump, but it seems to kind of seam back in from outside off and taken off the stump. So Takua just kind of tapping that one down to fine leg for 4. And I wonder if this will force a field change at some point. And Takua has made a pretty strong start to this innings.
This is a bit like Groundhog Day. It's very much like the Barbarians innings in the first game today against the Tigers, where they're not taking any risks. The ball's going along the ground. They're getting the odd boundary, and they're going at 9 and over. So it's looking really good at the moment for the Moravians, and Takua is batting nicely. I hope I haven't put the mockers on him though.
A bit like the Tigers though, they do rely heavily on their top order. And once again, you can put this with the rest because he's played this leg glance so well, Diraj, in this innings. Mia gets a bit too straight, pays the price once again, and Groundhog Day continues as that's a shot Bill Murray would have been proud of. And we'll take Takua up to 20.
Not sure if he's played much cricket, Bill Murray, but if it was Groundhog Day, I'm sure he could learn.
This is a question that we had. It was a while ago, and it was in the Netherlands actually when I was on with Corey in the ECS. And we know that Baz de Leyder was playing for the Netherlands in New Zealand the week before, and then playing, they were #1 ranked ODI team in the world, I think, New Zealand, when he was playing for the Netherlands national team. Then came back and played ECS.
Oh, it's another one.
There you go. You might as well leave him down there. And in fact, they have put a fine leg in, but he's not fine enough. So nothing working at the moment, as yet another ball is worked in that quarter of the field. Cuatro Cadenas Master Diraj on fire at the moment. Raining 4s. He moves to 24.
Just a clever cricket shot. Doesn't try to overhit it. The ball's there to be flicked down towards the leg side. He's comfortable there. And even though there's a man there, it's just good cricket.
Yeah, so the discussion we're talking about is that the biggest difference in levels of cricket between 2 consecutive matches that anyone's ever done? And we thought maybe it was, because the ECS in Netherlands, no disrespect to it, of course, we love it, but I mean, going from absolute top level ODI cricket to ECS cricket, this is a pretty good straight shot. They're going to take some stopping, and that's well done down there by Sahanat Sagor Hussain, and so will be the end of the over. And so after 4 overs, it is 41 without loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Danny Hudacek. And we're sitting here in our giant ice cube. We've got the walls on today because we're just protecting ourselves against the potential weather. Yeah, so we were talking about the difference in 2 levels of cricket playing consecutive games. And then someone came up with, might have been Bertus de Jong, who is a journalist there in the Netherlands. He said that Andrew Flintoff played a test match for England against South Africa, and then the very next day, or a couple of days later, he was playing in a charity match, and he was facing Mick Jagger and Eric Clapton. And I can't remember all the names, but he said Eric Clapton as bad as you'd expect, but Mick Jagger surprisingly good. So there you go. That's a funny story.
Stories about Mick Jagger in cricket, actually.
Yeah.
My ex-boss in France used to play for the French national team at one stage, but also was captain of Mick Jagger's team. He has a very nice chateau down on the Loire.
I've heard of
and
that.
a nice turf pitch. He's a very, very keen cricketer, is Mick Jagger.
Yeah.
The problem is, and we'll come back to that in a moment, because I thought it's a
Can't wait for the end of this
interesting
story.
little story.
Oh, there you go. Well, some balls have been going down there off one side of the bat. This one goes up the other side. Diraj, well, he pretty much has a claim to own that that part of the field now, as he finds another one, and he's laughing at himself, saying, well, I don't know how that went there, but I'll take it. 4 more runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. That inside edge, can't really
Lovely
set
result.
a feel to that.
Tell me about what you were saying about Mick Jagger and the field.
So this friend used to get a bit annoyed because he'd organise a team. They played in the French league. And, going down leg. Whoa, could be in trouble though.
That's a guilty run by Takua. And I think he's saying there's a run there. Normally when you see people running here, it's because they're worried about the appeal. All right? So he takes off, and let's just say he didn't get much response out of Vicky Surendran.
Surendran was just turned around and started walking back.
Gave him the cold shoulder, didn't he? He's saying, well, that's where the ball went. And said, how would I know? I wasn't watching.
Oh, umpire killer there. And did well, the fielder again. It's the second time he's hit one down there in a couple of balls.
Pete's done very well to get out of the way of this, because this was drilled. Oh, I'll
Fancy
take
footwork.
that'll fright you. Fright a couple of years off your life.
Nice comment from Phil G. Mick Jagger does tend to over appeal, but the umpires have to remind him that they can't always get what he wants.
All right, the action comes so fast here. Can you please tell me what you're going to say?
This friend, he was captain of Mick Jagger's team in France. This was quite a few years ago, 15 odd years ago, just a bit more than that. And he would organise a team, and then Mick would phone him up. So a swing and a miss. Mick would phone him up and say, "Oh, I've got some mates coming. Can you
Slot him in.
Can you slot him in? There'll be 6 of them."
Is that right?
And Mick's he's wonderful for cricket. I don't think he's the greatest cricketer, especially at 60-something years old. Now he's in his 70s, but
yeah.
At the time, since down leg side again, called it wide. But he'd bring his mates, and they'd be up in France, and they'd be enjoying a few wines.
Sounds pretty cool.
Oh,
I
fantastic.
I like the idea of an ECS at Mick Jagger's ground.
That would be.
Elton John's also quite into his cricket as well, I think.
Didn't realise. I knew he was into football. He was chairman of Watford Club a while ago. Didn't know he was into cricket though.
All right, here we go. Last ball of the over, and it is walked out. It is just clipped away, and this one was almost an amnesia causer. Instead, it is blocked. They get 2. They think about a third. Now they'll get one. It gets through the backup fielder. So Takua, he does well. Those long legs pumping away. That also brings up the 50 with a triple. And at the end of the 5th over, the score is 50 without loss. Let's have a look at this running. It's very, very good, because firstly, they're looking for 2s, which I think is the key on this ground, especially with the ball getting slippery. And then that somehow went past everybody. And well done to them for being alert to the 3rd run. So Moravians halfway to the 100, which is exactly what the Barbarians got against the Tigers earlier this morning. And there you go, the 50 has come up according to that. And Takua 30 off 18, very good so far. Surendran 10, just playing his role. And Moravians, a bit like the Barbarians, they're wanting some revenge on the Tigers, who beat them earlier in the series.
I think they're looking good. I know you tipped the Moravians at the start of this game, and they are looking very, very good. It's still a long way to go, though. But they're, as I said, they're batting a lot like what Barbarians did against this Tigers attack. Did in the previous game. Just hitting the ball on the ground, or smashed at that player at short cover and almost knocked him off his feet. Did well there.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the fact that it's difficult conditions. That one wasn't a catch, it was a bump ball. He did well to block it.
It was more self-preservation.
Yeah, it was.
Really coming straight at him. Called a wide there, that ball.
Joe Foster out there in the middle. Very experienced umpire, very good umpire, got to say. And along with Pete Vincent, a lot of experience and cricket IQ about them. And Joe Foster, in fact, one of the umpires selected to umpire at the European Cricket League earlier this year, the Champions League of European Cricket, a series where champion club from a whole load of European countries take part against each other. Of course, Prague CC represented the Czech Republic, the Kings. They didn't disgrace themselves either. And I know a lot of people worldwide enjoyed watching Arun and the Beast and some of their work earlier in that tournament. This is pitched up, goes for it. His leg side again. They may press for two, but clean pickup won't allow it. So it's been a pretty good over so far from Alamin Hussain, who's had a bit more of a leading role, I think, with some of the players missing out in this side today. So we've seen him batting a bit higher. Bowling is at least one over. This one keeps low and gets past the keeper. It's alert running as well from Surendran. I'll get through for a bite.
Yeah, it's a kind of over the needed. The Tigers just a little bit tighter, just limiting the batsmen. And as the more tight overs like this, the more desperate they're going to get runs. The Moravians looking okay, going about 9.5 and over. And this just putting the brakes on a little bit here, as they're saying. This one's hit towards the outfield, straight for a single.
Yeah, just a single there. So Shaukat Ali in the chat saying he loves Asian Latina. He wants to know when the matches, when they will be playing. Well, they'll be playing in the Rome leg, I assume. Although we haven't had the exact schedules yet, but the Rome leg of the ECS Italy. So that's coming up in July. This one sneaks through, blocked by the keeper. So pretty good over from Hussain. Just 3 and a bye off it. So 4 in total. The score is now 54 for no loss. So just like that, the run rate goes from 50 after 5. It was 10 and over. And with the good over there, it's now only 9 and over. So yeah, very, very well executed over. You can see here, hanging in the balance, you see that the gold worm of Moravians has just crept above that of the Tigers. They kind of intersected in that 4th over where there were those 3 consecutive 4s, if you remember, off the bat of Diraz Thakur. Yeah, so the Rome series will be in, I'm going to say, probably the 18th of July. Don't quote me on that. So we have 5 weeks in Italy. Asian Latina, very, very good side. They will take part in the 4th week and potentially the 5th week, which is also in Rome. It's the Super Series, the best performance from the first 4 weeks. And the winner of that will actually go to ACL in 2023. And this is gone. And finally, we have a wicket. Sahadat Sagar Hussain has come on, and he's got that one right. He's got it full. He's got it straight. Perhaps a bit of a way movement. And Vicky Surendran couldn't deal with it, maybe brushing the pad on the way past. But the first wicket falls, and Moravians are 55 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good ball, that. And just putting the squeeze on in these last couple of overs of the Tigers. That's a beauty.
Probably goes straight through. And to be honest, I thought it was fuller than that. I didn't realise exactly how far Surendran had come down the track. You see he was good 1.5 meters, 2 metres down the track, but he's got to go. Might not be the worst for Moravians either. I think Surendran did his job. 12 off 17 he ends up with, but Om Sharma, he really showed that he can give it a whack. And for him to come out with about 4 overs left, I think it's a situation that suits him.
He's the right man, I think, for this Moravian side. And with Diraz Thakur doing very well from the other end, I'm sure he'll move the strike around. But Om Sharma is the skipper here for Moravians. He's been pretty good so far in this tournament, as has the man who's bowling more with the bat, but it's been useful with the ball as well, as Sagar Hussain.
Yeah, well bowled. This one just keeps Om Sharma on the crease. The Moravians, don't forget, I first saw them on ECN in 2020 where they didn't really have the results they wanted. They didn't win a game in 3 attempts in the Brno leg of the ECN Czech Super Series. They certainly got things off to a winning start here after having the Saturday off in Group B. They came to the party yesterday with a win in their very first ECS match. Tom Sharma gets off the mark with a little turn to leg.
Yeah, as I mentioned, they're a lot like the Tigers in the sense that the top order is pretty strong. Probably not as strong as the Tigers, but this man, Tiras Dakour,
is important for them. Oh dear, that's a proper slip up, isn't it? And that's lucky that's nowhere near Dakour, who's a pretty hard man to bowl it over.
He is quite tall.
It would have been a wide anyway, but because it was so high, it'll be called a no ball. Now look at this, is it on the screen? Not just. Fairly easy call. This will be a first warning. And now it's a free hit for Sharma. Nice chance for him to get his innings going. I think if you get a free hit early in your innings, it really gives you a chance to relax. I think often when you're early in your innings, you feel a bit tense. So just have that pressure relieved for a ball. Know that you can't be out, obviously except for a run out. But I think just see official first warning. Get a first warning, then there'll be a final warning if he bowls another one. The third time he'll be off. Hope it doesn't come to that. Free hit. Yeah, so much for confidence building as Sharma misses out on it. Pretty good comeback from Hussain.
Yeah, it was. You mentioned that it gives you confidence if you ever free hit it, but if you miss it, then it doesn't really help you. I think it would have been. It's better off playing a normal cricket shot. I know it's just a little. Let's see go.
This is going to take some catching. It's hanging a long time. It's going to fall safely. It's going to fall in a little pocket of grass. Now they're going to take on a 2. They're going to go the long way. Sharma has to leg it out. Oh, they're going to have a look at this.
I think he dropped the ball, but whether he dropped it onto the stumps, I'm not sure.
That's the question. I don't think, looking at the reaction of the keeper, that he's pretty confident about it. So this one, firstly, I thought someone's surely going to have to get some hands on it, but you saw it fell perfectly. And Sharma was just slow to go for that second. In the end, Sharif hurls it in. Not super sure about that. Firstly, he might be in. So I'm going to have to actually look at this first. I'll look at this a couple of times. And yeah, my feeling, it just looked a bit like it's the hands that take the stumps. Yeah, I mean, the stumps go down. See, the ball never really seemed to go cleanly into his gloves. So probably the next shot might show it. I don't think the ball's... It might be touching, but is he holding the ball? And I think they've given it. So I think they think that at the moment that the ball hits the stumps, the ball is loosely in his gloves. So there was a shot there that kind of showed it.
I'm pretty shocked at this, Vinny.
Yeah.
I thought his right glove took the leg stump.
This may show it as well. Maybe it
get
won't.
out of the way.
Yeah, bad timing. I can see what that was given on. The ball was loosely in his hands, and at the moment he breaks the stumps, I think that it's been determined that he was holding the ball. It's a tough one. It's one that probably caught me a bit by surprise as well. But there was a shot there where you saw the stumps being broken, the ball in contact with the gloves. There was, at the very moment the stumps were knocked over.
I don't think he had the ball in his gloves. I think what's happened is that he's turned it onto the stumps, and I think the ball has hit the stumps.
Yeah.
But if you have a look at the leg stump, it's looked like it's been dragged by his glove, so because the stump was back. So
super interesting.
Oh, that's close.
Let's just head down the leg side.
I mean, I think the ball hit the stumps, but whether he took the stumps at the same time, I'm not sure, because if he's broken the stumps with his glove, even though the ball hits, is that going to be out?
Yeah, well, if it wasn't the ball that took the bails off, then you have to knock the stumps over. Now, stumps do get knocked over, but I feel like by the time that happened, he would have been in.
But he didn't have the ball in his hand to knock the stumps over.
Yeah. Good point. So it's one of those ones. I think that the umpire felt that the ball essentially does break the stumps, or it was the hand breaking the stumps, but that hand is holding the ball. So an interesting one, but as it is, it's the end of the 7th over. 59 for 2. Just a reminder about where we're at in this tournament. We're in the middle of Group B at the moment. This is match 30. So after this, we're actually halfway through Group B. You can see that it was Prague CC, Bohemians, United, and Brno. They're the 4 teams that qualify from Group A. They'll be joined by the top 4 performers in Group B. Right now, you have absolutely no idea who will be out of this tournament as we get back to the action. The first ball knocked away for a single. And quarterfinals on Friday, followed by finals day on Saturday. Of course, Prague CC, they're the reigning champions of this European Cricket Series. And yeah, they've won every ECS, haven't they? It was Bohemians, though, that won the ECS Czech Super Series, our first ECN series here. Pushes him back, and Takua, he's going to make it easily. This is Akshay Babu now, who is out there. This one probably hits him a little bit high. I mean, he's quite back, and he's not the tallest, Babu, but you can certainly see why that appeal wasn't upheld.
It's really slowed down here for the Moravians. It's been good bowling. And those wickets as well.
Haven't had a boundary now for 3 overs. And so yeah, that's certainly helping slow things down. They've dodged a few bullets as well. There was a high no ball with a free hit that wasn't cashed in. Back-to-back 14s in the 3rd and 4th over. And the 5th, 6th and 7th, just 9, 4 and 5. So he's not absolutely ground to a halt, but not far off. And suddenly they were looking at that kind of 100 score. They were 50 at halfway. And you find yourself, well, they got 12 off the next quarter of the innings. So it's not a lot. And now heading into the last couple of overs, even 10 and over, he gets into about 87. So the 80s, I think, would be pretty interesting if they could get there. Takua into the bat. That's really well fielded. That's Al Mahmood. Gets down and gets his body in the way of that one. That's really courageous stuff. And now offering some free directions. But yeah, excellent stop. That stops 4.
That's the second one he's fielded in this over as Al Mahmood. And he saved them 6 runs, I think, altogether in those 2. Because it's really skiddy and difficult to field there. So very well done to the skipper.
Pretty well bowled. I'm insane. He's bowled a good spell. In the end, he only concedes 7. And brilliant display from that man. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score is 65 for 2.
Yeah, another really good over from Hussain, and he's the one who's put the brakes on. There was the run out in the last over that also helped, especially the dangerous Sharma, who's no longer there. So look at the bowlers. Alam is only 2 off his over.
Yeah, they got him to come back as well.
And Hussain 7 off his 2.
I think you'll see for sure Alam and Russell Mia come back. Looks like Alam is coming back in the 9th. Russell Mia will get the 10th, I imagine. Can't see them going anywhere else. They could go to Sajib, but I doubt it. In fact, just looking up the team sheet, he's actually 12th man. So I don't think they will be going to Sajib. That's who bowled the 10th last time. All right, here's Ajar Alam. And he gets the first one through. Seems to be able to generate a fair bit of pace out of that short run. I want to say hello to Taranjeet Singh, who's in the chat. Nice to see you, Taranjeet. Hope you're well. And that was wonderful that we got to see you on Saturday. You picked a good day to come. That was the start of Group B action. Edged and taken. That's a really good catch because that goes quickly and deflects away. And Ajar Alam, once again, he is able to produce. He just been a little bit short of wickets considering how well he's bowled. He's always kept it tight. This is an excellent catch. Just watch how quick this flies to Mahmudul Hasham. And I think it might have even lodged in his webbing. Let's have a look. Bang. And that's excellent reaction and had the hands. Look at that to hold on to it. So unlucky for Babu. He has to go for just 1 as Moravian lose a 3rd wicket at 65 for 3.
Really sharp chance there. Beautifully taken by the keeper. It's one of those that sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. But excellent work there. And brings a new batsman out.
This is Brajendra Gupta coming out at number 5. So yeah, 10 balls left. I think they want to get 15 off this. Takua just seems to have gone a bit quiet at the other end. I don't think he's had a lot of the strike. I know that Babu ended up facing 6 balls for just 1. Pretty good ball, hustling through. He's a bustler, Ajar Alam.
A very good bowler. I think what's happened though with Teres Takur is that when he's had the strike, he's found fielders. He found Al Mahmood twice in the gully area, and then he hit one straight and found a fielder. Just can't quite find the gaps. Got a lot of his runs down the leg side, just with flicks, but the bowling's been a lot tighter now from Tigers.
Gone. Oh. That's really good bowling. And Ajar Alam making it all happen in the ninth. He's gone dot wicket, and this one pounds the off stump of Gupta, who can't catch up with it. He'll have to go for a duck. And Moravian just got the staggers here towards the end of the innings. It's 65 for 4.
It's been a fantastic comeback from the Tigers. Phil G summed it up. Tigers fighting back here. So many doubters in the chat a few minutes ago. Now gone silent. And that's very, very true, Phil. And it's just not going well for the Moravians, but the Tigers, you can see, I think they've got their zing back.
Yeah, they were zingless, I think, in the first half of this innings. And just thought, well, how things are going. Well, they were 50 without loss, Moravians at the halfway point. And look, they've only put 15 on since. So that's an incredible comeback, really. You often talk about the splits, the first half, second half. And yeah, 50 in the first. You'd be hoping for, let's say, at least 40 in the second. It seems a long way off that at the moment. Strange how, yeah, sometimes you get innings where the second half is higher scoring, and sometimes you get innings where the first half is higher scoring. I think because in this form of the game, you're pretty much always going flat stick. And you have your best players at the top of the order. So 2 for 2 for Alam, who's been extremely economical. Now he's going to bowl at the new batter. It's Prem Yadav. He can't catch up with it anyway, but unfortunately for the Tigers, that will be, I think, a bye. And that means that they will change the strike. So Takua gets a crack at Alam. This should be a good contest, Danny.
Yeah, that's definitely the best batsman for the Moravians and the best bowler for the Tigers. He's only got one ball to face him. Interesting to see what he'll do.
Yeah, probably going to look for one here. If you get a boundary, it's a bonus. But I think one and take the strike and hope to do some damage in the last over. Here's Alam, last ball of the ninth. He goes for it, and he's going to get away with it. I think it'll just be one. And that's smart batting, I think, from Takua. So he will be facing up when we return in just a moment, because that's 9 overs down, 67 for 4. Once again, excellent bowling from Alam. There's only 2 off that over. One of them was the bye, and he picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, fantastic bowling. And when we said they were going about 10 and over, looking about 100, about the same as the Barbarians, they're 67 now for 4. That man Takur's still in though, so they can pump that score up and maybe around 80 and still be a defendable total.
Yeah, we're hoping for a flurry of boundaries in the last. Now, I think, are you at the stage now? I think for sure, if you hit it to the outfield, you've got to try and run 2 and force a run out. It's just worth so much to have Takur on strike, I think. So,
it's also likely that the fielder's going to fumble the ball.
Yeah,
it's very slippery.
Exactly. Here's Razel Mia. And they're sort of talking about they're going to run hard here. I think that Takua maybe misses a trick there. He just kind of jogged it. I think the non-striker Yadav was on board with it. In the end, they'll just take the one, so Yadav will be on strike.
I think he would have struggled to get back, but...
Probably would have, but it's a long throw from there, and would the fielder even want to throw to the keeper's end, or would they rather throw to the bowlers? Now they're going to run to the bowler, and yeah, it's probably worth it, because at least it changes the strike. So Yadav is going to run himself out. Unselfish stuff from Prem, but he knew the importance of getting Dheeraj back to the striker's end. They couldn't do the ball before. They did do it. Just cost a ball and a wicket. And he will be the 5th man to fall, 68 for 5.
Yeah, a bit of a sacrifice, but you're right, have to get Dheeraj Takur back on strike, because he's the man most likely to score boundaries, and that's what they need at the moment. The Moravians, just to pump up the score, but also to get that momentum going into their bowling innings and have a good go at these Tigers batsmen. So
good awareness though to go through with that run, even though he knew that would be his last. And Srivadi Raja Ramamurthy is the new batter at the non-strikers end. Still a fairly attacking mid-wicket in there. 4 to come. Gets a little edge, and he's thinking about whether to run or not. In the end, he will run 1. Again, no chance of a 2, I should say, for Takua. So Roy thinks it's a great comeback by Tigers. It certainly is.
It's a good spot to have that man, actually. It's more like a backstop. He's just a little, it's not quite behind the wicket keeper, but he's very fine.
Second man, because he's not quite a third man. And so 3 to come. Remember Murthy, let's see what his approach is. He's got to get bat on ball here. He doesn't. See the footwork just take him away from the ball. So, geez, they've done well at keeping Takua quiet. We still haven't seen a boundary in the second half of the innings. Haven't seen one actually since the first ball of the 5th over. So it's conceivable they're going to finish with 29 boundaryless balls. The Moravians just making hard work of this. Well, 2 big balls coming up. Ramamurthy. Can he produce something? He gets something away, it's all right. And he'll get 1. And so Takua, well, he'd love to smack a 6. We haven't seen one so far in the innings. Always makes me a little bit sad, a Maximolus innings. And Takua will have one more chance to move along the score, which is only 70. So at the moment, 50 off the first half of the innings, just 20 off the second. Plus this last ball from Russell Meyer. Now you got to pretty much run. And should get 2 here, I imagine. Doubt they'll get more. So, yeah, well done by Russell Meyer to block that as it comes back in. So, Moravians, they stagger to 72 in the end, and they don't get that boundary in the second half of the innings. And the Tigers, it's almost like they were hibernating, wasn't it? They woke up and they were able to start taking wickets. Started with Alamin Hussein's 6th over. There wasn't a wicket, but he didn't concede a boundary. There were only 4 off it. That kind of created the first one. Sharma, remember that real borderline run-out decision was given against him. That probably cost him a few runs in the end. But Moravian, what I will say, they've got the runs on the board, 72 for 5. It won't be that easy for the Tigers, although I will think that they will fancy themselves to be favourites going to the second half of match 30.
Look, absolutely, and really, so innings in 2 halves. You can see there Takua getting some easy runs there on the leg side, and I think there were 3 in a row that he flicked down there, and they were cruising Moravians, but then it was a fight back from the Tigers. That was the first wicket to go down, and don't turn your back on a tiger, I think is the is the quote. So yeah, that was that run out, which
it just looks like it's wrong, doesn't it? But sometimes, you know, at normal speed things look wrong, but when you really slow it down, you see something, and that's what the third official saw. Got to say that Ajar Alam bowled really well, and often he keeps things quiet but doesn't kind of cash in with wickets. This time he bowled really well, especially that 9th over when he picked up 2 wickets and yeah, doing some damage to the stumps. Late on, well, the sacrificial lamb stuff, and you got to say that was well done by Prem Yadav to run himself out, at least to give Takua the strike back in the end. They get 72 for 5 off 10 overs. Still think it'll be a really fascinating second half to this one, so you don't want to go anywhere. We will show you the scorecards, but then we'll be back in a few minutes with the chase. 38 up the top of the order. Takua continues his good form and his good start to the series. It doesn't for Surendran. Apart from the map, Sharma probably considering himself a little bit unlucky to be run out in that fashion. He only made 2, and towards the end they cycled a few batters to partner Takua, but Takua just couldn't get a lot of the strike. And extras 18, okay, 8 wide, 7 byes, 1 no ball. Maybe that's excusable in these conditions. But looking at the bowling, 2 for 3. Ajar Alam, the standout for me, but also credit to Alamin Hussain. He is the one that started that resurgence in the second half of the innings. He only conceded 7 off his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Sahadat Sagor Hussain. Danny, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it will be Tigers hoping to get back on the winning train. If they're to do that, they're going to need 73 runs off their 10 overs. We'll be back very, very shortly. Moravians still given a bit of a shot by the win predictor. You can see how they fell off the pace a little bit towards the end, but it should be a super interesting second half of this one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Danny Hudacek, back shortly from the Czech Republic with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic match 30 between the Moravian Cricket Club and also Prague Tigers. Bit of a strange innings there. The first half of that 5 overs really going towards Moravian Cricket Club, who were looking great, and then Tigers fought back. Interesting innings here up for the Tigers. It's a very attacking field here set for the Moravians. I want to get a few wickets early, but I'll have to get through these 2 batsmen who've been fantastic for the Tigers so far in this tournament. Imran Butt has missed out in the last couple of innings with a couple of ducks, but the man they want to get is Sago Hussain. If they get him early, they've got a huge chance in this game, have Moravians. It'll be Prem Yadav to open up. That's been cut down to that gully area. Very hard. Nice shot, but good fielding. And they're really up for it. You can hear the Moravians encouraging each other. Prem Yadav, we've seen him before opening the bowling for Moravians. He's a bit hit or miss. That's a great ball. Well, as I mentioned, a bit hit or miss. He will drag a couple down leg side, but that one was absolutely spot on. It's got a weird windmill type action. Doesn't really use his left arm, does Prem Yadav. It's all just this right arm windmill action. Quite unusual. Can put the players off, the batsman off, and he's mishit that. Could be caught just in front of him. And that's gone for 4. Well, that's unfortunate. It was a chance for an early huge wicket. Just mishit it slightly, a bit in and out. And that player, it was Om Sharma, the skipper, couldn't quite get there. And then just trickled over the boundary. Bit of a life there for Sago Hussain. This one's been cut away. That's a better shot through that gully area. Lovely shot there from Hussain, and that's 4 runs. Well, he'll look at capitalising on that early chance. Om Sharma, it was just in front of him. I think if he'd gone early, he might have got there, but it was always that little area where do you die for it, don't you die for it? In these conditions, it's super hard as well. Prem Yadav. Try and capitalise on. There we go. It's just a nice ball there from Prem Yadav. It's been a pretty tight over in a sense from Yadav. Just good batting from Hussain. Bring Imran Butt into strike. As I said, he's missed out a couple of times. He's tried to turn it around the corner. We've got leading edges. This one's straight back to the bowler, but it's a crowd catch. Straight into the ground. And in the end, 9 off the over. A little bit unlucky not to get a big wicket there, Prem Yadav. Pretty good start there for the Tigers. They need 73 to win. And that man, Sago Hussain, 9 off 5. Had a bit of a life in he.
Yeah, he did. He just couldn't kind of judge it. Om Sharma at mid-off. So 9 off 1. Yeah, this game hanging in the balance. That's what people in the chat seem to think. And I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Looks like Shantu Tuluktar is making a comment. Hello to you, Shanto. I absolutely love you. I love all of our viewers. I just want to say that. And hello to Phil G in there, keeping things interesting. And to Helix. Interesting here, out in the middle as well. Here's Niraj Mishra with the start of the second over. Got to say, I know I say this a fair bit, but I think we've got the best cricket viewers in the world. I think they appreciate cricket. They love the game. They love kind of what's happening with the ECN project. It's unprecedented, bringing cricket at this. Oh, no ball called for field. Well, that was one of the loudest calls we've ever heard from Joe Foster. And it had to be for too many outside the circle.
It is Yeah, there's a man at long on, deep third man, and also...
I love that instead of calling that, Pete Vincent walked over on a cold day, whispered it to Joe Foster, who yelled it at everyone else. Anyway, so free hit coming up to start the second, and then a wide, so the free hit will stay. And I've got to say, the umpires, a pretty experienced crew, these two. And yeah, there's so much to umpiring, stuff you don't see. Checking the field every time. That's probably a wide. I think probably grabs a little bit of line on the way through. Yeah, so hello to all of our wonderful viewers. Thanks for your support of what we're doing here. Anyway, another free hit. Mishra. And this one bounces straight over middle stump. So who gets away with it in the end?
I think he's definitely the best of their bowlers, Neeraj Mishra, the Moravians.
Sorry, shrug saying umpire Joe Foster auditioning for Town Crier. Yeah, he did have. Always, my earphones, normally I can't hear that kind of stuff. It always burst my eardrums. Anyway, you won't even have to signal anymore, Joe. You can just yell leg by or whatever with a voice like that. It's another wide. Yeah, Mishra just not quite getting it so far. 3 extras in the first 4 balls.
Yeah, he's just not quite found his radar yet. The one that was the free hit, the one that wasn't a wide, it was straight over the stumps. Mishra, he'll want to get this man, Sagar Hussain, as early as he can.
Similar conditions for the duration of this game. Just light rain falling. This is just worked away in front of square. And this will test the outfield, actually. The fielder should cut this off. He does. Sunil Lambar. And they'll get a very comfortable 2. What's been made of these openers and how important they are to the Prague Tigers lineup. I mean, literally, this could be the difference between them being 3-3, 3 wins, 3 losses, or 4 wins, 2 losses. It's a big difference, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look, and there's so little between these teams in Group B. There have been some good performances. Vinarati, the only winless team. They've got a big game coming up against Barbarians next. But they'll look to get a couple of wins on the board. They'll be playing Moravians in the final game. But the Tigers and the Barbarians, as you saw, getting 1 win each.
Yeah.
Spartans, as I said, are probably the quality team in this part of the draw, and I am tipping them to retain their top spot. But any team can beat any team, I think, in this part of the draw.
They've got the day off today, Spartans, but yeah, they're a good outfit. But I mean, I just love this Group B. A lot of people have been entertained by it. I mean, they're doing the hard yards today. These conditions are more for rugby than cricket, but yeah, that's the nature of being a European cricketer. They're tough cookies. And you've got to say, it's at the end of the day, if you end up playing in these conditions, you get back home and you get in a hot shower. It makes it all worthwhile. It's a long way off that at the moment, as this one is angled away and should be cut off there by the deep point. Again, this is the sort of one where I feel you should be pushing for 2. It was a long run for the fielder to come around. And look, I know maybe these two aren't the quickest between the wickets, but you can put some pressure on and just take some pressure off yourself by grabbing 1 or 2 of those and over.
Tell you what, the Helix has got the right idea. I'm saying, Phil, maybe you need to bring a little nip of something for Vinny and Danny tomorrow. That would be nice, especially if the weather conditions remain like this.
Bit of party cube. This one grabs the bat before it hits the pad. And that will be one. Some backing up needs to be done. It is. It's a good stop as well. You can see that at the Czech Cricket Academy saying if it was Joe, wouldn't be happy with those wides. Joe, the umpire, that is, having to take his hands out of his pocket so often. It's one of those days, but I'll have to say we've been blessed by fantastic weather to this point. So I'm willing to accept this. Even yesterday where they had some concerns in the forecast, turns out we had an uninterrupted day, and quite pleasant day in fact. Pitched up in the block hole. Shahadat Sagar Hussain keeps that one out into the second over, so still no wickets for Moravians. Prague Tigers 16 without loss after 2.
Yeah, a little loose at times from Mishra, but you can see he's got good quality, and that's what they'll try to do, is to get into the second string bowlers of these Moravians.
Let's have a look at the table. Yeah, so you can see Barbarians won this morning. They've got a tough game against the Vinarati side coming up that I'm sure are desperate to win. Tigers can go back to the top of the table with a successful chase. Moravians can clutter the table even more with a win here over the Tigers. A good question in the chats. I want to say hello to Liam Day as well, but the question came from Helix. He asked, what is the national nip of the country? Danny? Well, I know of, is there one, or the one I'm thinking of? Do you know the one I'm thinking of?
There are a few.
The one I'm thinking of is Bekarovka. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Bekarovka.
So,
Which I'm not quite sure what it is, because I've not normally had a few before they start bringing it out. Responsibly, of course. As we get to the third over, and it's Sharma. Gets hit straight and hit pretty well. Long chase. Fielder's not going to get there. Good batting. And it was Imran Butt who missed out earlier today. Just nice, free, easy swing of the bat there. Lofts it straight over the umpire's hat, and 4 to start the third over.
yeah, nice shot that. Hit it straight, skidded off the outfield, and it was always a chase on for the fielders there. Just a little bit wide, and couldn't catch up with it.
So go on. So Bekarovka, what is that?
It's like Christmas in a glass.
That's your slogan. You could be an advertising executive. This is turned away on the leg side, and I think this will be 4 more. So, hold the phone. Yeah, it gets there in the end. The field's slowing up, but Butt does go back-to-back boundaries. And Tigers pulling ahead in this chase. We knew the importance of the openers. And Imran, who missed out earlier today, he'll be happy to get a couple away to the rope.
So Bekarovka is a herbal liqueur made in Karlovy, which is a nice spa town in the west of the Czech Republic. And it's a little bit like Jägermeister, just a little bit different. This one's tucked around the corner, actually straight to the man there at that short mid-wicket. And it's Czechs, anytime anyone's got any problems with their stomach at all, that's the go-to remedy, is Bekarovka.
You do see it around the place. Seem to be whole shops that just seem to sell it.
Well, there is a Bekarovka shop on Vetisar Square, actually.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
They have one called, what's it called? It's tonic and Bekarovka. Beton, as in concrete. That's what they call it, beton.
Is that right?
And
right, it's a really good shot. In fact, this one could be the first one out of the ground for the match. Maximo! We'll take that, says Zaharat Zago Hussain, who's in the mood for an early finish, and he stays very still here. It's just a nice, once again, nice, easy free swing of the bat. The openers have been good this over. They're getting after Sharma, I should say. He's having a bit of a game to forget here. In match 30 at the moment, 6 more to the total.
yeah, lovely shot that, and they really need a wicket or two here to the Moravians.
If they do, should be super interesting. Pitched up, knocked for 1. This will be the end of the over. 32 for no loss after 3. Okay, so Phil G has said that Slivovice is his national nip.
Slivovice is the national nip of mainly of Moravia, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's a plum brandy. And as I mentioned, if you've got stomach complaints, then go to Bekarovka. For anything else, go to Slivovice. It's been described as Moravian penicillin. And it can be very tasty, can be very plummy, and it can also taste like lighter fluid. It just depends who makes it. But it seems like everybody's granddad makes the best Slivovice.
Yeah, that's nice. A bit of a traditional thing. I mean, I was out and I wasn't aware last night here in Prague. Sometimes it's called the City of 100 Towers or the City of 100 Spires.
Yep.
And so, yeah, it's a beautiful landscape to the city, isn't there? Some of these beautiful old buildings.
Cities that are built on hills are always nicer to look at. You look at Budapest as well, built on hills, and just a very pretty city. Whereas Vienna's a nice city, but it's very flat, and it's a strange one with Vienna because it's also built on a river. It's built on the Danube. I've just never seen the Danube in Vienna, and you'll be going to Austria soon.
Yeah,
and
we drove over it when we were there, but yeah, you're right. In Prague, it seems to snake around the city. As we have new over, and it will be a cut shot for 1 to start. Amir Hussain is the new bowler. They desperately need 1 or 2 wickets right now. That could change the game in an instant, especially no Sajid Mia in the lineup, who we have seen batting 3 more often than not. So at Prague, they call it the heart of Europe. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, and certainly discovering that people coming back. That's probably one thing that got me last night in the city, was looking down the mall there from Museum down the kind of the big central square. And last year, when I was here about the same time, there was nobody there. There was very, very few people, no tourists around. Now, it was absolutely packed last night. It was a Monday night as well. So, another wide from Hussein. Doesn't like it. Maybe he's just auditioning for umpiring, Hussein, because he put his arms out as well. Let's see if he's rough or not.
Down by the river also there's a
probably
Naplavka,
50-50.
Naplavka, which is like an open area with a few bars. It's going to be called a wide again, and that's opened up the city, because what it lacked, Prague, was a kind of an entertainment district where people would gather, and there are certain parts around the city, beer gardens and things, but Naplavka is a really nice place to spend an afternoon. And that's left outside off stump.
Now they're hoping they can get wides for everything. I mean, literally, I think he's bowled the same ball twice in a row there, and it's a real 50-50 call, but Joe Foster, I mean, that one's certainly in, but the two before that were pretty much identical. They were both called. So Joe Foster probably felt he couldn't call one without the other. Now the next one's going to go for 4. So, Amir Hussain, well, he feels like the whole world's against him at the moment. This one, once again, endangering the tram line. Imran Butt gets a little bit of the end of the bat on it, and he'll get 4.
Yeah, just got the toe end of the bat, and it's pretty risk-free, that shot, to be fair. And now they're looking pretty good after 3.5 overs. 40. Moravians were 32. We're saying they were going pretty well, the Moravians, at this point, but Sagar Hussain and Imran Butt they need to make up for that loss against Barbarians, just to get something out of today. It's been hit straight just for a single.
Yeah, you go right back to that first over where Imran Butt seemed to hit what looked like a potential catching opportunity, not an easy one. So on Sharma, it's the only opportunity we've seen so far. Although it's not great conditions for anybody out there today, the thing is, the batters, I think, have batted intelligently. They've found that they can score at a decent rate, these top order batters, because they've got the tricks, they've got the shots. And see, once again here, cracking shot all the way along the carpet from Hussain. So he'll get another 4. The Tigers are racing away with this one at the moment as they move up to 45 at the end of the over. So 4 overs down. It is 45 without loss. And once again, we'd like to welcome you to the broadcast. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. It's one of the coolest things about this job. I mean, obviously, I love the cricket out there in the middle. I love the entertainment. The fact that we're able to travel to all these places and kind of give you little snippets of the culture and the customs. And look, Prague is one of our favourites. And obviously, it's a place you've chosen to make your home, Danny.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to live. And probably a little bit damp today, but need a bit of wetness just to had a lot of sun over the last couple of months here, so just give the plants a bit of a drink.
Yeah,
but
so
yeah, great place to live.
The history. So yeah, one of the 2 places I went to last night, or 2 of them. One of them dates back to 1466. One of them dated back to 1499. I think that's one you recommended for me, Ufleku. And apart from that, you know, there's all these old buildings. It's very interesting. But it's great to see people. I think that's the thing. The people coming back. Obviously, tourism's a big industry here in the Czech Republic. As we see, start of a new over. It's Niraj Mishra coming in, getting turned round the corner. As Imran getting in on the act again, starting the 5th over with a boundary. Yeah, so I feel very fortunate, obviously, to be able to do what I do, and also to maybe communicate that to some of the viewers who may not be able to travel, because obviously people have lives and it's not always so easy. Hello to Taran again in the chat. You're saying there's something similar in Romania called Vicinata. Maybe he's going back to the liqueurs there. I know that every one of these countries around here has some sort of, some sort of liqueur that will normally seem like it could power a motor vehicle. I know that when I went to Hungary, I had I think it's the Polinska there, Polinka. Yeah, that.
They also have Unicum.
Yeah,
which is interesting. I don't know if Hungarians have really taken to it. It's a little bit like the Hungarian Bekarovka, but it was brought back, I think, by a company a little while ago. So Unicum is the maybe more a tourist drink than a local drink. I think the Palenka is the one to go to.
Yeah. Well, this is short, and it's going to be over the fielder. And I think this will be another boundary. So Hussein making light work of this. The openers are putting together a very good partnership. Well, Phil G mentioned that, don't forget, Moravians, they were also 50 for no loss at halfway of their innings. So similar, but I mean, Tigers even further ahead. When you consider that MCC only made 23 in the second half of their innings, it looks like they'll be set for an early shower here. The Tigers, as now they just need 19 for victory, and it hasn't really worked for Niraj Mishra in this one. 3 balls remaining to change the narrative though. And this is once again cut away, and it'll be 4 more. Well, this is what good batters have done today. They've tested outfielders, and even if it's a few metres wide, it's not easy to make up the ground and make the stop. Cuatro carreras más. The Tigers on the prowl here in match 30.
The batsmen who've got runs today have just hit the ball hard along the ground, and that's what I've been crying out for all week, for those hoiks to be taken out of the game a little bit, because quite a few batsmen have swung and missed, but you're getting quality batsmen here, and they're playing really good cricket shots and getting the runs for it.
Yeah, so then as a bowler, you're wondering, well, where can I bowl? You know, when the offside's under attack, like you saw that last shot from Hussein, just cracking it backward of point. Certainly leaves you scratching your head, I think. So Tigers look like they're going to do something similar to what they did last time they played Moravian. That was just yesterday. And on that occasion, they had 58 to chase down. They did it in the 6th over. Could be a 6th over job again. The way things are going. Just leans on this one. And a bit of foot fielding from Kisan Kumble. I've got some funny news on him. Sometimes, you know, when you're doing this volume of stuff, and I know that one of our fantasy players sent me a screenshot of Kisan Kumble's profile, which said he was born in 1902. So, I think it was Santosh. Thank you for your Instagram message. And he said, new ECN record, question mark. 120 years old. It has been corrected now. I think he's actually born in 1980. Anyway, this is a really nice shot from Hussein. He's having some fun now as he just walks and cracks that one through the covers off Mishra, who doesn't have a very happy time in this match. And that will also take us to the end of the 5th. The score 65 for no loss. A magical 5th over for the Tigers. They scored 20 off it.
Yeah, it's very good batting from these two. And it's so important to the Tigers lineup. So it'll be 1 win, 1 loss, I think, for the Tigers. I can't see Moravia coming back from here. And the Tigers.
Yeah, so a couple of big team news. Barbarians, a couple of late outs, and so it does look like there'll be no Murali Vandrasi in that lineup, and also there'll be no Uday Gali in the lineup for Barbarians. So Vinarati, real opportunity for them. You see Shub Chowdhury coming in. And some other new players. We've got 5 new players actually from the Vinarati side we saw on Saturday. So what do you think we can expect from VCC?
I think that you can expect a win. I think they're really determined to get a win on the board. Some experienced players. John Corness is an old PCC player who's been with Vinarati for a few years. Very handy with the bat and the ball. And also Dr. Misha Tavaladis coming in. He's a character, is Misha. Yeah,
so I'm looking forward to seeing what Vinarati bring to the table. Again, tough conditions for them to start hunting wins, but it's been the same for all the teams today. Probably Spartans the one sitting pretty so far because they've got the day off. Because this is taking a bit of a toll on the players, but yeah, it's all part of the experience.
I'm sure they'll be very happy. The Spartans just watching the game or back at work just for a day. And it's been the only day we've had any spot of rain at all, really. And apart from sort of a dodgy start yesterday morning. So I'm sure the Spartans will be nice relaxing watching the rain and these players.
And this is cracked away, and this will be 4 as well. So to take them closer to the target as Hussein moves to 40. So once again, the offside stroke play has been a feature of this innings. I think you talked about it as well. Just going with the ball, not trying to hoik everything away. That one absolutely raced away to the boundary. Yeah, to Shrug and to Helix, just mentioning the team news from the Barbarians. Yeah, that is the case. It's to do with late injury, which unfortunately, because of the commitments, results in Barbarians essentially missing out on a player. Anyway, just deciding that I don't want to run there. So Sagor is saying, I don't know how he's going to get his 50 though, because he needs 10. They only need 3 for victory. So let's see.
Don't think he'd mind too much.
I think they've decided they want to do this in boundaries because he has a go at it. He won't get it, so Imran Butt will get his chance. As we do go to a 7th over. The score is 70 without loss.
They look good here, the Tigers. Well, it's been a really strange game. Moravians in the first innings, the first 5 overs went brilliantly for them. And then nothing's really gone well for them after that. And it's, again, the quality batsmen up top of Sagar Hussain and Imran Butt have taken this game away from the Moravians.
We've lost the patient, according to the win probability chart. I'll make the arrangements as we see the start of a new over. And they are going to run now. So Sagar Hussain really wants to strike. He might be out here and he's gone. So he's run himself out. I don't know what this is all about. I think, I don't know whether he thinks he's close to his 50. And let's have a look at this on the replay. And he's out by some distance here. Originally, it's Butt that pushes it. Hussain is in a bit of trouble at that end. But that wasn't the end of his trouble, because then he decides to run from about 3 metres past the line, and he's gone by a step and a half. So that'll just prolong things a little bit further. And, well, in the end, it does look like it'll still be an early finish, but the opening partnership is broken. It's 70 for 1. And I don't think that will move the win predictor too much, to be honest with you. They need 3 for victory. And this looks like Mahmudul Hasham, who's been the keeper today for the Tigers. He's coming out at number 3.
I don't think he'd be too happy to get out there. It is still raining a little bit. And he was nice and snug under the tent. So he'll come out and face, and it should only be possibly a couple of balls.
That's one way to do it. And he's going to settle in, I think, now. Well, in all seriousness, they should try and get these runs as soon as they can, because I know it's maybe not in the front of their mind now, but this is the kind of group where net run rate could be the difference between finishing 2nd or 3rd, for example, or even first and second. And the higher you finish in the 4, the easier your quarterfinal is. And particularly if you finish in the top 2, then you protect yourself against the weather intervening in your quarterfinal. And that's actually exactly what happened last year, where the entire quarterfinals day was washed out. Back to live action.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to quarterfinals, and I really don't want it to be washed out.
Yeah, we missed out last year, didn't we?
Yeah, and there's some really good teams. And as I said, the Group B is very different to Group A. More explosive batsmen in Group A, taking out Sagar Hussain, I guess. But very steady, these players. And that'll be the game, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, that'll do. And it's a pretty nice looking shot to finish things off. So eventually they do get there. They get there with how many balls? That's 20 balls to spare. So a fairly easy one in the end for the Tigers. Moravians just not able to break through. Didn't really have too much going their way in that batting innings. And yeah, congratulations to the Tigers. Once again, they continue to impress. Moravians, well, they had their moments, didn't they? They were 50 without loss at the halfway point. They would have felt like they were in a winning position at that stage. I actually tipped them, and I was feeling pretty smug about it back then, but then nothing really went right from that point forward. And then that unbroken, well, that, I suppose in the end it was broken, partnership of 70 from the Tigers for the openers got them on. I see the cover's coming on now just because there's a bit of an extended break. I think it's just to protect that middle area from getting any more moisture than it has to at this stage. So the next game will start in 35 minutes time. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights. And the Tigers, we know how much they do rely on their openers. And it was Sagar Hussain and Imran Butt who are keen to do the job. And for me, I really like their shot selection in this innings, Danny. I think that was probably the best of the lot. The only Maximo of game 30 sparkled off the bat, Sahadat. But ultimately, Moravians, they couldn't quite get it right. I think they bowled a few too many bad balls as well. But yeah, really risk-free stuff as the Tigers did this with plenty of time to spare.
Yeah, they did, and you're right, it's pretty risk-free. There was one slight opportunity that Sagor gave up. You see him get run out. It's a little bit late in the innings for Moravians to capitalise on that, but gave one opportunity that Omshar could have maybe reached, but it wasn't to be. And in the end, a very comfortable victory for the Tigers.
Tigers 4-2 now. I mean, they are doing so well in their first European cricket series. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Hussain, in the end, he had a moment where he just got a bit greedy and tried to pinch the strike back. He was run out for 40, but a really good innings from him as he set the pace in the chase. He scored 7 fours and a Maximo in his innings. Well supported by Imran Butt, who was there right to the end, 22 of 15. I've got to say, Mahmudul Hasham, not the worst shot either, to finish things off with 4 down the ground. No luck with the bowlers. There's only that run out in the innings. You've got to say, Prem Yadav, I suppose he was the best of the bowlers, but when you consider he actually went at 8.4, it was not really a lot to cheer about for Moravians. But the good news for them is they come back and they have another opportunity later in the day. They'll feel that they can get a result against Vinarati. That's in match 32. But before that, we have Prague Barbarians who are taking on Vinarati. Vinarati desperate for their first points of the series. So we'll take a bit of a break, about half an hour away from a start. We'll be back with you at that time for match 31, and we look forward to your company then. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, alongside Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. Keep the questions and the comments coming in the chat. I'll try and pop in there during the break as well, and we'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic. Hello and welcome back to Vintage Cricket Ground, just north of the capital of Czech Republic, Prague. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome back to day 8 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. You can see there, a bit of motion in the middle because the rain did get heavier just after the completion of the previous match, and now the covers are on. It has resulted in a delay to the start of this match, match number 31. Between Vinarati and Prague Barbarians. I can tell you do have some toss news though. Vinarati, they've won the toss and elected to field first. And once again, I'd like to welcome you back to the giant ice cube. It's probably pretty fitting at the moment. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. And yeah, Danny, it's been one of those days where the weather was always going to threaten. At the moment, it is winning after it picked up a little bit. Certainly not the start of the day that your guys wanted. Vinarati, who are winless after 2 matches, they had the day off yesterday. And Prague Barbarians, again, they'd want to kind of put their best foot forward as well. So, look, it's always sad when this happens. We certainly experienced this a bit last year, but let's hope we can get back on the park soon, hey?
Yeah, look, this rain it did get a bit heavier, but it's going to lighten up quite soon. We're hoping to get a start of this game pretty quickly. I can tell you though, on the Banks field up there are a couple of ducks, so they're enjoying the day's cricket.
Not a great sign for the batters. Well, look, might give us a chance to actually have a look at the 2 teams here, and it is Vinarati, like I said, who won the toss, elected to bowl first. You can see they've got no less than 5 changes from the side that wasn't able to secure a win on Saturday. They are led by Venki Magashaya, and he's listed there at 5. Barbarians, though, a couple of outs, so I mean, a shortened game might suit them considering they've got a kind of personnel shortage, as Barbarians all want to win this game and go 3-3. Puts them right back in the mix after a decent performance earlier on today. Vinarati, well, they just want some points, don't they? They still have plenty of matches to match up. And I don't think that Vinarati will want to wash out here either, because they'll want the 2 points. They'll feel they're playing catch-up already. And the fact that if they get 1 point, it means a point goes to Barbarians. I don't think that really suits them. So, look, it is always a bit of a pain, of course, when we have rain intervening. But one thing we've been doing lately, Danny, we've been showing some ECN classics. I know that you've commentated quite a few of them. Mm-hmm. And we're actually going to have a bit of a Czech flavour to this one, because we are going to go back to the ECL just a little bit earlier in the year. And on this occasion, it was Group C. It was day 3 of action, match 12, and it's Prague CC Kings. Okay, we did see Prague CC in this tournament last week. We'll see them in the quarterfinals, of course, after they topped Group A. They're taking on the Swiss champions, Alten. So I can tell you that we are going to go to this classic match. But if you look at the YouTube live chat, for example, and also our website, europeancricket.com, it'll give you any updates. And if you look across the bottom of the screen as well, if anything's happening, we'll be the first to let you know, and you can join us for some live cricket. But in the meantime, please sit back and enjoy. It was PCC that won the toss in this match, match 12 of Group C, and they have elected to bat. We've got Gary Nevaratnarasa, who's opening the bowling for the Swiss champions Alten, bowling at Hilal Ahmed and the Beast, Sudesh Wickramasekara. So this is going to be some good viewing, I think. So let's take you back to this ECN Classic. The first voice you hear will be mine, and I'll be joined by Rico Full. We'll see you back here, hopefully, for some more live cricket in Prague very shortly on the European Cricket Network. Enjoy!
Hello and welcome to match number 12, which is between the Prague Cricket Club Kings and Alten. Prague Kings, they didn't have a good day yesterday. They lost both their matches, so they know they need to come back strong here against Alten first up, and also Brescia a bit later on. 2 wins could see them finish in the top 3. Alton themselves, they started being the surprise team in the group, picking up 2 wins out of 2. They finished day 1 on top, but then they came against Carlton yesterday and they got their first defeat. So that 100% record was lost yesterday, but they know they finished well here. They will finish in the top 3. Everything to play for, but let's join the 2 captains who are with the tournament referee, Rob Kemin, for the coin toss.
Your call.
Yeah. Back to ball. Back to ball.
Who bat first?
Ali Naya of Alton calls back to ball, but it falls. Kinaibu. So it's going to be a bat for Arun. I thought he was going to do that, and why not? Look, he's got the beast in his side, but they can't just rely on Sudas Vikramasakara. Somebody else has to perform as well. Can he be the captain? We know that he's pretty good, Ashakan, with the bat. And maybe somebody else, somebody like Hilal Ahmed has shown good strength with the bat. He needs to go out there and score some runs. With the ball, Samir Budaranga has been really good. Arun, with his spin option, and maybe the variations of Sudesh will be useful as well. I think they need to put a good performance in here to try and get the wins and the victories they need to have a good run tomorrow in Super Thursdays. What about Alton? Well, Alton, they will be looking at somebody like Logesh Augustine to do well with the ball. He's been very good. And also Stanexai. Stanexai's been up there picking up the wickets. I like the pace about Stanexai, but I can't help feel that they are missing that spin option in their attack. And with the batting in their side, well, I think they need to change things around. Somebody like John Mary or Pramod have to be higher up in the order. One of them has to bat in the power play. That will certainly help them at the beginning part of the order. They seem to do a lot of their work towards the end of the innings when they're running out of time. But those two, certainly John Mary and Pramod, could give solid support to somebody like Shahid Waridu. Well, I know that the beast is going to be out there to do his job, but what about our own very own beast? Well, we don't have a beast, we have a beauty, and he's in the commentary box. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo Mini Sandhu.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol Cardamom Cricket Oval, bathed in sunshine. So we see umpires there, Yokesh Patel and Shub Anand heading out the middle. It is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Hello from me for the first time today. I have been watching intently though. Saw a pretty tight encounter, didn't we? Group C match 11. Carlton, the Scottish champions, just getting over Brescia CC. And here we are in the second match of the day, match 12. Prague CC Kings, only the one victory so far against Alton, who are 2-1. Both these teams will play twice today. You can see the news from the toss. The Kings winning, batting first. I think that's a good toss to win. They have just struggled in the tournament chasing so far. I think they will enjoy getting out there and putting the score on the board. Of course, the 2 players to watch normally for PCC Kings, Arun Ashokan and Sudesh Vikramasakara, aka the Beast. This is what the bat versus ball wall is predicting. Supercomputer thinks Alton have the edge, 102 to 91. Certainly see why they would say that based on performances so far in the tournament. But what I would say about Alton is they always give 100%. I think they're a really good team. I think they've got a lot of players that can contribute. They've got a good even batting lineup. It's just a matter of trying to get them in the right order, I think, and picking the players in form. Looks like this will be Gary Navaratnarasa to open the bowling. And they haven't opened Arun Ashokan. That's the big story here for the Kings. Hilal Ahmed, the keeper. He's batting number 1, and the beast is out there, Sudesh Vikramasakara, at the non-strikers end. So here we go in match 12 of Group C. Hilal Ahmed hits the first ball straight to the man in the circle. Now we've got a potential run-out situation, and they're going to get an overthrow. So we're going to get 2, and then a potential second run-out opportunity. And well, I didn't have time to sip on my morning coffee before a lot of action in match 12. Talking through this one. Hilal Ahmed back at the top of the order. He hits this one straight to the man in the circle, who fluffs it. And then he's down on his hands and knees. That's Tanasakaram. He then throws it. If he threw to the other end, I thought they might have had a simpler run-out opportunity. The result is double trouble. Wow. This is where sometimes you have the live commentary. You'd have to start a new paragraph for that first ball because there was a lot going on. As it is, Ahmed's back on strike. Onside edge into the onside. That'll just be one. Gives us a chance to look at the beast. Well, no time for me to work into it this morning. Wouldn't expect any less though on the European Cricket Network. Broadcast on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent, and also on our YouTube channel ECN European Cricket Network, as well as various partner broadcasters for this marquee tournament, the European Cricket League, brought to you by Bet2Ball and Kiba Inu. Wickramasinghe faces up for the first time. And, well, this is the third time he has batted in this tournament, and it's the third time he sent the ball out of the ground. Very first ball, Maximo. 6 to Sadesh. This is just a good cricket stroke. Nice swing of the bat. It was slightly over-pitched. It was in the slot from Gowrie. And it's just a little push for the beast. Kings, they'll be disappointed to only have won one out of their first 3 matches. Question will be, how long can the beast stick around here in match 12? A little adjustment from the bowler, pulling the length back a little bit. That's the one. Just want to say very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. It's great to have you with us again. I see Rick Hubbard's in there. I'm sure we'll have some pretty good Czech representation, as well as some of the Swiss players that we have seen on ECN a little bit of time ago now, from that series we did in St. Gallen back in June 2020. Good ball from Navaret Narasa. And so Aaron Ashokan probably would bat 3, you'd imagine. They've just been shuffling this top order. They've got some other options as well, like Sharon Ramakrishnan. He's one that you might see opening at some point if they want to go for a left-handed option. Just can throw bowler off a little bit. Fast ball the first over. Here he pushes, runs, has to run. And the beast wants to strike. So we'll bookend the first over with overthrows. So we get a dozen off the first. 1 over down, 12 for no loss. Bit of an ECN special. Probably worth a go. I think if he hits, probably out, but there wasn't a lot on the throw. It just kind of airballed it. And I think that was all to do with Wickramasinghe wanting the strike in the second over. So, Phil G, watching from the Czech Republic. Saying good start from the Prague CC Kings. Hello to Asman Nakaraju, who's watching from Switzerland. Paul Zagreb asking, has the beast played at international level? Well, he certainly has. Not only has he played, he's the equal record holder in T20 international cricket for the fastest century. I believe it's 37 balls off the top of my head. A record he shares with Rohit Sharma and David Miller as we go to over number 2. And Ali Nair, the captain, is in to bowl it. First ball's just pushed away by Sadesh Roy Diaz Wickramasinghe. One of the cooler names I think you'll find in world cricket. Pretty cool character as well. Cult figure on ECN, as you can imagine. See, that's Waridu, the keeper for the Swiss champions, Alton. We see him at the top of the order in the second half of this match. Kings road to victory. I think 120 plus on the board. And remove some dangerous players at the top of the order, including Waridu. Can they sustain their innings? A little bit short, and he's found the fielder again, and this one, well, he just let it get a bit low on him there. I think it still carries. Once again, Hilal Ahmed not really hitting this. He's just kind of guiding it around the corner. Straight at the fielder. I think that's another opportunity that's been missed. So he just helps it on its way. Yeah, I just think a slight misjudgment. Just needed to take one step in. He would have taken it at a more comfortable height. All action all the time. That's what we're used to. Pushes, runs, gets away with it. So the beast being fairly circumspect, selective. Correct myself on the fastest T20 International 100. It's actually 35 balls. That's Sadesh Wickramasinghe. shared with David Miller and Rohit Sharma, two big names in world cricket. This one swings, a good take. And if I go down to the next fastest after those three, you'll find another name that is playing in this ECL. Acrobatic take there by Redu. Sivakumar Perialwa. He plays for Cluj, but we haven't seen him because of a slight injury on the first 2 days. Maybe we'll see him today. Siva, certainly hope so. Cluj have much improved lineup. This is in the air. This could be another chance. It goes down again. I'll have to see if it carries to Logesh Augustine. The circle at short third man. Get a look at this one. Just a false shot. So if this does carry, that's the third time that Hilal Ahmed has been dropped in the first 10 balls of this match. That's a chance. Does double as a bit of a de facto slip in this form of the game. Naya had a couple put down, but he hasn't been hurt on the scoreboard as yet. Maybe now, as this is a flat bat whack from the Beast. Beast mode activated, Maximo. Wickramasinghe took that off a length and put some length on it of his own as he takes Prague CC Kings into the 20s. On that note, nice to welcome into the commentary box alongside me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Rico full, and Rico, very, very promising start from the Beast. Pushes this one for one, but he's such a key player, isn't he, for the PCC Kings?
Yeah, hello and welcome to you, Vinny. Yeah, he is. He's massive. I think he needs to perform, and very similar. I think his role and his importance is the similar sort of thing as what Taranjeet Singh has for Cluj. If they perform, the team performs. If they perform, they get the runs on the board. And you can see in the position of the group where they are, they need to perform. If they can get 2 wins in the last 2 games that they have here today, remember they've got a tough one against Brescia coming up as well. They could see themselves squeeze into the top 3, and we know how important that is.
It's going to be crucial. 24 for no loss after 2. And we'll have one more over in the power play. We're going to go back to Gary over at Narasa. Slower ball. Beast wants to try and get away. I think he might as well just stay there.
That's what you call a frog in the throat. And he stops, but look.
I think about an appeal.
Look at the bail here. I mean, how long does his bail take to come off? I mean, there was a half appeal, wasn't it, from the keeper for Warridu? Just have a look at this. Here's the... have a look at this slow motion.
Oh, there you go. Boop. That's probably the first kick we've actually seen hit the stumps. Oh, swings on this. He'll get 4. Wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat from the Beast. Another slow ball, I think, from Navaret Narasa takes the pace off, but the direction wasn't quite there. Sadesh gets enough of this to get it through the infield. 4 more runs to the Prague CC Kings.
Yeah, he just gets enough on it. It wasn't the best directed delivery, and it goes to the boundary and has to be dug out of the jungle there by Savage. And, well done to all of the ground staff, doing a great job around the ground. And also, it's nice to see that our umpires, especially Anand Shub, is out there again after he got wiped out yesterday. He's okay, I'm told. He's out there with the Italian stallion at square leg, Sulaiman Saeed.
Sulaiman Saeed is out there. So, really enjoying the work of the umpires in this series as well. A difficult job, don't they? Long days. A lot going on in the 10 overs as well. Alton, love the way they played their cricket. They'd love a 3rd win out of 4 matches. Shorter, pulled and punished. And that one's into the jungle. Maximo, the Beast. We know how good he is off the front foot this time. He just rocks back and sends this in front of square. 6 more to the Kings.
Oh, the sound this makes. Well, boom. Shaka. Yeah, and that was like the old rifle going off. He really does pick this up beautifully. He's such a good, clean hitter off the ball. As long as he can keep his shape and keep his head still and not give his wicket away, they're going to go on to score a big score here. I mean, they're looking to get this over in as quickly as they can from Gowrie. And they can start to spread the field out, and no doubt there will be a man in that position there mid-wicket. But he hits the ball so hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, new balls, please. That one's lost to the jungle. Yeah, you got to love watching the beast in full flight. Unless you're an Alton supporter. I'm sure there's a few of them in the chat as well. Slow ball, goes for it, picked and dispatched. Maximo, back to back. Well, the scorers, they know that is 6 because that's landed right near them. The beast goes back to back and moves into the 30s with a big Maximo.
Well, it's shaka time here in the middle, in the Cardamom Oval. And it's party time for the beast. And that's another one that goes out of here. Watch out, scorers, it's coming your way. And manos arriba, manos arriba. 6 carreras más.
I mentioned a few people in the chat. I think I mentioned Rick Hubbard and Phil G. We've got Prakash Mishra from Bulgaria. We've got Helix in there. Asfan Lakaraju watching from Switzerland. Silva is in there. Conrad Greenshields and Steve Waddell from Portugal as well. Well, guess what? This is 6 more. This is going at a furious rate. And that one's cleared the trees as well. That's the way to finish the power play. 6-6-6, the Devils' number. And it's heating up in the kitchen for Alton, the Swiss champions, as they concede 46 in the power play after 3 overs, 46 for no loss.
¡Qué grande eso es! Eso es una grande, Máximo. Esa pelota no volverá. Esta pelota va para Marbella. It's un grande. Well, that ball is on its way to Marbella somewhere. What a big hit that is. Well, they're loving it there. And things certainly are heating up in the middle. The beast is on fire.
That was a really, really good over. Over number 3. Ends up going magical. 22, all in boundaries. Went dot for dot, 6-6-6. And you do want the beast facing as many balls in the power play as you can. He ends up facing 12 out of the 18. And this is where I think, you mentioned in the intro, Rico, the lack of a genuine spin option for Alton. And the fact that there's a bit of a sameness to their attack, you would say. Perhaps a bit of a weakness. They are going to go the ball. This is a bit different. Static Zai. Malia Static Zai, over number 4, has the protection of 5 outfielders now. He'll be bowling to Hilal Ahmed in over number 4. Full toss, helped around the corner. This time, he's going to be lucky again, and somehow he's played the ball back for 4. Well, Hilal Ahmed, he says a no ball as well.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Hilal Ahmed, it's the 4th time he's been dropped. This one wouldn't have been out because it was called no ball for height, but...
Wouldn't have been out. यार लम्बा भी पै गया, लम्बा पै के ball लग के boundary लग गई. But it wouldn't have been out. You're absolutely right. I mean, this is a good call. The umpires have been very good on it. But the fielder here, well, look, he lies down, flat on his back, and it rolls all across his body goes to the boundary for 4. Well, you see some things that you think, well, surely we're not going to see something like that ever again. But the European Cricket Network does surprise you.
It's a borderline call, but I don't mind those high ones being called. I think it's not a good delivery. So free hit coming up. So that one also brought up the 50. Free hit isn't punished. Hilal Ahmed though. That's 4th time we've seen a catch spilt. He's got the license now with the beast going. I think you got Aaron Ashoka to come in at number 3.
Yeah.
Just has to at least get 1, but if you get to boundary, it's even better. So he does work it away. And the beast is through to get back on strike. This should be a good battle between Static Zai and Wickramasakara.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sudesh, for a big man, he's pretty quicker. He does run between wickets really fast. So you see in that occasion, he just wants to get at the other end. And even though it's played to the fielder, look, he doesn't take it cleanly. I think even if it's taken cleanly in front and he's there, he's very quick, very sprightly.
For a big man. 50 partnership up as well this over. Well bowled. He's just forced to dig this one out. It's a good Yorker. A few people wishing they had as much luck as Hilal Ahmed in the chat. And it's great to see so much discussion there from people all around the world. Craig Hampson's in there. Ramesh Sathis is watching from Romania. Slow ball, edged, and a lucky one, but it'll be 4. And so Hilal Ahmed just trying to take this one, leg side, he gets a little nick, and Kings keep on rolling through the 50s.
Qué suerte tienes, Ahmed, hoy, eh? Qué suerte. Well, whatever he's done, well, whatever puja he done this morning, Ahmed, it's certainly working for him because he's having all the luck. Everything is going his way. And I'm going to have a word with him later and just say, come on, what's the secret? Because I could do with a bit of luck sometimes.
Yeah, wouldn't we all? A few people also saying uncharacteristic drop catches from Alton, who've been pretty solid in the field this tournament.
Yeah,
They bring the kind of fly slip a bit finer now. More of a second man than a third man. Ball by Stanek Zai.
I'll be hoping they haven't peaked too early. Remember, they finished day one, top of the group with a 100% record. And then they had that difficult match yesterday against Carlton, where they were really tested. They didn't let themselves down. You have to say it was still a good match. I mean, they restricted Carlton to, well, tight game, but it was just 4 run-outs. They got Carlton to make the mistakes, and then we're always in the match.
Got a bit of bowling, just sneaks inside, so got to finish the 4th. Much better over, still does concede 11. And the score is 57 for no loss after 4. Very, very good morning to you, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And we are here, and I'm really looking forward to some matches today. 4 out of the 5 matches, I think, are real tight contests. We already saw our last over finish, didn't we, between Carlton, the Scottish champions, and Brescia CC. This one, I think, could be a close one.
I think it will be, yeah.
Bit of a mismatch probably in the third match, which is the Turkish team against the Scottish team. But then the other two, very good. Also, got to give a big shout out to Molly Malone's. I was there last night, and I tried the Maximo burger, which is on the menu. It is a triple patty with everything on it. And it was amazing. So thanks to, and they gave me a coffee mug. So
I bet it didn't last very long, that burger.
No, it was gone. There's before and after. I'll probably be on my Instagram when I get a chance.
Well, surely the Maximo, it has to be. Forget triple. It has to be 6, doesn't it?
Well,
it's got to be 6 patties.
3 bits of bacon on it. So
okay.
3 and 3. Well, this is in the air, and well, is this going to be a chance? It's going to fall safely. They're going to hustle back for 2, but he's going to have to rush. They do get back. It's really good running. Longest throw on the ground. Stanek Zai thought for a second that might hang in the air long enough for him to get to it. But instead, Vikram Masakra moves into the 40s.
Yeah, just going back to that match again against that they had against Carlton, they restricted Carlton to 112, and they took 8 wickets as well. I mean, Carlton a bit of self-destruct in those run-outs, and well, they finished on 98 themselves. So they gave Carlton a run for the money. So I think Alton, they'll be looking to bounce back here.
This one's another one that's going to be on the bounce. Yeah, and I think you're exactly right, Rico. I find this a really fascinating group. And we're going to see these important matches today, because really, we'd say Scotland, they're a lock in the top 3, but the other positions are up for grabs. You have a much easier path to the championship if you do finish in the top 3. Augustine, this is with the ball. Well, Ahmed once again just helps it round the corner. This time it's on the bounce. 1 run. Sam Houghton in the chat as well. He played for Zagreb last week. Asking about, will I be performing tonight at the level 1 bar? Quite likely on a Wednesday. Come down to Sunset Beach.
Yeah, you had a good crowd in the other day. Who did you have the other time? You had
all the Bulgarians, Croatians, and a few others, a few blow-ins.
A few of the Griffins.
Yeah, Guernsey, didn't they bring a lot to the table? Just checking the bat here. Maybe it's just had a little crack. Not surprising.
The way he hits him.
Must go through a few.
Yeah, what's another one? And he wants a specific one as well. So, and the Prague CC Kings, they'll want to bounce back because they had a disappointing day yesterday.
Yeah.
They had those 2 defeats. So they will know that they've got to, if they want to finish in the top 3, this is an important match for them.
Yeah.
Alton, at the same time, they win this.
Yeah.
Then basically it closes the door for the teams that are below them.
Yeah, they're locked in. Although they will play Cluj later in the day. So there's a lot of things that could happen to this top 3. I just think we're going to see some close contests. I think even Carlton, they've just been doing what's necessary. I think Brescia, I actually tipped Brescia to win this morning. They didn't bat well enough, but they're a bit of a bogey team. I think potentially later in the week, if they can click, they're capable of anything.
But that's the thing, they've got to click. And the thing is now, from now on in, they've got to click on a regular basis. Yeah. They need the consistency, and that's what they haven't shown. I do like Carlton, though. I think they've been just doing what's necessary. Well, time to test out the new bat. And it's just a 1-hopper. None of these shots recently that have been played, Vinny, they're just bouncing in front of fielders, aren't they? So you just get a feeling that maybe that wicket, The stroke of luck that Alton are looking for just round the corner.
Another little leg side flick from Hilal Ahmed. A few people asking, how did I go against the Maximo Burger? Well, let's just say I defeated it, and it was filling. I'll tell you that much. Like I say, see the before and after, Sam. I know you're asking about it in the chat. Delicious. I can't say enough about Molly Malone's in Cohen. Big supporters, and they're always down here on a Monday when the bars close as well. It's been a miss to finish the 5th. Halfway through this first innings of match number 12, PCC Kings. They are 63 for no loss.
Yeah, I'm going well. One of the things, the observations that I made about the Kings was that quite often they make good starts. They then lose the likes of Sudesh early, and then nobody else is able to keep the innings together. So for these two to bat deep, to take it and score at a good rate as well, it's always going to be healthy for them. And that's how they're going to post a score around about 120 plus.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, okay, Hilal Ahmed, he hasn't quite hit his straps here. If he gets out, you've got Ashoka to come in at number 3, who potentially could hurt you even more. So it's one of those tough situations. Nothing against Hilal Ahmed, who was a counter-stroke maker of his own. Digs this one out for 1. He has been pretty good at getting the beast on strike. He's facing up now. Maseka on 43. Malik Zai coming back for his second over.
Yeah, just having a look at the field, the way it's set at the moment. I would be tempted to go for a field that myself and Corey were talking about, that we've seen a lot of teams adopted, and to have that other man on the boundary out there on the offside, to have like your long off very straight.
Slow ball, clever bowling. Too clever for the keeper as well. As it just bounces in front of him and sneaks away for a bite. Just going to say a quick hello to Akeem Malik as well. He's got a question for you in a second. Also, from Gerrit Weiss in Germany. Great that you can join us. We will see MSC Frankfurt, the German champions, next week in Group D, or the Group of Death, as we were saying. Question, though, a Rico question, which I always think is nice that we get questions from the viewers. After this ball from Stanek Zai. One here. Wants to know, Rico, do you use hair gel? Now, what is your secret? Because your hair is looking magnificent.
I don't use hair gel. In fact, I don't like to use any products at all. But I will say this: on particular days when it's very windy,
yeah,
it could come in handy. It could come in handy.
You need the full Donald Trump
there was
hairspray.
one day last week which was a bad look day. It was really windy, and when I came back up here and I was watching I think it was the coin toss. And I'm thinking, okay, we've got to do something about that.
Looking all windswept and interesting.
Yeah.
You go back to your first time on camera, back to Rome.
Oh, you're not going to go there again.
That one, you had the hair was really going there.
Well, that's because I had a bit more hair then. I've worked with you since, and I've lost loads, I tell you.
It does age you, doesn't it?
and it's going grey as well.
It's the stress, though, these close finishes. Two to come. But he's just losing his mojo a little bit.
Yeah.
This one whistles past the outside edge. Yeah, I do think, see if Alton can chase something 100 plus here. That's certainly what it's looking like. Potentially a few more. And you think back to Game 5 against Precious EC, the way they were able to do that. But can they do it on a regular basis? And especially with the top 3 spot potentially on the line. Beats that enough. Tries to whack this one again. Compare that to the first ball he faced, where he just kept a better batting shape.
Yeah.
Time just lost it a little bit. It's the end of the 6th, and a good over from...
Excellent over. Just 3 runs from it, from my calculation.
Yeah, just the 2 singles and a bye. So Stanek Zai coming back well. And 6 overs down, 66 for no loss. Obviously, 11 and over. That's 110 pace. If you can get to a ball from here, gets you a few more than that. 114. I think they can still get 120 here. They finish with a bang. Augustine's coming back for his second over.
Yeah, Augustine and Stanek Zai bowled well. Stanek Zai has bowled these 2 out now. Good bowling from him. Just 13 off his 2.
This one pacey, but ill-directed.
Good take from Warridu as well. That one really does take off, doesn't it?
Yeah, he makes it look easy, but it's not an easy take, actually, because it's always climbing on him. I expected this wide. Gets across quickly. It's got to go now. It does, and this one should be out. Ali Naya spills it. Well, came forward, and once again just got a bit lower on him than he thought, and the elbows hit the ground, and it pops out. And Hilal Ahmed, he's dropped for, I think, a 5th time, including the one of the no ball.
He doesn't move. Ali Naya, he stays rooted for too long. All he has to do is take a couple of steps forward, and he's taking this at a comfortable height. I don't know if you see it here. Look, he moves so late and tries to take it difficultly, and out it comes.
Beast on strike then, and he's going to make them pay. He just chips this one down the ground. Maximo! That moves Wickramasinghe to 49. And yeah, if that catch gets taken, you've got the new batter on strike. Instead, they get the single, and the next one is downtown, out of the ground.
Yeah, but look, that's the difference. Lovely shot, top shot, 6 runs. But he keeps his shape. He doesn't try and hit it too hard like we saw him do in the last over, wild swings. This time, he stands up tall, keeps his head perfectly straight, and he's absolutely thumped that over for a big 6.
Swing and a miss. Bit of
This is shape to talk about.
not going to die wondering. Here's the thing though, Hilal Ahmed 21 off 17. I actually think I would retire him and get a Shokin out there. I think strategically, I know it's not done that often, but I think that's what I would be considering at this stage.
So you think it's time for him to go?
I just think he's done his job. He's set it up so that wickets aren't a concern. I think you got to get a batter out there with a bit more destruction power. Well, though.
That's really well bowled. That's a beauty, and you can see that Suresh is having a few issues just picking Augustine. A few times he's been beaten, and this time he thinks, okay.
That leaves him.
Yeah.
Hits the seam and goes away. It's good bowling. Another hair-related question for you, Rico, in a second. They keep coming. Final third of the innings coming up. Gets a bit of bat on this. It's off the toe. Yeah, stubs the toe, but still gets to the boundary, and that will bring up a half-century for Zadesh Wickramasinghe of 25 balls. It's been a bit hit and miss, but more hit than miss. It's a good knock from the Kings opener.
Yeah, look, he needed this. Gets a half-century. Well batted, ball badaya. Wickramasinghe अपनी half-century बना लिया, and he'd be looking to go all the way. Well, he's got ton written on his bat. Well, it'll take something sensational for him to get there. But, well, he's on his way, and if anyone can, and now he's got that 50 behind him, and there's a man out there who can hit the ball big and really get the acceleration going here now.
Hits this one, picks out the fielder. Just be one, so he'll retain the strike. Moves to 54, and after 7 overs, Prague CC Kings are 79 for no loss. Before we get on to another hair-related question, I will talk you through the format of this group week. Just like Group A and Group B, we are into Wednesday, and that is the final day of round-robin matches. After match 15 tonight, we'll know the top 3 and the bottom 3. And the top 3 will play for position tomorrow on Super Thursday. The bottom 3, they'll be playing for their tournament lives before we come back on Finals Friday, where we will see ultimately who will progress from Group C. So you can always follow along on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. The top 3 is crucial because you guarantee yourself a spot on Finals Friday. Whereas if you're in the bottom 3, you are risking your tournament life that you could get knocked out on Super Thursday. You have no idea really how that table will look. So yeah, the question in the chat was, if you had to use something, would you use hair wax or hair gel? Do you have a preference?
I suppose wax. Wax is easier, right? You just
is all right.
plonk it on.
Oh,
That's high.
trouble. Yeah, that's a no ball, and that's 7. So that's no good at all. Perumal comes into the attack. First ball he bowls, doesn't touch the surface. And in fact, it doesn't touch the field again. Maximo, 6 more to Wickramasinghe. I think it's a good call from the umpire, but he wasn't too worried about it, and he's looking for it. He gets the call, and a free hit coming up.
Yeah, don't worry. It's been called. The beast. He's hungry for more. I tell you what, the man we should be talking about all these questions is Aqib Iqbal. We remember him, and he's here. It's never out of place. And he can be diving around, falling around. It could be gale force winds out there like they've had in some parts of Europe at the moment.
Rock of Gibraltar.
He was never out of place.
Free hit. Strap yourself in. Pretty good ball. Oh, this one eats up the fielder. It's going to be 4 more. Just had to make the block. Didn't have to worry about the catch, but he can't handle the bounce just in front of him. And the result, another boundary to the Czech Republic champions. The PCC Kings up to 90.
Yeah, look, I was going to say at the end of that 7th over, they haven't lost a wicket. The score, 79, look, it's not huge. They've done pretty well. They've restricted back-to-back boundaries on a number of occasions, but now here, all of a sudden, that score's just rocketed up to 90 because of some bad bowling, bad fielding. Got to keep it together.
Short, no ball called.
Oh no. This is going from bad to worse, really bad to worse. And I was talking about the beast maybe getting to 100. Well, if they're going to start doing things like this, giving him free hits, etc., well, he could get there.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, don't mention the C word. Century.
It's all right, we've had one now. Can do it.
Just gets one here. Also depends how much of the strike he gets. Taranjit almost got a century last night before he was kind of muscled out of the
What
play.
was that about? Did
I
you
told
see
him,
how wide he had to go past the
Yeah, I
bowler?
told him he should have been hitting the gym so he had a bit more upper body strength so that he doesn't get muscled out of the way by the Turkish bowler.
He's only little as well as the guy.
Hit hard, hit into the gap, and this is going to be 4. Hill Ahmed, he knows his job now is to score runs or get out of the way. He's not going anywhere. He's rode his luck to 25, not out. He's been a good support for Wickramasinghe in this innings. And that one, nice shot, just all about the placement that time. 4 more runs to the Kings.
Yeah, nice shot. This is what you're absolutely right, Vinny. It's time for Ahmed to say, right, okay, my job is done. Now I'm throwing the bat at everything.
This one in the gap as well. Well, more intelligent batting from Ahmed. The power of placement as he moves to 29, back-to-back 4s, and the Kings bring up the 100, and there's still plenty of time for them to build on this score. An imposing total in match number 12.
Yeah, I mean, they've come out fighting. They know what's at stake. They know where they want to finish, and they know they need to get a good win under their belt. That sets themselves up for another mouth-watering contest that will come later. But at the moment, all the focus is on this. They want to be looking at the 140 mark here. Good hitting here now from both these batters.
It's been the over they needed. It's gone magical. Still 2 to come. Once again, this is hit into the gap, and this could be 4 more. Hilal Ahmed, he's threading the needle at the moment. 4, 4, 4. Hungry for more. The Kings, they are motoring.
Yeah, Brito has to go down here for me. And it's a couple of times the outfielding has not been great. I mean, this has been hit. I mean, look, you've got to throw yourself at this. Get the slide in, try and stop it. And they're just quite happy just to start putting the brakes on already and let the ball go to the boundary.
It's a live action. Hunts the gap again, but he won't get it. 25 come off Prumel's over. The score now 104 for no loss. The issue there, Prumel's probably the man they wanted to come back and bowl the 10th over as kind of a death specialist. And now you wonder, will they go back to him or will they try another option? You can see the Worm certainly had a bit of a flat spot there through overs 5 and 6. They only scored 6 and 3 off those overs respectively, but since then 13 in the 7th, 25 off the 8th. This score is up and away. We're on 130 pace now. Go back to the 6th over. They were going at 11 and over. 110 pace. Just those 2 overs lifting them to 130 pace. So we're going to see Danasagaram to bowl over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. Well, it's all happening at the moment. It's going to be must-watch TV. As the Beast faces up, and he launches him, and he's not going to see this one again because that's out of sight. Maximo! 6 to Wickramasinghe. I said don't mention the C word. Well, he's going to have to do something supersonic to get there. This one's off for length, and adios pelota. 6 to start the 9th.
Oh, he's just seeing it so well here now. That's more like it. Stand firm, head still.
I lost that off the bat, and I was a little bit worried it was going to join us in the commentary box.
I was wondering what you do. I thought you were starting to do a little dance there. I
I
don't know
was
what's
a
going
bit
on here.
nervous. Now, that's a win for the bowler. Danasagaram. This will just be 1. Ahmed. He's just been very good at picking the gaps in the last few minutes. Look at the field here. They've got a deep backward square leg, fairly square mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep point. I think he'll be probably going from between the long on and mid-wicket is where he'll be aiming. Does. Doesn't quite get it, but this one, well, once again, he's found the gap where there wasn't even a gap. And Hilal Ahmed, he is just seeing him so well at the moment. He gets another boundary.
Once again, don't want to be too critical, but you got to stop these. You got to throw yourself at it, and it's the same fielder again. And well, Brito, well, maybe he's brittle. He doesn't want to hurt himself, but you got to stop those.
Keep bringing those two fielders closer and closer together. Now they're about 15 yards apart. One's just behind square, one's just in front, saying, you can't keep hitting it in between us. There's a huge gap between.
You know where this is going? Well, they've made another change here now. He's coming back towards us. Yeah, that makes sense.
Both got a bit more.
Can't
more
follow the
forward,
ball.
though.
You've got to stop it, not follow it.
All right, this is Miles in the air. Where's this landing? The keeper's after it. Don't think anyone's getting near this. Oh, actually, it's an excellent catch by Waridu, who takes that one in the outfield. This is Miles in the air. He had to run back with the flight. And it's the man with the gloves that's been able to do what nobody else has in this inning so far. And that's hold a catch. And Hilal Ahmed, he has to depart, but not before a very healthy contribution. He goes for 37 off 23 with 6 boundaries. And the score now, 115 for 1. But what an opening partnership for the Prague CC Kings.
Yeah, it's a great partnership. I'm thinking there's no way anybody's going to get to this. And he does extremely well. Look, you can see just how far he's gone. That boundary rope is just come to his picture there. That is a terrific catch. And I tell you one man that's really happy that he's taken it is Prummel, because Prummel didn't want it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that catch, I might say, yeah, he's got the gloves, but have to find the right spot. Getting a good ovation. Played his role perfectly, really, Hilal Ahmed. Having a good week. Done a good job with the gloves himself.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, this is a dangerous player to come out. Number 3, the captain, Arun Ashokan. And he will be facing up, of course. They have to cross back on the catch. So, here's Arun with 8 balls remaining. Good first ball. Full straight, just the one. And I think we're going to see 7 balls left. I think we're going to see 7 attempted maximos from these two. They don't muck around. They've had some good partnerships on this ground before. They already have that platform of 116 on the board, so I think there'll be nothing held back here. Don't leave your TV in the next 5 minutes. Short, slightly mistimed. But it doesn't matter when you're the beast, because that's into the gap, and it's going to be 4 more. Wickramasinghe at 76 now off 33. All happening in the 9th as per usual. And at the end of it, Prague CC Kings 120 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a good, positive batting performance. Good response so far from the Kings after the disappointment of yesterday. And of course, they will know, even though they're all smiles out there at the moment, they will know that whatever they end up with, it's only halfway point. And Alton, they've got a few good big hitters themselves, that if they get off to a good start, same way that the Prague Kings did here, that they can get these runs. But a lot depends on this over. Look, 128. If they can keep it under 130, then they'll be happy with that. But it could go even bigger. This one should be taken. And it has been. So the captain comes on, Alinaya, and he gets the wicket. And it's Arun Ashokan that goes, but the big thing for me here is not only have they got the wicket, it's a dot ball, but a new batter will go and strike.
That's why that rule is really important. I think it's been an excellent addition. Is that normally in this situation, because they cross, it would be the beast facing up, but it rewards the fielding team for holding the chance. So it means we will get the new batter on strike. Ashokan just gets the couple of balls in this one. He becomes the 2nd wicket to fall. Score is 120 for 2. Nice catch taken by Athiparaj Ratnaraja. Naya gets his wicket. Captain getting captain. Hey, so question in the chat from Hawkmoon about what's the highest partnership. Highest opening partnership, and I can tell you, it's an easy one. The highest opening partnership in the ECL is 222. And that was in the ECL 19 final. Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards for VOC Rotterdam, a side that we will see next week. Trying to defend their ECL title that they picked up in 2019. We'll see Dutch teams in the next 2 weeks, actually, because VOC Rotterdam automatic qualifiers as the champions, which means the actual Netherlands slot goes to Abias Kranhout. We'll see in Group E. That's a nice dot ball snuck past Sharan Ramakrishna. He's been a pretty good finisher for the Czech Republic national team at the European Cricket Championship in September 2021, which is the international tournament. First time we've had international T10 cricket.
That's a really good ball.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Because he had to get his line right as well to the left-hander, and he got it right on the money.
Beast has to run here. He goes leg side, and this one is going to be out of the ground. Maximo! That's a Rama special. Loves the ball coming in, just flicks it away dismissively on the leg side. I thought for a second maybe the fielder was in play, but he comes out, and he's aiming to finish the job. 6 runs to Sharan Ramakrishnan.
Yeah, Ramakrishnan, what a lovely shot this is. What a beautiful pickup. And, well, he's not thinking of giving the Beast a strike. He's thinking of hitting them himself. 6 runs. Lovely shot.
Naya gets one on him. Top ball, but called wide.
Yeah, umpire has a good think about this. And I think it's a correct call in the end.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I think it is. Getting enough of that blue line. Yeah, of course, talking about 222. Yesterday was the 22nd of the second 22. 22-2-22. A lot of chat about that. We had 22 for 2 a couple of times on the scoreboard as well. This is definitely a wide. So, a lot of people mentioning Richie Benno as well. It's Richie Benno Day. Great person around cricket, not only for commentary, but his career. Excellent leg spinner and had the most wickets of any Australian at one point. Still 3 to come here. And he goes up again. He's going to go long and strong. It's another one. Maximo Ramakrishnan saying, well, whatever you can do, BC, I can do as well. And he takes the Kings up past the 130 mark.
Yeah, this is disappointing for the captain, Annie. He's done pretty well, isn't he? First couple of deliveries, and then he's lost his shape, lost his line, got the wide balls in, and then well, he's also seen 2 Maximos come off him as well. So they're not going to keep it on the 130. So this is now really going to be a big ask for Alton, and that ain't going to help either. That's going to be another wide.
Other thing here, I think we're seeing the power of batting first and not being encumbered or bothered about any particular score. They've just come out, they've batted. Sure, they've had some chances that they've been given. For sure, the Kings, but they made the most of them.
Yeah.
And lack of scoreboard pressure, just batting with a certain freedom. 135, still 2 to come. Goes offside this time, no ball called, and it's going to be Maximo. 6 more. This is for one fielder being outside the circle. It was called from square leg, and there was a point from Anand Shub. So he's looking at everything, of course, as the bowler's running in. So this is a disaster. It's a no ball, +6, free hit coming up. And he was just gesturing towards the man at short fine leg, or perhaps on the fine leg boundary, that he wasn't quite in the circle. Of course, you have to be inside the circle. It wasn't for a front foot. It was for a fielding issue. So it wasn't so much that he was all the way back on the boundary. It's just he wasn't in the circle. It was a quick point. I think it was the man at short fine leg. So this is getting from bad to worse now. Never mind 130. Let's go over 140. Still 2 to come. Free hit coming up. This over's gone magical. 22 with 2 to come. Hit hard. And this one is stopped. So Ramakrishnan, very useful 19 off 5. And he'll now get to watch the Beast try and put the exclamation point on this innings, which is now worth 143 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, the body language from the captain. Annie Naya says it all. I mean, it's difficult, but you got to realise this rubs off on your players. He's got to be positive.
Yep. Buckle up. Last ball. Swing and a miss. Beastie will be annoyed with that, but he can be very happy with his contribution. He'll finish 76 not out off 34 balls with 8 big 6s and 4 4s. He was well supported by Hill Ahmed originally with 37 off 23. Then a nice cameo from Sharan Ramakrishnan at the end. And the Prague CC Kings winning the toss, batting very well. They've set a steep target for Alton, 144. They'll require over 14 and over. One thing we do know is that the Swiss, they were very good chasing on day 1, but still they've got their work cut out for them in this match 12 of Group C.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have. Look, they're going to get a big round of applause here, especially that man Vikram Sakura. He's batted really well, and he's the beast. And you're now seeing why he's the beast. He hits the ball big, he hits it hard. Just the one thing that comes to mind, can you imagine if he was facing for the last over?
Yeah.
That 100 was definitely there for the taking.
Well, Ramakrishnan got 19 of them, and if they'd gone to the beast, then he would have been up in the 90s and perhaps nudging the 3 figures. Now, both these teams are kind of sitting in contention for top 3 spots. The Kings need to get a move on, and the worst possible start, drop catch. First ball cost him an overthrow, then it was beast mode activated. Vikramasakra dangerous in the power play. It's a very proud team, Park CC. We saw this story in the first half with these drop chances. Al Ahmed living a charmed life out there. Couple disappearing into the jungle. And yeah, I know that Vikramasakra likes to bat number 3, but I do think there is a benefit to getting him out there, opening up. And elected not to open it with himself and Ashokan. Used Hilal Ahmed as kind of wild card at the top of the order. Meanwhile, you can see his teammates, they were enjoying what they were seeing. A bit of frustration for Alton. Don't often see so many drop chances from the Swiss T10 champs. And Naya, again, their captain even, not quite getting in on that one quick enough. The 50 came up for Vikramasakra. They were just getting started. Look at that one. That was a full toss, just flat bat forehand out of the ground. Yeah, just a couple of these high balls getting called, resulting in extra deliveries, and the Czech Republic champions really made them pay. This was a good catch. Look at the highlight of the innings, to be honest. Waridu running back into the outfield, losing a hat, but keeping the ball in the process. And finally, Hilal Ahmed's luck ran out. But not before he was able to thread the needle on quite a few boundaries. Didn't hit a 6, Hilal Ahmed, up 6 fours in his 37. And we saw Ramakrishnan come out and play a bit of a cameo, knocking 19 up in only 5 deliveries faced, including 3 that went over the ropes. Ultimately, the Beast would miss out in the last ball, but did miss out in the 10 overs, finishing 76 not out of 34 balls. 8 maximos and 4 boundaries in that innings. I mentioned Hilal Ahmed, opening partnership of 115, played his role. Didn't hit a 6, but 6 boundaries, and his placement was superb. No luck for Ashokan. That didn't really matter. They had the runs on the board by then. Ramakrishnan cashed in the left-hander with 3 big 6s of his own. 10 extras, a bit of a concern there, including the 4 no balls for a variety of reasons. I think that extra 10 runs were given away. We have a look at the bowling figures. Static Zai, best of the bowlers, I think, only conceded 13, including a second over that only went for a couple. But apart from that, didn't have a lot of help. Augustine went for under 20, but nobody else could say that. And the wickets going to Ali Naya and Tana Sagaram. But Alton, they've made their bed at it. They made their bed, now they'll have to line it, as we say. In the classics, a couple of magical overs in there. In fact, we had 3 magical overs over 20, the 3rd, the 8th, and the 10th. As we see a score of 143 racked up. So when we return, Alton, the Swiss champions, they will be back, requiring 144 for victory. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope that you're having a great day, no matter where you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more cricketing excitement. It'll be good to watch, so see you shortly. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to Vinage Cricket Ground in the Czech Republic. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And some good news for you. The rain has stopped finally. It seemed to be going forever and ever and ever. And well done to the ground staff here and all the helpers, because they're doing the hard yards of getting the covers off. And the good news is regarding this match, is match 31 between Vinarati and the Prague Barbarians. There is a plan to start this match. And once again, it's wonderful to have your company, and thanks for your patience. I hope you really enjoyed the first half of that classic match between the Prague CC Kings and Alton of Switzerland. And we will pause that there because it does look like we might have a start pretty soon. I'm here with Danny Hudacek, and Danny, it looks like it'll be a 4-over match starting in 10 minutes. It's just going to be great because especially your guys, Vinarati, they could really use the points, as could the Barbarians.
Look, absolutely. And I think it'll suit the Barbarians, if anything, because Johanna Hoke was very good this morning, and they are missing quite a few players up the top of their innings. And Vinarati, they do want points on the board. So 4-over game, better than nothing.
Yeah, sure is. And we might show you out in the middle right now. I mean, a lot of work going on out there because the officials, the umpires have been keeping a really close eye on things. A lot of people have been working on some of the areas of the ground that were some of the more wet areas. So you can see a lot of work has been going on to make sure this ground's fit for play, including keeping that centre of the ground really well covered. So big well done to everybody there. There's the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, keep an eye, making sure that no water is slipping off those covers. So yeah, really, really promising news as things have cleared up a little bit here at Vinage. And it looks like we should have a start in about 10 minutes' time. So we're going to leave you while you see the hard work being done out in the middle. Hopefully you can have a cup of tea and join us when we return in around about 8 minutes' time. We will be back, and hopefully we'll have some cricket for you. It'll be a 4-over match. That's the plan between Vinarati, who are fielding first after winning the toss and electing to bowl. It'll be a 1-over power play. It will be a 1-over per bowler, obviously. It could be your first ever 4-over super smash. Am I right?
It will be. Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
well, it should be exciting. Take a break, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN as we count down to match number 31. See you shortly. Hello and welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic. Some good news for you. We're going to have some cricket for you live here from the Scott Page Field, as it will be an abridged game, match 31. Top effort from everyone who has helped get this ground ready for play. And I will say that it is a very hard surface, so we always knew that if the weather let up, that we would be able to get back out there. And so instead of a 10-over match, just have a 3-over match. When I last talked to you, I called it a 4-over match. I just decided to spend another few minutes just trying to make sure we get those areas as cleaned up as possible, rest around where the covers were. So it will be Vinarati who have won the toss here in match number 31. They've elected to field, so they'll be chasing. And it's the Barbarians that will be batting. You see, they've sent Andrew Sim out there. I like that. Pretty good move with Johanna Hoke, who had a very good game in their earlier match today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek. Danny, bit of a frustrating day. Always is when there's a bit of weather around. But it's good to see the two teams on the park, particularly your guys, Vinarati, who desperately need some points here in Group B.
Yeah, look, absolutely, and it's great we can get some this game underway. And it's been a bit of rain all day, but it shows you how good this ground is, where there's no puddling at all. And, rain has eased off a bit, but still be interesting. So as you said before, it's my first 3-over bash.
3-over smash. Yeah. And look, what I will say is, we're now playing in fairly similar conditions to what we started in today. And look, it's no more or less, I suppose, uncomfortable than the other teams who did have to play this morning, including Barbarians, I suppose. But this is all part and parcel of being a European cricketer, and you just have to adapt to the conditions. I mean, for me, I always actually loved, I used to play hockey, for example, on grass. I kind of brought the best out of me. There's a bit of the warrior in you. So you see the players out there, they want to play cricket when it comes down to it. And I don't think anyone wants to sit on the sidelines for too long. So we did have a bit of an extended break in the rain, which allowed the covers to come off. So we're going to get going, and it will be the captain, Venkatesh Magashayam, to open up. So let me just talk you through the playing conditions here. It's 1 over power play, obviously 1 over per bowler, just 3 overs per side. And it's going to be go time. I think the team that adapts better has a good chance in this one as we get going. Hoke facing Magashayam. Let's go. Finally in match number 31.
Just outside our stump, and no run. It's interesting, the spin up top. As I mentioned before, on this surface, it'll be damp and it'll skid through for the spinner, so it'll be a bit slower through the air, but it'll shoot through. Good move maybe from Venki. Comes in with the second ball, and that's another swing and a miss. Good start here from the skipper for VCC.
Brilliant start. There's always the tendency to try too hard as well, I think. Hoke trying to force the issue early on. Great start by Venki.
And this one's in the air. It's through the gap. They're chasing it. I think they might get there. And good piece of fielding. And that's James Flotto, who's come into the side.
One of 5 new inclusions in this side as well. And you'd see this one probably earlier in the week definitely flies away for 4, but just because of the conditions today, one pulling up and just allowing 2 the first runs of the innings.
This wind's hit in the air. It's going to go all the way as it just bounced in front of the boundary for 4. And a good shot there from Hoke. Just a bit over pitch there from Venki. And that's a nice shot. He's been in good form today, has Jonahua Hoke. And that one right into that cow corner area.
I think with these 3-over games, we've seen a few of them, 3 to 5 over games kind of thing. It's like anything is chaseable and anything's defendable sometimes, because you just have 1 or 2 good overs, and that's pretty much the whole game. Good comeback from Hoke.
It's poked out towards Fellow again. And Flotto is just dabbed that down, just a single to bring Andrew Sim on strike. I think it'll suit him. Plays very correct shots, and he hits very nicely through the covers, does Andrew Sim.
It was Ashat Hyatt actually in about 7 jumpers that was fielding that one. And now we'll go to the last ball, the over. Been a pretty good one though.
Yeah, they want to keep it down to just a run or a dot ball here. Strong in that area, and Just 1 run, 8 from the over. Pretty good start for both teams. Only 2 overs left. See who they turn to.
Say something like 30 is probably par. I just think, I know you got all your resources, but you still got to get the runs. Probably 30 to 35, probably par.
Difficult though with this these conditions.
Yeah, but I mean, you can pretty much go for broke with running between the wickets, for example, as well. Let's see how Sim goes. I think that Andrew Sim's a pretty good selection here. He can crack the ball through the line. I think they're putting back a deep cover back at the moment for him. It's good selection, I think, of an outfield, also deep mid wicket. And also, I mean, this is where you got to be clever with the 3 bowlers that you bowl. I don't think you want to bowl guys that are going to come off really long runs. And, well, here's a man, which I almost didn't recognise when I saw him, Shubhranshu Chowdhury. As one of the... I don't know if we can zoom in on this moustache. I think you can see it from the moon. But talk me through this look, Danny.
Oh, it's great. It's a dodgy moustache. It looked very, very 1980s Kapil Dev.
Isn't he?
And it'll be interesting to see if Shub Chowdhury can, how he's going to go here. Very tall man, very good bowler. And a good start. Oh, it's gone down there towards
good
boundary.
Effort. That's going to be 4, though. 4 buys. That was Flotto that had to try and clean up. Got under Bartia. Not easy to go under him because he's not that tall. But you see that just seems back quite a long way. Oh, these are the things that in a 3-over match can make a big difference. So a boundary untouched to start the over for the Barbarians.
They've got 2 men back there, very fine for just that sort of occasion, and they just couldn't cut it off.
We're out of the power play, right? So they've got 5 outfielders allowed.
So nice, good short of a length, good ball that. And I think it's a very good length to Andrew Sim, who likes to drive. And Shub Chowdhury, you know, that he's a very tall man, bowls just short of a length. It's really going to kick on this pitch. It's a very good ball.
Yeah, so just looking at this field, you've got long on back, mid off up. You've got a deep cover. You've got a very fine leg and a very fine third man behind the keeper.
Nice shot. And hit to the to point. Just a single. It'll bring Hoke on the strike, who's the danger man here for Barbarians.
Thing with these 3-over games, more often than not, they're really close games as well. So, of course, because you're always pretty close to the finish, anything can happen. Could even have a golden ball, who knows? Halfway through the innings, the score's 13.
Oh, good ball. And Budger does well. And they'll sneak through for a bye.
He's getting a lot of seam movement, Chowdhury. Remember, the ball is very new. And because he is tall as well, he gets seam and bounce. He seems to get the ball to hit that seam and go left to right. That one going past the stumps. A pretty good stop by Barchi that time, but he can't prevent the bite.
Comes in again. This time bowling to Andrew Sim. Gets a lot of in-swing as well. We saw him last year bowl a magnificent in-swinging Yorker to the beast, and skittled him.
Yeah.
So he gets a lot of movement, and sometimes struggles with his control, but he's looking very at ease. As Shub Chowdhury, only 2 off the bat so far in this over, plus those buys. Comes in again. His fine little delivery. And this one's punched out to the covers, just a single. A bit of a shy at the stumps. Nicely backed up from the Dr. Misha out there. And, well, very good over there from Shubs, considering. And there were 3 off the bat.
Yeah, 3 off the bat, and there were 5 buys in the over. So, in the end, they took 8 off the first. They take 8 off the second. So, 16 for no loss after 2. And straight away, we head into the final over.
I think it's the right move to bring Arshad Hayat into this for this final over. Just final over already, Vinny. That's a weird thing to say. But Arshad Hayat has been the pick of the bowlers for Vinarati. He's picked up a few wickets and kept the runs down as well. So it'll be difficult maybe for Hoke to get him away. He's 8 off 7. Andrew Sim 3 off 5. Just haven't been able to get here. The batsmen away, the bowlers away. Only 1-4 so far in the innings.
Yeah, well, it's now or never. They're going to have to go all guns blazing as we go into the third. Here's
So full toss, and it's been hit down to Honza Cornes there. Been a good player for Vinarati for the last couple of years.
just one thing. We just saw some action from Kartama. And just a reminder, as we'll wait for this ball first from Hyatt. Swing and a miss. And now they're going to go on the throw. You can have a second go at running him out. He's not going to do this either. Now they're going to scramble another one. And there's nobody home at the keeper's end. Now there is. And now he's missed it. And now they're going to get another one. And they have to go to the top end again. I think it's 3. Now that is an ECN classic. I want all of that. And I can't have it in slow motion because we might be here for another 6 months looking at this replay. I can't remember if he hit it or not. But that's 3 runs, I think. What entertainment that is. 3 byes. Oh, wow. To a ball that went to the keeper. Oh, okay. We'll need this entire thing in the highlights, please, because I don't think we have time for it now. Come back. Oh, well.
It's been dragged across.
Now you might as well go. Don't be easy. Oh, well done. And I think he's going to be gone. So, maybe in this break we'll be able to see that 3 byes again, because I want to see that. But right now, you've got to say it was a very, very good piece of fielding, and particularly from Hyatt that gathers the return. You see here, absolutely nothing to lose. He grabs it and just out, I think. I think it just gets him marginally. We'll try and get you exactly an idea of how much it's out by. And Sim doing the right thing. And there it was. Well, let's go back a bit. Yeah, I think just gets him. It's a good call on the field.
Yeah, very good call.
Just out. Yeah, good stuff. So it'll be 1 and a wicket. So 21 for 1. 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, that's a nice take there from Arshad Hyatt. Throws a bit wide. Showed good hands, and it's been a good over, but it's the byes that are top scoring at the moment, I think.
Phil G said how to turn nothing into a 3. Well, here we go. I think this is towards the end of it. And then he still had the whole, look at him pumping him. Andrew Sim, no wonder he couldn't come back with the 2. Here's the next ball, which should just work out for a single. Yeah, El Elvira, our director, who's doing a fantastic job queuing up the classic games as well today. If we could get that entire sequence in the highlights, because the highlights won't be that long anyway. It's only a 3 over game. Certainly warrants another look. So, yeah, no, well done by VCC at the moment. See that Piyush Kumar's come out at number 3. He'll be facing up now. 2 balls remaining. I think just a little bit of a secret that Jiranshu Chowdhury is going to say to Harshad Hyatt, good luck.
That was a short chat.
What he said there. 2 to come then.
That's good bowling. Just 1 leg by. The call of hold it.
There's about 10 calls of hold it there. And Niraj Shagi enjoyed it. Easy. The Spartans on their day off. That's what I'm talking about. But in all seriousness, it's about adapting to your conditions. So, I mean, it's a hard pitch. It's an artificial pitch. I mean, you just have to be a bit careful, but I don't think it's particularly dangerous at all. All right, let's start running. They'll get to who wants it. And well done. Does the same again. So it will be 1 and out. Knight spikes the ball. Now, I don't know how he can even move. He looks like the Michelin man. He's wearing so many layers. Arshad Hyatt, maybe we'll see him out there opening the batting. Who knows? But it will be 24 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. So, again, I think it's a bit light on, but we haven't seen Vinarati bat yet. And we know they haven't necessarily been the quickest of starters. Well, there's not much except for a start here in match 31. And a very entertaining 3 over thrash, Danny, including what I think was maybe one of the only and best 3 byes I've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. That's what I'm looking forward to. The rest, you can probably fast forward through, but they did send out Hoke and Andrew Sim, which seemed like a good idea, but Magashayam, he was the man who would open up. Got to say, big thanks to all the players and all the helpers around the ground that kept the middle dry. And so you saw early, the outfield is holding up a bit, so maybe this 24 plays a bit bigger. That was the only boundary of the innings, except for a 4 byes, which snuck under Bhatia. But yeah, for me, the effort was there from Vinarati. it's just a matter of where they can get the run. Now, here we go. There's one, and he sims off to the races here. And then he's pretty keen, even though he's run an extra 3 metres there. By the time Hyatt could have thrown, he was probably not past the line. Gowd misses it, and then Gowd gets it back, and Gowd fumbles it again. Well, he had about 7 touches there, Sid Gowd. And it resulted in probably the best untouched 3 I've ever seen. But in the end, a couple of nice run-outs, just saving a couple of runs for VCC towards the end of the innings. And well done by Hyatt.
Yeah, it's just a couple of those run-outs and really nice take there from Arshad Hyatt. It did save them a couple of runs. Vinny, I have no idea if this is a good score or not.
It's a score.
It's a score.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what, 8-8-8. That's what was the 3 overs. The 3 overs, all 8 runs, and it's just a couple of run-outs in the last over. So, I mean, judging by that, 8's about par, would make 24 par. I mean, it's really hard to say. It depends who's out there. I think one thing that probably hurts them a little bit, Barbarians, is they only hit the 1 boundary in the 3 overs. And the other thing that probably counters that is I think they ran really well. They took some almost impossible runs and ended up with a bunch of buys in particular. I think there were 8 buys out of that score of 24. So we can take a quick break. When we return in a few minutes, it will be the chase. It'll be 25 required for victory. First, we have a quick look at Jonah Hoke, who scored 12 off 11. He was the man that hit the boundary. And Andrew Sim, he ran hard there. Probably deserved a bit more than that 3 off 6. You see the 9 extras in there, 8 buys in particular. There was the 4 buys, there was the 3 buys that just don't even know how that happened still. And the 1 leg buy. And as far as the bowling, it's all about the selection of bowlers as well. You want bowlers that can adapt to the conditions. I think all the bowlers bowled pretty well. You see, all the overs went for 8, but that included the buys in those overs. So Marcus Cheyenne with 8. Chowdhury bowled pretty well in tough conditions. None for 3, his figures. None for 4 for Hyatt, but did execute 2 run out, saved a couple of runs. Look, game on. And look, one thing's for sure, both these teams, they could really do with the 2 points, Danny.
Look, absolutely. And we're going to find out very quickly which team gets the 2 points. I'll tell you what, the conditions have brightened up a bit. It looks actually, it's not quite sunny, but the rain has stopped, and it's much brighter than what it was.
Well, I think the wind probably changed several times during the 3 buys. So I tell you what, I'm looking forward to this. It's entertaining, and the good news is, it is a bit clearer out there. So it's the break in the weather we hope for. We'll be back in a minute with the second half. It will be Vinarati chasing 25 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek, ready for the next 3 over thrash. See you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And we're back for the second innings of this shortened game. It's a 3-over bash between the Barbarians and Vinarati. There is a lot of rivalry between these two sides. And as we'd expect, Voitahasa will be opening. He's a hair between wickets. And he will be opening with Sid Gowd, who's missed out a little bit in this tournament. He'll have to go early. Some pretty good bowling there from the Barbarians. Lots of byes and well-run extras for Barbarians to pump that score up to 23. So we'll see if they can get up to the, well, actually 24. We'll see if they can get up to 25 to win here. Vinarati, they do desperately need a win. Barbarians had a good win this morning against the Tigers. They want to make it 2 from 2. And no idea who's going to win this game. But conditions are getting much better. The rain has stopped. Still be very wet underfoot. But this ground, because of the sun we've had over the last couple of months here in Prague, still very firm underfoot, which is nice. No puddling or anything due to that rain. And it will be Piyush Kumar who will open the bowling for Barbarians. And Voitahasa, he'll have a big swing at this, looking around the field. It is a 1-over power play, so there's one man back in deep cover and one at cow corner. And he'll just look to hit the ball as hard as he can, will Voitahasa. Vinny, who's going to win?
Super interesting, and I have no idea. Look, I looked at that, and there was only one boundary in the 3 overs. Wait for this ball, which is the first one, and it does sneak inside. These scores are huge now.
They are huge.
I mean, there was the 1 boundary in the first over, but there was a 4 byes in the second over, and there was the 3 byes, which kind of is almost as good as a boundary in the third. That one probably just sneaking in. Game of millimetres. So yeah, I think 1 boundary and over makes it close. If you don't get that, it's going to be hard to win.
And good bowling here from Piyush Kumar. Dot balls for the first 2. Voitahasa sort of hesitating. He needs to have a swing, and they need to scramble through for runs.
Yeah, don't want too many dot balls either. That's the thing. Maiden Waters saying, don't know if she can keep awake for this long game. Well, just keep your eyes open a little bit longer. Could be interesting. Could have a really close one here. Every chance in a 3-over encounter.
Another swing and a miss, and they'll take a bye. That'll be the top scorer already here in this Vinarati innings, but they've absorbed 3 balls, half an over. And bring Sid Gowd onto strike, who's missed out a little bit, but he is a class batsman.
He would love to have a good 3 overs here, Sid Gowd, and get Vinarati to their first points. Tough conditions for the keeper as well. You know, the ball skidding through off this surface. Yeah, so just 1 off the first half over.
Gowd just pushes it down into the gully area, and playing himself in is Sid Gowd. Bring Voitahasa back onto strike. I think Arshad Hyatt might be the next one in for Vinarati. He won't be bothered about the conditions. He'll just have a swing at it, and he runs. You called him Kamikaze Hyatt earlier on because of his running.
That would be really handy, I think, in this match. Anyway, here's Kumar.
Oh, good bowling. Just that little bit of outswing. And Voitahasa, he's absorbed too many balls already. Yeah, great start for Barbarians.
Strike 4 for Voita. Just that little bit of movement, though, I think takes it down a different line than where the bat path goes. What a good over this is from Piyush Kumar. This is almost player of the match stuff. If he could get another couple of, get 1 more dot even, despite not taking a wicket early.
Short and gives himself a bit of space, does Hasa, and doesn't connect. And that's a fantastic over from Piyush Kumar. 2 from it. And now it's going to be difficult for Vinarati to get this total.
It's difficult, but it's not, totally off the cards. I mean, I think Gowd decides there not to try for a leg bite because he probably sees that Voita's struggling a little bit. So he decides, okay, I want to face up. So he's obviously want to get that boundary. The other thing here, and it sounds brutal, but you could pretty much retire anyone you like if it's not happening. If Haas had 3 swing or misses, then maybe you get Hyatt out there. Maybe you get someone else out there you think can whack a boundary or 2. But I do think you give Voiter a chance now because it's non-strikers end to try and work his way back into the game. Also, different bowler, so different contest. And it looks like we're going to get Robin Thakral to bowl the second over.
He was pretty good in the last game. Got the ball to jag up a little bit. And we'll see now the power play is over.
I think now it's probably the best conditions all day. I think the rain has completely stopped. So, well, that's good news at least. Hopefully heading into the last game as well. It stays clear. All right. Again, 1 over can change everything. You need basically 2 a ball from here on. You need a double-digit over in your field to stay in the contest.
And these 2 are very capable. And you know that Wetahasa is going to risk his wicket. He's going to run hard at everything. And see if Sid Gowd can... there we go here at the new bowler, Thakral. And it's going to be called a wide.
There's all help. Big gap straight down the ground. Once again, Thakral's going to get that right to left outswing movement.
There's a big gap over cover as well, and he's strong in that area is Sid Gowd. There's a man quite wide at cover. There's a big gap between the skipper and that man, a very square cover.
Just haven't hit enough balls yet, have they?
No.
Let's see what happens. Gowd.
They're going to come through for 1.
I think that's off the pad.
I think so. I think
You think it's an edge?
I think it was a big edge, but let's see what the umpire said. I thought it was he tried to pull it and got a top edge.
I thought it was back hip, but maybe I'm crazy. Let's have a better look on the slow motion. Otherwise, this was a chance. Yeah, no, that's an edge. You're spot on there. And they could have gotten rid, I should say, of Gowd. Instead, it'll be a single.
Well, effectively, it's just a dot ball if you get a wicket.
Yeah.
'Cause they're not going to get down towards the tail.
All right, Hasa, now or never. Coming off 5 dots.
He gets hold of it. It's going to go out towards deep square leg. I think he's just going to go for 1. And might be an overthrow.
I know it's crazy, but it's probably worth taking on. Hindsight's 20/20. He would have felt he was just giving himself up, but keeper's still got to grab the ball. And Voiter, slight improvement, I'd say, on the first few. He gets bat on ball this time.
He did get bat on ball. You can see he was trying to hit it. There's plenty of protection out there for Barbarians.
Leaves Gowd on strike, though. I think he's the one who feels he can hit the boundary they need.
And that's going to be called a wide again. He's a handy for Venerati. I didn't see them bowl a wide in their bowling innings. Venerati, they did quite a few byes taken.
Yeah,
but
we'll show with Bhatia. Bradman's score of byes. They've gone the 10 overs.
Gowd misses. And that one's okay.
Nervous look from the bowler at Thakral.
Tell you what, just a wild swing from the batsman, and
it's a premeditated shot that he wants to go across the line, is what it is, and he's good enough to probably go straight. There's a big gap straight down the ground, you know. Anyway, halfway through his innings, Venerati only on 6.
It's a good bowling, just short of a length. And it's been a pretty good over, apart from those couple of wides from Thakral.
Yeah, well, this is why, despite not losing a wicket, there's just been way too many dot balls so far in this innings, and it's really hurting them. And already, you see things spiralling out of control for Venerati.
They're trying to hit the ball too hard rather than playing decent cricket shots that might get them 4.
This time,
got an inside edge. They'll have to look for 2, and they're going to come back. So Gowd might be out, doesn't really matter. And that's going to be referred. I think he's short, though.
Yeah, he seems short, doesn't he? And they decide to take it on. And they felt there was a second that his heart wasn't really in Gowd, but maybe, you know, because it hasn't been working for him, maybe give someone else an opportunity. See, this is the one that is taken by the keeper, the earlier one. Oh, actually, I just don't think he's run his bat in there. Have a look at this. The first moment there, he's just out. You see, and that'll be gone. So it's not a great bat slide. And he's going to be out here, Gowd. So again, not quite. That's a great shot by our production team at Spring Productions. So it'll be 1 and a wicket. And so, yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. And well kept as well by Hoke behind the stumps, who dropped a spicy one just a little bit earlier. But this time, Gowd's going to have to go. Just had trouble, along with Voiter Hasa, getting anything kind of in any meaningful way towards the boundary. So the score now is 7-1 and brings these two back together. Voitahasa and Arshad Hyatt, who had a really good partnership on Saturday for Vinarati. It's the last time we saw them. Look, still, very possible, but you feel like you need probably 3 boundaries minimum out of these 8 balls. Maybe a bunch of extras. Let's see what Hyatt can do with the last ball of the over.
Just dab down and look for nothing. They kept the ball. It's good thinking there from the bowler. A very, very good over, and it's all up to Vinarati.
Yeah, he just eats it, doesn't he, in the end? He wants to throw, I think. He's got 3 stumps to aim at from about half a pitch away, but he thinks, well, there's no point really potentially giving away an overthrow, or maybe more. Who knows? But we had double overthrows, didn't we, in the first innings? So 2 overs down, it's 8-1. We had 8 off each of the 3 overs in the first innings, but that essentially leaves them over behind, which isn't easy when it's a 3-over match. But still, they're in the game. They're going to need 16 to tie, 17 to win Vinarati in this third and final over of match 31.
It'll be the skipper as well, Harsha Chaganti. He'll be bowling. He bowled very well this morning, but got absolutely hammered yesterday. So let's see which Harsha turns up. And it will be Arshad Hyatt faced the first ball. 6 balls to come, quite a few to get. They need boundaries and boundaries very quickly here, Vinarati. And let's hit towards the boundary. It'll just be a single, I think. They'll come back for 2, and well run by Harsha. They'll look for a third, will they? Well, Arshad was looking for it, but very well run. There's 2 there.
Good running. Just a reminder, Vinarati versus Moravian. There should be a 10-over contest. Back to that when we return in 15 minutes. The news from the toss is that Vinarati, once again, they'll be chasing. They've won the toss, elected to bowl. Stay tuned for the 4th and final match. Match 32 on the way right here on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, difference between a 1 and a 2 is huge. And so this is Chaganti. Has gone for a few expensive overs in this series. Bowled well this morning, though.
This is in the air.
2.
Might be caught. They'll run 2, I think. Go to the keeper. Have to hurry. And I think he's caught
I think he had
short.
the ball there.
Maybe we'll have to have a look. They seem pretty happy with it.
Seems pretty happy, but the ball just got away. So I don't know whether he throws at the stumps or the ball knocks the stumps knock the ball out. This will be an interesting one because I think, well, at the moment, Voigt is going to maybe have a change of headwear. But have a look here. Slow it down about now. It seems like it's probably okay. I know he's out if the ball is in the hand.
Yeah, it's in his hand. You can see it there between his legs, and that's out.
Yeah. So, yeah, the ball can't have gone anywhere there, really. And so I think this will be out in the end. So, yeah, got a good shot of it there. And, yeah, Hoke again went with a 1 mitt in the end, gets it back to the stumps. Yeah, I think that's enough evidence there for me to say that that was fine. So as long as the ball's in the hand at the moment that the stumps are broken by either the hand or the ball, then that's fine. So you can't really blame Vinarati for taking that on. So 5 balls remaining and 15 runs required. I think that becomes 4 balls remaining and 10 and 14 runs required now.
It's still possible, but I think it's been a very good performance from Barbarians if you can, in such a condensed type of game. And that was that running, I think, that desperate running by Sim and Hoke.
It's so true, actually. And they've had that similar kind of intent lately from Vinarati. You just need a hero, though, and maybe it can be Venki Margashayam who can whack a couple of 6s. And that's all they are away.
It's, tries to
Throw it.
get it down to that. There is a vacant spot down there behind square, and he tried to get it down there instead of just trying to play down through the line. You can see where he wanted to go.
Yeah, it's good thinking. I mean, the idea was there, just not the execution. So now, they've really struggled.
They need a 6 here.
Yeah.
Voigt can hit 6s as well. He's been having trouble actually finding the ball, though.
He's due. Here we go.
Not got that cleanly. They'll look for 2, and Venki will come back, and it could be another run out, but it throws wide. Well run in the end. And
Yeah.
Voigt diving for no apparent reason. But,
Voigt. Yeah, well, credit to him there because, I mean, that at least keeps the game alive a little bit. 6 and a 4 will do it from here. And talk about your epic dives. Voita. Oh, well, his back got there, and then the body joined it in the crease. So now you need a boundary or it's curtains. Can you imagine 2 sixes here? We saw it in Sweden a couple of weeks ago to win the game. This would be quite the turn up for the books. There's Haas on strike.
That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, that's good.
1 extra to the total.
Yeah, you just got to try and bowl off stump. You know he's going to try and drag you leg side, most likely. So if you give away 1 or even 2 of those, it probably doesn't hurt your chances too much. If you can sneak a dot, it's going to be game over.
There's a bit gap down there. I don't think he's looking for it, but down through that third man area. He's looking for different boundaries. There's Voita. He's got towards that. There's a man back there, and it's beaten him.
Oh, dear me. Oh, there's a pulse in the patient. Danny, wow, this was always going to be awkward. And actually, I think Robin Thackerall knew how awkward it was going to be when he saw it, because he couldn't go forward. He couldn't go back because he's running out of room. He couldn't deal with the bounce. And so, just like that, 6 to win. This would be the best come-from-behind victory you've ever seen. They've been nowhere in this chase, but they are 1 Maximo away from glory. Wow, 3 over Thrash at its best. And Chiganti, I wonder if he's got a few butterflies in his stomach. Doesn't want to bowl a wide either, because that'll make it 4 to tie it, 4 for a golden ball. 6 to win then. Let's rock. Hasa needing the Maximo.
Comes in and it's in the spot. It might be there. It's going, and it's going to be caught. Well, gave it a good shot, and Barbarians win the game.
Oh, what a game.
He was about 4 metres short of a famous victory and didn't quite get enough of it, did Voita Hasa. And Barbarians, they did it all in their first 2 overs, and that's a good win for Barbarians, considering they're missing quite a few players. They only had 10 on the field as well due to injuries and commitments, and a nice take out there.
Hasa, that would have been the best rags to riches story and the quickest that you've ever seen, because he dug a hole about 3 feet deep for himself, and he almost hit his way out of it, and it was a pretty good shot. I mean, he probably knows he was so close to winning the game for his team, probably 1 centimetre on the bat. And Voita, wow, he's such a great guy. You got to feel for him, but also you got to say well done to Chiganti, who held his nerve, and a good catch taken Piyush Kumar, who bowled a really good over first up. And he's almost player of the match, Piyush Kumar, just for the 2 runs off his over and taking that catch, which, look, imagine he taps that over or something like that. That would have been outrageous scenes. But what I will say is we'll have more cricket coming your way in around about 10 minutes. The first ball of the last match. And the good news is this is the clearest we've seen it all day. So we are planning to get the 10 overs in a side. As it is the Barbarians that have had a pretty good day here, even though it hasn't been the best conditions, no doubt about it. Vinarati still searching for points. And Piyush Kumar, he kept things really quiet early. That one was a bit too hot to handle for Jahanu Hoke behind the stumps, but he get plenty more opportunities to get involved in the game. They just tried to keep cool, despite clearly panicking both sides. You saw that one just got away from him, and then this was the one that Gowd never really had his heart in the 2, and he ended up just not quite grounding his bat, and so that cost them a run. Every run was crucial towards the end. This was the second opportunity for a run out. He just kind of manoeuvred the ball onto the stumps there, Hoke. And so it was left to Hasa, who swung and missed at his first 5 balls, and then he had to try and manufacture a 6 off the last ball. Considering it was a 3-over game, he looked pretty puffed out. That one kept the game alive, Danny, and then he needed the 6 to win off the last ball.
Yeah, look, it shouldn't have never really gotten down to the final ball. I think Vinarati went a bit too hard at it, because they only needed 8 and over to tie the game, and some good cricket, especially in the power play, just getting the bat on ball through the infield might have gotten there, but it didn't in the end. Turns out Voita Hasa 7 off 9, Sid Gowd 3 off 5, Arshad Hyatt 4 off 3, and Venki 1 off 1. A few extras, but just not enough. And good win for Barbarians. The job done today. 2 wins from 2, and that'll pump them up to 6 points as well.
Yeah, they will. Vinarati, that makes them really desperate for a win in the last game of the day against Moravians. That one is just around the corner. Back in a few minutes, take you into the last game of the day. Just quickly, I've got to say well done to Kumar, who kept things Really, really quiet. 2 off his over. Then Thackrell followed up with 6 off the second. And Chaganti, it seemed like he had the game on toast. Went for a 4 and almost went for a 6. But it was a few metres short. And that resulted in a win for Barbarians. And will be pretty happy with their day's work. So only 19 off 3 overs. As Venerati, their slow starts continuing. And we'll take a quick break, back very shortly. Last game of the day. Hopefully it stays clear and hopefully you stay with us back very, very soon with more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And we're back. The FanCode European Cricket Series, the Czech Republic, from lovely Prague. Final game of the day. The rain interrupted today, but looks pretty good out there now between Vinarati and Moravian. Moravians doing pretty well in the game they had earlier in the day. Not quite getting up though. Vinarati have strengthened their side. They need a win. It's a bit of a lottery with the 3-over bash that you saw against Barbarians. And they'll be disappointed. They almost got there, but they've strengthened. Fred Heidenreich has come into the team, as has Satpal Verma and Nupraval, and James Flotto dropping out of the team. So pretty strong Vinarati lineup for this final game of the day. Moravians, they'll be looking for Dheeraj Thakur, who's been in really good form, to continue with that. Om Sharma and Akshay Babu also Surendran up the top of the innings. I think we'll look to get most of their runs. They've got a very long tail to the Moravians, but if the top 4 can do it for them, then Vinarati will, I think, have a few worries trying to get to their total. But they do have a strong team, and this man, Shubh Chowdhury, has come into the side today after missing out on Saturday. Of course, they had a day off yesterday. Expected score 104 to Vinarati. Moravians 82. Average runs 491 for Vinarati, but 113 against. I think, as I said, I think they've strengthened their bowling a little bit. Vinarati, Shubh Chowdhury, very good bowler. He'll get the ball to swing in, but there is a man back there at a deep fine leg for Dheeraj Thakur, who got quite a few of his runs down there in the previous game against the Tigers. So, yeah, a game that Vinarati would like to win to get a couple of points. They'll draw level with Moravian if they get the win. But Moravians, if they beat Vinarati, looking for that 4th spot. Here comes Chowdhury. Nice ball straight up, and it's going towards that 3rd man area. And the doctor, Misha Tavaladis, there, the slide, trying to stop the boundary just in case he got through the man down there. I think it's Arshad Hayat. As you can see, both of them down there. And Misha throwing his body on the line. Good start from Chowdhury. That's a single leg by. It'll bring the batsman on strike. It'll be Surendran. Shubh Chowdhury does get the ball to swing in quite a lot. Interesting move, putting those 2 men back behind the keeper. And this one's tucked around the corner, just in front of the player out there. And just a single, causing issues for these batsmen already, as Chowdhury using his height well, and does get the ball to duck in pretty sharply in the air. Vinarati still no points after 3 games. Disastrous Saturday, and then just a bit of a lottery in the last game. Here comes Shubs again, and it's down leg side, called a wide. And Barcher couldn't handle it. They'll take another one as well. He does sometimes stray down there, does Shubh Chowdhury. In fact, let's call a leg by. Just one off the bat so far. Come in again, bowling to Surendran. A good ball, and he's got him, picked him up. It's that in-swinging Yorker that we saw last year, and he's reproduced it with a beauty. And that's the 1st wicket down for Vinarati. And look at that in-swing. Not much the batsman can do about it. He's just a bit of a spectator. Just followed it, didn't even play a shot to it. And that's the 1st wicket down. And Moravians, 1 wicket down for 3. It's a good wicket there for Vinarati. Surendran just not being able to do anything with it. And if they get through the top few here, especially Dheeraj Thakur, Vinarati might just be well on the board. New batsman will be Amir Hussain. It was pretty good earlier in the day. It's a good start for Vinarati. Got a bit of bowling as well. Ashad Hyatt will definitely bowl. Sid Gowd, we haven't seen bowl in the tournament yet. And also Fred Heidenreich, all very good. And also Venki, the skipper. John Corness, also very good bowler. Comes Shubs again. And that's, just missed the off stump this time. Can't quite believe it, the big man. The dodgy moustache. See it again, and all arms. Just missed. Came in quite a bit. This next one's going to be a little bit straighter, I think, from Shubs. 1 for 1 at the moment, his figures. Comes in again, and clamps down on it, and gets over Shobit Bhatia, the keeper. Like, they've got 2 men down there covering that area very well. And just chomped down on it. Effective shot, I'd say, but good over there. Very threatening from Chowdhury. And 1 wicket down, 4 runs on the board for Moravians after the first over. Well, welcome back to the commentary. Ice Cube, Vinny Sandhu. A good start there for Vinarati. Some huge swing for Chowdhury.
Yeah, I don't know if that moustache is more distracting for the batters this year or something, but I mean, that was kind of a throwback delivery, wasn't it? From Chowdhury. Really good one. Came in, perfect length. And Ravens will be a bit upset to lose that first one. It does bring Amir Hussain to the crease. Yeah, just saying, it's probably the nicest conditions of the entire day now, isn't it? No rain in sight. Pitch in pretty good nick. And now we're going to get a brand new over.
Down leg side, I think. I think it's Satpal Verma, who we didn't see. Haven't seen in the tournament yet. And it's a good ball first up. He rolls his wrist around over it and just missed that leg stump. Living very dangerously, these Moravian batsmen at the moment. Satpal, a good start, right on the money. Comes in again. Again, just rolls his wrists over it, and nice easy take there for the keeper. He's a good addition to this team, as is Fred Heidenreich. They've strengthened significantly over the last game. Not that they really need the depth with a 3-over game that we saw against Barbarians. Here comes again. And big swing and a miss. This one's okay according to the umpire.
Yeah. And so, yeah, need a bit of new blood. I mean, they had 5 changes in that last game, but you're right, 3-over game. They were about 4 metres away from winning it. So they just need to kind of put that out of their heads and start somewhere. It's still only their 4th game. They still have 4 matches after this, Vinarati. But yeah, they need to start winning and start winning soon.
The thing is that I think that all these teams can beat each other on their day.
Yeah.
And so it's not the end of the road for Vinarati. It's they'll want to win here against Moravian, who are probably the weakest side in this half of the draw, on paper at least. Comes again. And it's been a good start. This one's cut away. They'll look for one. It could be a run out, and it's going to go for a review.
I'm calling this. I reckon he's gone.
I think it's a really good take. Great throw there as well.
Calling it from a mile away. But I just feel that Takua doesn't get in here, and it was lightning work from Bhatia to get those stumps knocked over pretty quickly. And he's feeling pretty confident here, Takua. Let's have a look. Oh, that's so close. I feel like he might have just be in, actually. Changed my mind. I might change it again after this replay. Slow as we can here through here. Oh, that's so close. And he...
Oh.
I think you got to say that's out.
Oh,
you reckon that's out?
That's out.
Are the bails off on that next shot?
Next frame, the bail's off, the bat's in the air. That's got to be out.
I think this is going to be a really interesting call. Tend to agree with you after seeing that one.
If he slid his bat instead of plonking it over, I think he's gone.
Joe Foster is about to make the decision out in the middle, and he is going to say he is looking like he's about to do something. And he says not out. Oh, there you go. I mean, here was the issue. The stumps were kind of knocked over, but the bails didn't like kind of clearly expel themselves.
I mean, it's not. I haven't got a Vinerati outlook on this one. I think that was out. I think the bat was. He plonked the bat over, and if you look at the bail came off. His bat was still in the air. It was very close.
Yeah,
Let's have another look.
It was a really tight one.
Have a look at this, Vinny.
Call next ball. Yeah, and I saw what you saw.
I mean, it was super
It's almost
close.
like, I tell you what was so weird about this. Yeah, there's one shot. I think this is the next one there.
Bail's off.
Yeah, I mean,
Bat's not down.
when you say off, though, oh, well, these bails are off now. That sorts that out. And so insane. Oh, he didn't get too much going while he was there. And he's going to have to go for 2 off 8. And it's Verma who's come up with the goods. A pretty good inclusion for Vinerati. And he's created the second wicket. So we'll come back to that in a second. But right now, let's concentrate on the good work of Verma, who picks up his first wicket of the series. And Moravians, at the end of 2, they're 7 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good ball, and it came in quite a lot. And Amir Hussain trying to give himself some room. But Burinder Kumar, benefit of the doubt, should always go to the batsman. I totally agree with you there, Burinder.
You just thought it was out?
I just thought it was out.
Here's the thing, which is where we're not disagree, but this is where no one has a clear view of what it means to dislodge a bail, right? It's almost like the whole bail's tipped with the stumps there for a while, right?
But you saw the bail was away from the stumps, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's been dislodged, no?
Yeah.
Let's have another look.
There, yeah, I suppose it is, but
on
is
the
it
stumps,
still,
the bat's in the air.
Is it still touching some of the stump,
No.
the middle stump, though?
How? It's dislodged. It means that it's not in its normal position. And look, that is not in its normal position.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, I tend to agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, I'm trying to be empathetic towards the officials there. And I think sometimes officials talk about being completely dislodged, and maybe they weren't confident of that.
Put it this way.
Sometimes the bail can come out and come back on as well, right? Anyway, here is Heidenreich who's getting a ball. And, well, he's a good batter. Just judging by that first ball, but I'm sure he's got a chance to straighten it up. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I saw a frame that I think I would have fired him on. The umpire being, but now you're just welcome to the club because I'm regularly wrong on third umpire decisions.
You think I'm wrong on that?
No, I'm just saying wrong on what the decision was out in the middle. You know what I mean?
I tell you what, though, for the interest of the game, I'm really glad that Diraj Shakur is there because he is a fantastic batsman and he's in really good form for Moravians. Comes Heidenreich again. This one's short outside off stump. Called a wide again. It's getting a lot of movement is Heidenreich. And this ground will still be a bit damp, but it's cleared up a lot. There's no breeze at all.
Great conditions, actually, considering we thought we might have by the end of the day. A lot of people saying it would be the worst by the end of the day, but it's cleared up nicely.
He comes again and it's a bit straighter. Just push down. They'll take a single.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I'm just trying to
I
stoke a conversation, I suppose. So, like, if the middle stump, say, sometimes you get the bail that kind of pops up off one stump, but still is touching one of the others. It's dislodged, but is it completely removed from the stumps? I think is what they want to see.
There was one earlier in the day where it looked like the ball had hit the stumps, which was fair enough, but it also looked like the glove had hit the stumps. And I think this was clearer because we've got a better view at it.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that. Agree.
Oh, good swing there from Heidenreich. Nice take from Bhatia as well. Right across the new batsman, Om Sharma. And he's getting his line right now, Fred Heidenreich. He's handy with the bat and the ball. How they would have liked him in the last game, though. Vinny hits the ball very cleanly, does Heidenreich. And they would have loved him against Barbarians. Not to be, though.
Exactly. Jeez, that up so close. Forward to swing and missing the first 5 balls. And almost becoming a hero.
Oh, turned around the corner.
I mean, I don't know if you can make a movie about a 3-over match. But, I mean, you might have in that last one. Actually, the 3 buys sequence. And legitimately, if I was speaking to some of the Barbarians after the game, they were saying they thought their running was one of the reasons they got across the line. It's gotten that extra handful of runs that they wouldn't have got otherwise.
Oh, good bowling from Heidenreich. And it's a very good ball to Kaur. Got a lot of his runs around the corner down on the leg side. They kept on bowling it to him on his legs, and he was flicking away for 4. There's a little bit of protection fine there for him. Comes Heidenreich again. It's going to be just edge down to Tavalaris, who couldn't quite get down to it, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot there from Takur.
That's a great effort from the fielder, but it's a proper Sydney Harbour bridge. Just look at that. It's gone all the way under. 10 points for effort, 0 points for result. The big number 0, Dr. Mish. Unfortunately, got to keep that one in the field of play, but I did like his efforts there. 4 runs to Moravians. Yeah,
he's got a day off from surgery, has Dr. Misha. He's a very colourful character, he is. And, again, good follow-up from Heidenreich. Just be a single. And pretty good over there for Moravians. 9 from it. And power play 16 for 2. So probably the best of that power play going to Vinarati. But as I said, a pretty good over there from Fred Heidenreich, and that man, Diras Takur, is still there. So Moravians can pump up this score if he stays in. Om Sharma also a very good bat. So look at this power play, 9 of it, but 4 and 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry, 4, 3 and 9 in the power play. So, yeah, good third over, and signs that Moravians can kind of lift things. And, yeah, who knows? I mean, against Vinarati, who they've got a lot of promising batting talent, but they haven't quite strung it together yet, have they, in this series? I mean, if you can just put a competitive 75 or 80 on the board, you probably feel like you're in the game. Vinarati, surely they can scrape together a win sooner rather than later. Moravians, otherwise they go a fair bit clear. They go 4 points clear of Vinarati if they can win this game. So, yeah, the Maroons just have a real task ahead of them here. And he asked me at the start of the week, I would have said this is a game that Vinarati should win easily, but Moravians have shown a lot so far. And that man Takua, couldn't get much going this morning, but we know that at his best he's a pretty handy player in this format. He's facing up now in the 3rd over, or the 4th over I should say, and it's Veramat coming back.
It's going to be called a wide. I thought he did okay this morning, Takur.
Yeah, and he did okay, but it seemed like he couldn't get any of the strike in the second half.
Exactly.
You know,
right.
so like he was fine, but he just couldn't really impact the game, I think, as much as he wanted. They didn't hit a boundary in the second half of their innings, Moravians.
Well, compare the game they played earlier against Tigers. They were on 50 with no loss after 5. Yeah. So there's a big difference, and they struggled in the second half. So I don't think they get anywhere 50 in these next 2 overs.
Yeah, 50 off at the halfway and 22 in the second half in that game.
Oh, it's a good ball, and put down by the keeper.
I don't think that was an edge. It wasn't too much fanfare about it. It went low through to the keeper, Shobit Bhatia. And he's got to start somewhere. If Vinarati were to win this and get some good results heading into the next few games, they could still finish probably in the top 2.
Oh, he's got him. And that's a big wicket. Just played all around that, did the big man, Diras Takur. And he'll have to go 6 off 9. And he's been a very good addition to this team, has Satpal Verma. And that's his 2nd wicket. Right on the money there, coming from out wide, angling the ball in.
Yeah, Takur's annoyed at himself there because you see he just lost his head. Watch his head here. See, his head swivels around. He doesn't stay down on the ball, just completely loses his shape, and he loses his wicket. So that's a big one for Vinarati to grab in the 4th over. The score now 17 for 3.
They might be in a little bit of trouble here. The Moravians have got a good batsman coming in Akshay Babu. This is the partnership for me, for them to get to a defendable total. And afterwards, they might be struggling a little bit. They are. They've got 2 teams in the leagues. They've got a 2nd division team and a 3rd division team of Moravians, but don't know how much batting depth they have after these 2.
Question from Luke in the chat. Interesting one, which I'll come back to in a second. Let's got Verma upon to Akshay Babu. This one be harmless dot. He asks to me and any other keepers on the chat, did I ever put any extra protection into my wicket-keeping gloves? Short answer is no, not really. I know some keepers like to wear 2 sets of inners, maybe instead of the 1. Some keepers like to, well, MS Dhoni, and I think like to occasionally tape 2 fingers together, but then it's unclear whether that's actually allowable anymore. So that's one tactic. Let's see this ball worked away to third man. They may look for 2 here. And
Or confusion.
Oh no,
Should be a run out at the bowler's end.
Oh,
And they've
okay.
cocked it up.
Just watch this as Babu comes back and he just trots thinking it's a simple 2 and he forgets to ask Om Sharma, who never moves. Just have a look at 55. Come back, he's like, he's off. And Om Sharma puts up the stop sign and he took a long time before he saw it.
Shubit Bhatia didn't take the glove off, just took it and
I don't
then...
think anyone was aware. It was creeping down the wicket there, Babu. So short answer, I didn't really. And one of the reasons was that I felt I lost the feel in my hands. I mean, for catching, you need to be able to bend it. You need to kind of feel for the ball. Into 4 overs here. It's 18 for 3. So I didn't really use any extra protection. But one thing I would do is I'd sometimes kind of tape up my fingers if I had a sore finger. But I'd do that independently before my fingers went into the gloves. So I didn't really put any extra protection in the gloves. There was one time I did. And it was when I was playing cricket on ice in Switzerland in -8. And it wasn't so much in my gloves. In the back of my gloves, I would put some of those hand warmers. You know those ones you can buy from the pharmacy? And that was just to stop my hands from freezing. Anyway, here's over number 5. It's going to be a dead ball because I don't think he was quite ready there. You see? So this one won't count as a delivery. Fred Heinrich, keen to get back into it.
Tell you what though, Vinny, what a spell from Satpal Verma. 2 for 5 of his 2, and that's really put the brakes on Moravians. And Heidenreich, he went for 9 of his first over. He's just got to get a little bit straighter, I think. Getting good swing out, and like that. It's been dragged across the leg side. Dr. Misha's after it. He'll get there. They'll come back for 2. They'll look for 3. Don't think they'll get there. And yeah, with indoor cricket, it's interesting because you only wore 1 glove.
Yeah, so I actually, in the beginning, sometimes people would wear 2 gloves, and 1 became fashionable. Sometimes people would even wear no gloves in the beginning, which I think is crazy. I kind of oscillated between 1 and 2. I'll give you a bit more information about that in a second. This one's a nice outswinger from Heidenreich, who gets it past the hands of Babu. So the reason in indoor cricket, the Australian version, or the rectangular version of indoor cricket, is that the keeper often has to throw to the other end because there's a chance of a run out of the non-striker backing up. And so it's very hard to do that in a full wicket-keeping glove. Wait for this ball. Pretty good one. Edged and long chase. In fact, no one's going to get this. It'll be picked down in the long grass. And cuatro. Caderas Babu. Well, he survived. He was creeping. And this time he gets a little edge. Gets away from the keeper. Bhatia has no chance. And the result is a boundary. Handy one from Moravian.
Very handy. And they did have a man down there exactly on that spot. Did Vinarati. And I think it's missed a trick there because with the outswing of Heidenreich, there's always the likelihood of an outside edge like that. And then he's moved them around now. A little bit too late, I think, probably. Only a couple of balls left, 3 balls left from Heidenreich. This one's lost a bit down leg side.
Yeah, so I started with just the 1 glove, and then I found I would like wearing a second glove on my right hand, my throwing hand, but it's not a full wicket-keeping glove, it's the indoor style glove, which is a bit lighter. It's probably half the size, and just gave me a better feel for catching, and I found I could still throw pretty well in it. I could throw probably 90% as hard. Oh, this has almost gone onto the stumps. But yeah, so I brought that one back because originally some keepers would do that. This one, look at that. It almost popped onto the stumps. But I found I had a weird skill for being able to throw far with my glove on. So I had a bit of a party trick. I was famous for this in Perth where I came from. I could keep up to stumps and almost throw the ball along off 1 step. Overarm. Oh, another one. This will just be one this time. Good fielding down there. That guy's been everywhere so far. And that's Arshad Ali.
Arshad, the sequel.
That's right.
They're good friends, the 2 Arshads. So it's the Arshad brothers, I think, from now on for Vinarati.
Anyway, good question from Luke. Let's get some more cricket-related questions. And we can also do some food-related questions now because we are into the last game of the day.
It's been hooked around the corner, and that should run down the hill for 4. The doctor's after it, and it just holds up. Good chase.
He passes it. He says, it's all yours. Done my bit. Yeah, you got to be careful here that you don't take the ball over the rope with you. So he always has to pump the brakes. That shows you there's a bit of grip in the field. Yeah, well done, Dr. Misha. And we're halfway through the first innings of match 32 now. Moravians, after being sent in by Vinarati skipper Venkatesh Magashayam, they're 28 for 3 after 5.
I like the smiley face and from Phil G. Famous in Perth.
Well, that was the thing, because I wasn't that well known. But when the professional guys were playing, they'd say, look how far this guy can throw the ball with his gloves on. So then I'd feel compelled, if I'd say I was up to the stumps with medium pace, I would take it and the same thing, almost throw it for 6 over long off. It's a useless skill. That's keeper. You don't have to throw that far. That's one of those things. Here's Gowd. He's going to bowl. I think he's probably going to come off a slightly shorter run. Given the conditions at the moment, I think most of the paces are having to do it. Yeah, Perth's a very nice city. And, thank you, Phil. Where was Phil from originally?
He's from Melbourne.
Melbourne, I mean. All Perth people secretly want to live in Melbourne. That's what Melbourne people will tell you. Anyway, 6th over. And here's Sid Gowd.
Just drops it a bit short, cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. Good shot there. It's a lovely shot there from Akshay Babu. Just a bit short there from Sid Gowd. Interesting bowler, Sid Gowd.
Yeah.
He can bowl with either right or left arm.
Yeah, I did hear that. I mean, if it doesn't work with him right-handed here, maybe left-handed. That one was just a bit too short, but it was a good shot selection by Babu. Moves up into double digits now.
Comes Gowd again. He'll want to pitch it up a bit. It's a bit of ball. Good shape as well.
Yeah, much better. The Moravians, they almost want to do a reverse of their innings earlier today, don't they? Where they only scored 22 in the second half after scoring 50. If they got 50 in this half, then they'll be in the 80s. They'll be fine.
Akshay Babu's missed out a little bit so far in this tournament. He's a good player. This one's going to be called a wide. Not much bounce as well. But he hit a 50 in the league a little earlier in the year. And he's very capable, just not quite getting starts. And that one was a bit tight.
Borderline. But we've seen them go against the bowler pretty consistently in this series. So in Sweden, they were very harsh. It's almost like any ball that kind of winks at the line is called wide.
This one's going to be called again, I think. And it will be.
It's the same ball. So they're both 50-50. So if you call one, you probably have to call the next one. Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it up to you whether you think. How they umpire, I'll just explain how they umpire, is that if any of that ball intersects the tram line at the point that passes the bottom crease, they'll call it a wide. I'll leave the judgment to you guys out there.
It is an indicator still, though, as well.
I always think that indicator talk's a bit of a cop-out, though, because there's a line there, and that's what the umpires are trying to judge based on, indicating when they should call them and when they shouldn't. I know it can move a bit depending on if the batter moves, but anyway, Gowd, can he grab a wicket here?
It's a bit of ball, showing good movement.
One of my favourite things about this form of the game is watching bowlers nervously looking back at umpires. And this one I think is fine, but Sid Gowd, just watch him here. He just kind of glances at him and tries to act cool. He sees one hand going out, but that was just to indicate how many balls to come.
Sit straight down the ground, have to do well, Vinky, and he does. Good fielding.
Brilliant fielding. That's how to do it. Like I said, probably the best conditions we've seen today for cricket. And yeah, not a bad shot. Drilled down the ground, but taken on the one bounce by Magashayam.
I'm kind of surprised that that Shub Chowdhury didn't come on a little bit early, or didn't bowl him out, because he does get a lot of movement with the ball, and a couple of wickets more would have really helped Vinarati. At the moment, going at about 6 and over. Are in fact exactly 6 and over are Moravians.
Yeah, haven't been taken down really at all, Vinarati, although they just fell off the pace a little bit compared to how well they were doing. It's 36 for 3 after 6. Yeah, the over by over scores, we've had 4, 3, 9, 2, 10 and 8. So Heinrich is probably the most expensive of the bowlers, going for 9 and 10 in his 2 overs. As we see that Finarati are favoured, kind of 80%. They've been hovering around there most of the time. And see a little spike for a wicket in the 4th. Now looks like we're going to get the captain coming in, Venkatesh Magashayam. I think he's smart as well. I think he's the sort of guy that you have to force the pace against. Here he is, bowling over number 7.
This is in the air. He's under it. It's the keeper, and he takes it. Well done.
He actually doesn't take it.
He doesn't take it.
On further review, and I know he had about 5 people in the way, Danny. It's, I'll say it's Rico sometimes. Glad you're not umpiring. Because in the end, he does take it. He takes it between the legs, and then it rolls away. So that'll just be a high single.
Well,
not going to impress the captain.
It did look like it's a wide.
Look like it. We didn't see the ball, so it popped out behind him. That's why.
You're right. I did have about 5 players. Had the bowler, I had the non-striker, the umpire, probably the batsman as well.
That was a real steepler. What I will say in Barcher's defence is they are awkward when you're up to the stumps and they go straight up. Because it's not like when you're in the outfield and you get a good sense of the arc of the ball. You just kind of lose your perspective a little bit and you just kind of get a bit dizzy from looking straight up. This is a little edge and well done down there. Ashad Ali keeping that to a single. And I know that no one will really understand that. Also, the helmet makes it a bit awkward to look up. And so you can understand how he got himself in a bit of a muddle there.
It's the Arshad brothers down there behind the keeper. There's run-saving positions. It's been hit nicely, and it's going to go all the way. That's gone a long way. Lovely shot there from Sharma. And Venki is putting it in the right area for him.
Yeah, nice batting. Stays pretty still. And we know that he can whack it. And he smashes this one out of the ground. Maximo time. Yeah, so I mean, to try and describe to you those high balls I was talking about, when you're approaching a high ball from the outfield, you've got a good sense of where it's going to land, so where you need to be. So you're actually on the move and you can see from a distance where the arc of the ball. When you're right in the drop zone from the get-go, it's not easy. If you think it's easy, get someone to stand next to you and throw a ball straight up in the air next to you really high, and you'll see how it's a little bit more awkward. Anyway, Mike Shyam, despite getting hit for the first 6 of this contest, still I do think he's a good option to come in and bowl the 7th, potentially the 9th as well. They want to get rid of Sharma though, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they really do.
Well, this time Barcher. Don't think that's a stumping opportunity. So, may get a chance just to have a quick look at this. Does he creep out of his crease? Potentially, if he grabs that. Might have been a chance, would have had to been quick. Last ball of the over coming up. Steps and hits, and we'll get 1 as that will be fielded there by Heidenreich. It's the end of the over, so 7 down. Score is 48 for 3. And coming up tomorrow, Danny, more cricket, and hopefully the weather's good to us as well. Moravian, they are up first, and actually we've got a rematch of this match first up tomorrow. Good news is I don't see any rain in the forecast. Hopefully it stays that way. Prague Spartans, they had the day off. They're back in their 2nd and 4th matches. We'll also get to see the Tigers again at Vinarati. I feel like it's really moving day for them. They've got to have a good day tomorrow. Let's see what kind of a squad that they bring to day 9, which starts 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's GMT. It's 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another exciting day in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic. Back to live action, and Goud is going to have his 2nd. Did go for a boundary first ball, but came back pretty well. Just 2 singles and 2 wides in the rest of the over. 2 wides were pretty marginal as well. So 3 overs to go. Moravians, they'll be hoping maybe they can get 10s off these and get 78. That could play pretty well.
Interesting that Sid Gow's getting another over. You go for 8, but Ashad Hyatt hasn't bowled in this innings, and Chowdhury's still got another one. So I think they'll probably bowl the final 2 overs, but Ashad will only just bowl that 1 over, and he was so good this morning, and he's a very tight bowler, bowls good Yorker length deliveries and gets wickets as well.
Yeah, that was a good ball first up. I think they want to get more bowling into Goud, even though I know he's not bowling off his full run today, but I think they just need to get him into the game a little bit. I know he's a bit frustrated because he's a really talented player with the bat and the ball. With the bat, hasn't really worked for him so far in that 3-over game. Couldn't really get as much going as he wanted. So gets him up and about. most of the time. He's keeping it outside that off stump. And he's been pretty good first up here. So another dot ball sneaks through. It's 3 consecutive dots to start the over.
He's having a torrid time, the keeper, because it's just bouncing in front of him. Not getting much bounce is Sid Gowd. It's going with the arm, getting a bit of outswing.
This is where, I mean, if you're confident, you should probably keep up to the stumps. Gowd's not really bowling his full pace just because the run-up is coming off. And then you protect yourself against those ones that sneak through a little bit. They sneak low, you should be able to still take them. But it also depends how confident you are doing that, because it can also leak runs if you misjudge it. It could be a big 4 buys risk, but I suppose maybe you are anyway when you're back. That's 4 consecutive dot balls now from Gowd. He's been brilliant here. He had a dot ball of his last over as well, so that's 5 in a row for him.
Yeah, it's been a good over. He's bowled with good shape, and he's a very talented cricketer, Sid Gowd, former national team player. I think he's stepped aside from those duties, though. Comes in again.
Probably needs to get something going here, and he can't. So 5 dots. Well, as my old captain used to say when we're out in the field and this kind of thing happened, he'd say they're scoring with a fork. And that's because there's been a bunch of dots in a row. Last ball of the over coming up. You get it?
Yeah, I get it now.
Normally that was for 4 in a row, but I missed it. All right. He's on a maiden here, Gowd. Won't get it. He won't be too unhappy with that either, because it's just the one off the over. Outstanding stuff. Sid is back. Maybe he's found a new run-up, because that was pretty effective stuff in the 8th. And now Moravians are 49 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, it's a good tight over there from Gowd. And they're still doing okay, the Moravians. They've got a score on the board. Don't know if it'll be enough. I'll have to get a few more in the last few. But here you go with the bowlers. Should one for 2, and they haven't brought him back.
I think Shub will come back for the last one.
Will.
I think they are going to go for Hyatt now. I think that's smart. I think maybe they could have gotten 2 out of Arshad Hyatt, but it's not like the game's out of hand either. You're going at 61 pace at the moment.
I think it might be the same case with Fred.
Yeah.
Also, Fred Heidenreich hasn't bowled yet this tournament, and just to get him into the rhythm of bowling a little bit, he's got good shape. Did go for a few.
And a big day tomorrow, isn't it, for Vinarati? Here we go with Hyatt. Gets pushed away for 1 first ball. Yeah, but still Group B, anything's possible. And the Spartans had their own stumble to the Barbarians on Saturday afternoon, but apart from that, they haven't been beaten. So at the moment, on form, I think they're the team to beat. Big swing and a miss this time. Babu just caught between a rock and a hard place here, trying to move it along. And Sharma, he just swung and missed at that. Just can't quite capture his best form, but he is capable. Goes after this, and it won't quite carry it down to 3rd man. It's handled on 2 knees. And that was the other Arshad Ali. That keeps that to 1. So the 50's up for Moravians, but yeah, just having a lot of trouble finding the boundaries. We had that 6 a couple of overs ago. Apart from that, we haven't had much at all, not even singles. Now this is in the air, and this should be taken. And it will be taken eventually. And, well, it was pretty nervy moments there for Fred Heidenreich, but it popped out. Luckily, he got it. Number 2 on his back. That's how many bites of the cherry he had. As Moravians, they lose Babu for 17, and it's 51 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a good over here from Hyatt, and it's a nice take in the end from Fred Heidenreich. He's a good fielder. Normally you see him out on the boundary when he's patrolling that area, just at backward point. In fact, they've got a lot of protection there. Voita Haas also a very good fielder out there. And John Corness patrolling the boundary in front of us. He's got a good set of mitts. So a new batsman comes in, and they need to get a few more runs here. The Moravians. Swing and a miss. And that run rate dropping to below 6 for the first time in the game.
It's not ideal, is it? And the thing is, you got Chowdhury to come back. I'm sure he'll come back in the last. I mean, unless they want us to keep the pace off. But I think he's bowling so well, you'd use him.
That's an easy caught and bowl there for Arshad, who's taking another wicket. He's a wicket-taking bowler as Arshad Hyatt. And that's 2 for 2 at the moment in this over. And Ramamurthy have to walk back.
That's brilliant stuff, isn't it, really? And yeah, it wasn't really smashed. And just as a party trick, it's middle stump as well. So if it wasn't caught, he's probably trying to grab a sneaky run out. And unfortunately, Moravians have just struggled to get going. And all in this innings, it was Chowdhury early as well as Verma. They set the table. I saw them 28 at the halfway mark, and they've really never been able to raise the pace with just 3 4s and a 6 in this innings. This will bring Brajendra Gupta to the crease. He won't be facing up because it is the end of the over. It will be Om Sharma. And look, Om Sharma, he is a guy that can smack it. He just hasn't quite found his touch in this innings, of course. That kind of heavy ball as well, probably still a bit of surface moisture getting into the ball. But it won't be easy because he's got Shub Chowdhury steaming in at him. 10th overtime.
This one's good. Put a hand out as the keeper, has a shy at the stumps. Good backing up from the bowler.
Yeah, Bhartia's probably got flashbacks from that 3 buys earlier. Or a ball that went straight through to the keeper. Luke Belgium saying MCC have never got going this innings yet. It just seems the case. Have had a couple of double-digit overs, 10 in the 5th from Heidenreich and 12 in the 7th from Mangashayam, but some really low ones as well. Gow just going for 1 in the 8th and then 2 in the 9th. This one, how's this gone here? This is going to be super interesting. I want to know how this went back to the bowler. And maybe it's the handle. Sometimes it comes off the very top of the handle. Yeah, that was super interesting. I think it does. Yeah, or maybe not. Maybe right up off the splice, but I've seen that happen a couple of times before. It's pretty rare. Anyway, here's Chowdhury. Goes square. A bit of work out there. Dr. Mish. So what is he a doctor of?
He's a surgeon. I'm not sure what kind of surgeon he is, but he cuts people up for a living. So don't want to get in his bad side.
Bet he's got a good cut shot.
He's also very much into his craft beer, is Dr. Misha. Knows a lot about the local craft breweries.
We need to have a conversation now. No, you give me quite a few good tips. I did visit 4 different kind of breweries last night. Pivovar.
It's a nice little...
They were brilliant.
Down in Krimska in Vershovica. It's a nice area to go out. Come back to that in a moment.
Makes a bit of room. Straight between the body and the stumps. Om Sharma just cannot get any production going in this innings. It seems he may be destined for a run of ball 13 at the end of this one. They needed a bit more out of their captain, but like I say, not easy conditions. The other thing about Chowdhury, he's getting a lot of seam out of this pitch. He seems to consistently get movement off the pitch. Yeah, gets that in swing, but also the in seam, where when it bounces, it kind of jags in quite dramatically at times. 2 to come. Big swing and a miss, and so Gupta will get one more chance to move the score along. Well, maybe this is a sneaky tactic by Moravians to try and beat the record of the Tigers. Defender score in the 50s. Not so sure though. Vinarati team that really need the 2 points. Surely they've done enough here to set up a successful chase. Here's the last ball of the first innings. Cut, and cut pretty well. I think this will go to the boundary, so a nice finish from Gupta. And Chowdhury bowled a very good couple of overs. They'll be disappointed. That does finish with a boundary. So Moravians will score 58 off their 10 overs for the loss of 5 wickets. And Vinos, well, surely they'll be sniffing their first successful match in this ECS. Team that have finished second in the last 2 series that we've had here in the Czech Republic. I don't know, they've been pretty upset not to get a win in their first 3 matches still. And Moravians, they'll believe that if they can tie down Vinos, and anything's possible. We have seen Vinos' bats kept a little bit quiet, especially early on in the innings. Speaking of early on in this innings, Chowdhury was excellent early, wasn't he? Good pace, good movement, grabbed the early wicket. That one rattled the stumps, and it got Vinos off to a really good start. And it would be Verma that would follow things up after that. And yeah, they were looking really dangerous with that new ball.
Yeah, they are, and 3 good spells in there from Vinarati. That one, Satpal Verma is coming to the team. Got a couple of very good wickets, and Shub Chowdhury also coming into the team today. See how good he is. Fred Heidenreich is a bit expensive, was Fred, and went for 19 off his 2. And Satpal, the early destruction with a couple of good wickets right at the stumps. Just that one going past the slip area, and then there's
this is one.
Bhatia.
Bhatia tries to get everything behind it, chest and everything, and then he just had to watch that one disappear. That was the only Maximo of the innings. A few balls flying through the sky. This one was dropped, then it was caught, and that was Fred Heidenreich that was able to catch that. Simple stuff for Arshad Hyatt, who came in and bowled a really good over in the 9th, took 2 for 2. Then Chowdhury finished off despite going for a boundary, keeping things pretty quiet. 58 for 5 off the 10 overs. 10 wides and 2 byes in there, though some of those wides were a bit borderline, I have to say. The Kua, be disappointed to miss out again. 6 off 9. Did take some runs this morning. It's like I said, probably wanted a few more in this, and the games he's missed out. Typically, Moravian have struggled. Sharma with 13 on out, batted to the end. Babu ended up top scoring with 17, but he wasn't quite able to crack that runner ball pace. And like I mentioned, the 14 is actually the second top scorer for Moravian. Let's have a look at the bowling figures, and some really good performers in there. And I've got to say, Chowdhury bowled really well on his return. 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. Well done as well to Goud, who came up with an excellent over in the 8th, with only conceded 1. He finished with none for 9. Got to say, Verma was the story though for me. 2 for 5 early on. He just derailed that innings, and then Hyatt finished up towards the end with 2 wickets of his own. So we'll take a quick break, and when we return in just a few minutes, we'll have the final innings of the day. It'll be Vinarati, the champions, or the runners-up, I should say, in the last 2 years. I'll be hoping to be champions of match 32 at least, and at the moment, Win Predictor's giving them a good shot at doing it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. We'll see you for the last instalment of Day 8, just around the corner. Stay tuned for more cricket from the Czech Republic. You're watching for the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series match from the Czech Republic. The final one of today, match 32 between Vinarati and Moravian. And Vinarati look like they're back and doing quite well to restrict this Moravian side to under 60. And they should get their first win on the board. Vinarati were a bit unlucky to lose a rain-restricted game against the Barbarians. I think with a full 10 overs, Vinarati might have got up. But here, it is a 10-over game. It's actually quite pleasant conditions now. No sign of rain. The best conditions all day. And Moravians 58 for 5. 59 to win for Vinarati. They've got some good batting in their lineup. I know that Shobit Bachi is going to be pushed up the order a little bit. The pesky left-hander, Sid Gowd, also with the pads on as well. Oh, look who will be opening for Vinarati. It will in fact be those two, Bacha and Sid Gowd. And it'll be interesting what he can see what he can do. Shobit Bacha had a bit of a torrid time in the as keeper, getting the ball ducking in and bouncing in front of him. Dropped a high ball as well, and he'll be facing up. It'll be that man Prem Yadav again who'll be opening, who should get quite a bit of swing. The perfect conditions for swing, at least early here. The ground drying up nicely. We did get that rain during the day, but it should swing around, and Prem Yadav, he should be getting it to move away from the left-hander. They want a few big wickets early, Moravians. They want to stay ahead of this Vinarati side. They've had a win already. Vinarati still winless after 3. Good opportunity for them to draw level with Moravians. The other 3 teams on 3 wins each, so they're right up the top. Can all change in this Group B. It's such a tight group. I think any team on the day can beat any other, and Vinarati haven't shown their best yet. So it was a pretty good effort without exerting too much pressure on Moravians. It'll be Prem Yadav who'll open the bowling. Bowling with the left-hander. That's going to be wide. Well, not called. Outside that off stump, good line and length, I guess, in the end. Prem, he's bowled some amazing deliveries, has Prem Yadav, but he's been a little bit inconsistent with his line and length. And that one just inside that tram line. Comes in again. It's a good ball. Just played down the pitch by Bacha. Just watching it onto the bat. Still no run for Vinarati. They're only chasing 59. They wouldn't want to leave it too late, though, to get that target. They want to get it in about the 7th or 8th over, just to give themselves a bit of cushion. It's easier said than done, though. That was his wrist on that, and he's given him. Well, that looked like it pitched outside leg, but obviously the umpire had a better view of it, and their pesky left-hander's gone. That's a good breakthrough there for the Moravians. Let's have another look at that. And I guess there's not much argument at all. It swung in late, and a very good decision there by the umpire. And that's the first wicket down. The pesky left-hander, Shobit Bacha, is out. And great start here for Moravians. Vinny.
Got to say, it's one of the all-time great appeals from Yadav. Look at it. He gives it the old, he really, it's like, do you like me? They really, really like me. Is that a famous movie quote? He implores Joe Foster to give that out. Oh, I love it. I don't think Bachi did, and I think that does pitch in line, hits in line, and it's hitting the stumps. I think it's a good call. Anyway, continuing on, and it will be the captain, Venkatesh Magashayam, who will hope to put together a partnership with Sid Gowd. This is a key partnership, isn't it? I mean, they do have a bit of insurance in the batting. Probably Heidenreich to come in next. Voita Hasser at 5, he's listed at. So still, they won't want to be leaving it to anyone else.
This one's poked out to point, just a single. First runs for Vinarati. It's been a good start from Yadav, getting quite a bit of movement. And it's his consistency, Yadav, that's been the worry, but it's been a good consistent over here. And picked up a good wicket of Shobit Bacha. Last ball of the first over. Been muscled through the leg side for 4. Nice shot there from Sid Gowd. He's a classy batsman. Just slightly over pitch there from Yadav.
Yeah, they needed something to go their way, didn't they? Vinos, and he does work that one away nicely. He'll be quickening up again. I mean, I think it might have even seen some sun in that break. So, yeah, nice batting. And so it's the end of the first over, and it's 5 for 1 after 1 over. As we get ready for the last innings of the day, might take this opportunity to see if there's any lurkers out there. I haven't done it today yet. It's been a funny kind of a day, but as the sun comes out, maybe some of the lurkers can come out. If you are watching and you haven't had a chance to get in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. Let us say hello to you personally, and thanks for getting involved in European cricket. I know it's been a tough day weather-wise. We did get to see a classic match, or half a classic match at least, between Prague CC Kings and Alton. Enjoyed that. While we were waiting for the weather to clear, now it has. It's actually quite a nice afternoon. Now here's a bowler I've got a lot of time for, Niraj Mishra. Didn't quite get it right this morning. Let's see if he can put in a winning spell here. Bowling to Captain Margashayam, who just cuts this one away and cuts it through the fielder. They should come back for a second. They will fairly easily. Yeah, so Danny, we'll see if we get any lurkers. We've got Frantic, who's lurking in Brno. Well, hello to you. You're not too far away. Just about 2.5, 3 hours. Is that what the drive is from here?
Yeah, about 2.5, depending on the traffic, which is horrific going down the D1 to Brno.
Yeah, you got to be a bit lucky, don't you? Sometimes with the traffic here. Here's the next ball from Mishra. And this one is watched outside the off stump. And, well, Phil G, he's not really lurking, but he's saying hello to Frantic. And, Rendra saying in the chat, a few more numbers on the board by Moravian, and the game could have been tight. Well, it still might be tight. I mean, that's the thing. Vinos, you keep waiting for the bats to warm up. I mean, they did score 100 in their first game, but then it got knocked off by the Prague Tigers, if you remember, on Saturday morning. It's clear to me they've had less cricket than a lot of the other teams in the group. Less cricket recently. This one's worked away nicely, and, well, it may or may not get there. Well, it will. What's happened here? Oh, he straddled this one, Akshay Babu. And I'll talk about getting in a tangle. This is a 4 that never should have crossed the rope.
Yeah, it was just poked out there, and he just couldn't get his legs and arms sorted out.
I feel like he was sending the right messages to his brain, but then the brain wasn't sending the messages to the right parts of the body. For example, bend down, like somebody that dropped the controller or something, that someone didn't know the buttons. Anyway, Babu allows a 4, and now the next ball's dug out. Poor Mishra can't take a trick today either. He did the hard work. I want to say hello to Sam Tapdell, who is an Aussie living abroad in Turkey. Hello to you, Sam. I hope you're enjoying it. He's a full-time lurker. That's great. And thanks for joining us today on ECN. Thanks for your patience as well, because it's been a bit of a difficult day with the interruption in the middle. Pushed a little bit too wide by Mishra. This is where he's kind of fallen down a couple of times, just overdoing that off-stump line. When we've seen bowlers and bowling sides be effective, I think they've attacked a fairly consistent 5th stump line, 2 or 3 stumps outside the off stump. Not too wide, but still not too straight either, forcing errors. So let's see if Mishra can get this right.
Don't think we've seen too much of that today, though.
Yeah, true. About here, that's pretty well bowled. Knocked away for a single by Margashayam. Yeah, and I think that to be effective, you need all your bowlers kind of performing. I think that, you know, when the Tigers have won games, it's because their bowling has worked well as a unit. But I think also not easy conditions. There has been a bit of swing around here. There's been some movement off the pitch. Obviously, the ball's been wet at times, so it affects your control. But once again, that's a good ball. So he has got it right now, Mishra. So I'd probably like to see him have another over straight away in the 4th, because it does seem like he's just kind of getting in rhythm. Right now, that's the end of the second over, and the score is 14 for 1. course, if somehow they were able to defend this, Moravians, it would be the lowest defended score ever in ECN cricket. And that would be quite a story to finish day 8. Minorati, though, they're just a team that needs some points after losing their first 3 games in the competition. But the last match, they only lost it by a handful. Hassan needed a 6 off the last ball to win. He got so close. Unfortunately, he got caught instead. So now we'll take it to the 3rd over. It looks like this will be Prem Yadav to continue. Yeah, you see there on the table. A very quick look at the table. Vinarati will be wanting to get off the bottom and quick, as this is in the air and it should be caught, and it is. So another wicket falls, and this time it's Gow just cannot take a trick at the moment. He kind of made his way down the pitch there, tried to make something out of that, and it's Akshay Babu. Well, it shows that when the ball's in the air, he has no problems fielding it, uses the hands, gets him in the right position, and so Sid Goud has to go for just 5. He'll be disappointed with another low score. Vinarati 14 for 2. Fred Heidenreich comes to the crease. I want to see if, along with the captain, he can get this innings back on track.
Yeah, it's a disappointing shot from Sid Goud. He'd only faced a couple of balls before then. Hit a nice 4. And he needs an innings to Sid Goud because he is the class batsman in this lineup for Vinarati. Venki doing all right at the other end. Fred Heidenreich, he can hit the ball a long way. He can take the game right away from Moravians, but he has to stay there as well. Not do anything too silly. Still in the power play. They know where he likes to hit as well. There's a man at cow corner and a man straight on the boundary. Let's see what Prem Yadav had to say about it though.
Pretty good ball that. Full straight. Heidenreich keeps it out. Heidenreich is the guy that certainly lit up their innings on Saturday morning with a 43. That was after a pretty quiet start though. This is hit really hard. Well stopped. Now they're going to go. And well, he has to hustle, but he gets there. So Heidenreich gets off the mark. Crisply hit off drive, but fielded in the circles. We are in the power play still.
So hit pretty brutally there by Fred and Heidenreich, and Om Sharma stuck out of hand. Still stinging.
Yeah, just happy to keep the good ones out at the moment as well. Hello to Naveen Padmaraju, who's in the chat. Of course, playing for PCC Group A. Hope you're well, Naveen. Saying great effort by officials today with the weather not favourable. Yeah, and also, well, not just the officials, but the players as well. The players had to play in uncomfortable conditions at times. As this one just kind of blasts through Amir Hussain. But this is all kind of part and parcel of being a European cricketer as well. That you end up playing in conditions that maybe you wouldn't elsewhere, but it also to do with the artificial turf. I mean, you just need to be a little bit careful about not hitting it or turning or doing anything too dramatic, but still being able to play skills. I think a lot of bowlers have found the balance in doing that today. Last ball for Yadav, who's got 2 for 7. And this one is worked away into the gap. Nice shot to finish the over. So VCC a little bit quiet, but Heidenreich certainly didn't have a problem with that. So Yadav is going to finish with 2 for 11, and it's 20 for 2 after the power play.
Really good opening spell from Prem Yadav. Kept it probably the tightest he's bowled it so far in this series, and picked up a couple of nice wickets as well. As you can see though, BCC are still 90% win probability, and the graph's given up.
Yeah, the graph's gone for a donut, so it might come back. But that's what you were always saying, Danny. You're not a huge fan of the graph, but I think you've kind of warmed to it slowly. You just got the percentages then.
Well, I think in the first week the graph was just like a cave with stalagmites and stalactites, but now it's sort of weaving in and out. It's more interesting.
The key is just follow one line, and you'll see that team's chances. And because this won't be out, because they're complementary figures, they both add up to 100%. When one team goes up, one team's chances go up, the other teams go down by that much. I mean, trust me, I'm on the 3rd week of trying to explain this to Rico, so you're not alone there. All right. He said, I think Rico actually said to me in all seriousness, I'll embarrass him, hopefully he's not watching right now, that he said, I can understand if one team goes from 60 to 80%, what about the other team? I feel like going to 40 to 20 is a bit dramatic. Maybe it should only go down a few. I just said that's not how percents work. Oh, I love that, man. All right, this one needs to be stopped, and it is.
I do get that graph. I understand it. It just looked a bit weird when it just looked like dinosaur teeth. But,
Yeah.
but when it weaves in and
There are
out,
some pretty hard turns in it. It's not a smooth curve. But this one is going to disappear. And I think this one's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, right said Fred. And he was able to knock that one over the leg side for 6. Just getting a bit straight that time, the bowler. And Hussain does go for half a dozen. And that's another good blow for Vinarati, searching for their first points in the series.
he's a very clean hitter of the ball, is Fred Heidenreich. And they'll want to get him early here. He's 11 off 5 already. And I think for any chance of Moravian to get this, Moravians to get this win, they'll need to get Heidenreich. This one's lost it.
Yeah,
It's
he's
called a no ball.
overcorrected and he's lost his movement. This will be a no ball because it hits the side of the pitch, even though it probably technically hits on the artificial. If you hit the down lip, it's going to be a no ball. And Takua will have to cop a bye for that as well. And that means it's a free hit coming up. Now, this is a great chance. I wouldn't be slogging at this. I'd be trying to hit a good shot hard. Hit through the line. And he does a bit of both. And ends up mishitting it back to the bowler. So Hussain gets out of jail there.
Fanatic saying, I know the Czechs or the Turks are rematch for the series in Romania. Yeah, I think the Czechs would like to take on a full-fledged Turkish team. Come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, this will be the end of the over. Single to Marcus Schaim. He'll retain the strike, and the score is 30 for 2. And just quickly, before we talk international cricket, because I'd like to talk international cricket, we might as well talk about the ECC, which I've been planning to mention today. And the ECC is a tournament that will take place once again in September and October. It will be expanded this year to include 21 countries. So we've got some new ones there. I know that Ireland, Scotland, Denmark, France, Malta, Switzerland. I think they are the 6 countries that the new countries taking part. England will automatically qualify as the reigning champions, but they'll be joined by the winners from groups A, B, C and D. We do have Czech Republic there in Group A. Turkey not quite in the rankings, in the hunt at the moment, but who knows if they can improve their ranking, then we might see them in the ECC sometime in the future. More about that in a second. Here's Sharma bowling over number 5 and gets a bit leg stumpage. This is going to be 4. And it does run away pretty quickly down in that area. And Vinos does seem like they're cruising now in match 32.
That's a really nice shot. And I think it's a good move here from Venki, the captain, to pump himself up the order because he is a good batsman. He did bat very high up the order last year for Vinarati. And he's looking comfortable, just playing nice cricket shots.
Yeah, it's good batting. Here's the next ball from Om. Up just one. So yeah, do you think maybe we'll see a full-fledged Turkey team? I know that in that record-breaking famous game with the highest run margin in a T20 national and the equal high score. Yeah, that Turkey did have some issues with player availability at last minute, which kind of made things blow out a bit more than they might have otherwise. We did see Turkey represent the ECL with St. Bernard Zafir, their champion club, and they struggled on the field, but there was no doubt in the enthusiasm of some people in Turkey for the game. So hopefully we see them, kind of improving their performances and the standard sometime soon.
Yeah, go back to that game after this. Ball from Sharma. Squeezed out to the man. Short. Could be a chance for a run out, but got back okay. There were late withdrawals due to visa issues going from Turkey to Romania. And so they fielded a team of Turkish nationals, someone who had never really played much cricket before. A couple have played baseball. And they broke all sorts of records. Beautiful shot there from Fred Heidenreich. Just leant back on it. And lovely shot.
Just quickly, the sun's coming out. It may be a new dawn for Vinarati because it's looking a different team here. A bit more time to work themselves into the game. That was beautifully worked off the back foot by Fred. Just look how well balanced he is playing this shot. Just nice, easy swing of the bat. Yeah, so I mean, if you can play international cricket, probably would have thought one of the criteria would be to have played before. It's funny.
They broke all sorts of records. I mean, the Czechs did also, but this one's got through the fielder And this just be covered. Should just be a single.
Yeah, 40 for 2 at the halfway point. Yeah, all sorts of records, Daddy. So, I mean, we know some of the records like off the top of their head. The equal fastest T20 international individual century, the highest score for a team, which is also been equaled, and the lowest score, I think, definitely the biggest winning margin.
Biggest winning margin is never going to be beaten.
Yeah, seems
257 runs.
Tell me some of the less known records broken in that game back in 2019.
A lot of it has to do with Turkey. It's the lowest total ever, of course, but also the oldest debutant, 59 years old, was one of them. I think the second oldest is something like 56.
I actually think there's 4 out of the top 5, having looked it up,
yeah,
that are from that game from Turkey. So it just shows you're never too old to get lucky. And the other thing is, I think they made 21, right? That was due to 3 boundaries at the end, and they were on track to make single digits. Is that right?
I think they were 8 for 7 at one stage, and it looked like they were going to get bowled out for under 10. And then one of the bowlers, one of the batsmen actually, it was a 16-year-old, did really well and smacked 3 4s off 1 over. To the dismay of the bowler.
I wonder what the wind predictor was saying then when the 3 4s were hit, if we had that up. Yeah, the other thing is, I think maybe one of the young players from Turkey might be right down the bottom of the ages representing T20 international cricket. Anyway, last roll of the dice time. And here's Niraj Mishra. What a good shot that is as well. It's absolutely cracked, and it's going to get through the fielder. It's going to be 4. So Heidenreich, Steve Waugh would have been proud of that one as he bangs that one off the back foot, and the fielder couldn't deal with it. And it's 4 carreras más, 4 more.
See,
I
think this is where they went wrong in the batting in the last game, where they played good cricket shots that pierced the field like that. I know Heidenreich wasn't in the lineup in the last game. You see Mishra coming again. And, it's gone down leg side. Could be a leg by, I think. It will be called just a single. And that's where I think they missed out, is they went hard at the ball and missed it, and then almost got nothing off the first 2 overs. And this is a much better batting performance here from Vinarati. Also a very good performance of the ball. And they're cruising at the moment.
They are cruising. And it's Moravian bowlers taking a bruising at the moment. Mishra comes in again. Went back, and, well, they take a run that's not on, but it's not fielded. That sums it up for Moravians, really. That's Prem Yadav. He couldn't handle that one cleanly. Well, Phil G in the chat saying, please make sure there's more beer at the ECC. I don't remember you drinking us out of beer. Did you do that one day?
Yeah, we did, actually.
Just the one. I kind of vaguely remember that. Probably not as vaguely as you do. Here's the next one from Mishra.
We had to, they ran out of beer. We had to drink cider. But that was Victoria.
We had to ship in more Victoria Surveys. I've got to say, I enjoyed that beer very, very much. Well, you'll have some news. I don't know if you knew about this, but actually their plans are to build a brewery on that site. So, I mean, that could
Victoria, you mean, or is it going to be
locally on the site? I think maybe independent. We'll have to find out.
Should be.
If we can kind of tie that in, that could be useful and a bit dangerous as well. Enjoy responsibly.
How long is that tournament? Can I
well, it might be 52 weeks a year. Paid for by beer sales. Could be. It's Phil G said day 2 or day 3. It doesn't surprise me you can't remember, Phil. Regardless, it's the last ball of Mishra's match 32. He's conceded 14 at the moment. This will just be a single. So this partnership seemingly getting Vinarati out of danger. Remember, they came together at 14 for 2. It looked like things might go pear-shaped, but as it is, it looks like Vinarati are cruising. It's the end of the 6th over. The score is 48 for 2. After 6, well, we're quickly coming to the conclusion, it seems, of day 8. And, well, the sun is coming out, and that is a good sign. Hopefully it stays out tomorrow. No forecast of showers at the moment. Moravian, well, it becomes a big day for them. They still just have the 1 win in the series. Not able to get any more points today. They're taking on Vinarati. So it's a rematch of this match in the morning, and then the Spartans are back, and they'll be wanting more points to consolidate their position at the top of the ladder. And then we'll see the Tigers in the afternoon against Vinarati and the Spartans as well. So join us again for more ECN action, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. All right, 11 to win. It's time for the 7th over, and here's Sunil Ambar. Starts with a wide.
Could be a tough morning for Moravians tomorrow. They're going to face 2 good teams. I think a resurgent Vinarati side who are looking quite comfortable, and the Spartans are probably a favourite for this group. So it's be a big tussle first up. Whoever wins that game tomorrow is going to be up to 4 points. As long as Vinarati win this one, and they're looking pretty good. This one's cracked through the onside for 4. Lovely shot there. That's the skipper, Venki, who plays a beautiful off drive. So, yeah, tomorrow's game between Moravian and Vinarati rematch here from here. This really could help one of these two sides just get ahead of the other to get into that 4th spot, or maybe higher.
No doubt. This one is wide. Big appeal from behind. I don't think I'm convinced either's Joe Foster. He's a pretty experienced umpire. I've got to say well done to the officials as well. It hasn't been an easy day for them either. It's Joe Foster out there with Ragava Logasani, who are overseeing this game. Of course, to all the other umpires that have been out there today. Big thanks to them as well. Pete Vincent, I knew, did the last game. He's hit well as well. This is going to take some catching. And well done. Yeah, nice stop. That is Babu out there. Well, almost pulls off a run out. I do think that Venki was pretty quick to decide he wanted to. And you see here, nice looking shot, well balanced. Yeah, but all the umpires, they've been great. No predict. Gangapa has the day off, I think, so I haven't seen him today. But we do appreciate the expertise of all the men in black out there. Here's Ambar. Goes leg side this time. This is away from the fielder. In fact, this will do it. So Vinarati, finally, the runners-up of the last 2 seasons, have some points on the board in ECS 22 here in the Czech Republic. They do it fairly comfortably in the end with 3.5 overs to spare. Vinarati set that up with a pretty good bowling and fielding performance, and that key partnership between the captain Venkatesh Magashayam and Fred Heidenreich gets them over the line. Their partnership ends up being worth 46, and they do this with 21 balls to spare. And Danny, I'm sure the boys from Vinos, they'll be breathing a bit easier with some points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. They were disappointed in the last game against Barbarians, but good performance, I think, both with the bat and the ball by Vinarati. Come up with a big win, which brings them level on points with Moravian, and also I think we'll pump up their net run rate as well. They could have leapfrogged Moravians into that 4th place. Still a long way to go. We're past halfway in this Group B, but that's all some of the highlights. Barcha gets a beauty from Prem Yadav. It's one of the great appeals, as Vinny said. And then just all the arms and legs was Babu there. Another catch, but then from then on it was really all Vinarati, with the skipper Venki and Fred Heidenreich coming in and playing pretty risk-free shots. Like
that was the shot. That was the shot we didn't see so much of them earlier. Okay, I know they didn't have Heidenreich in the lineup, but you know, we saw the shot selection not quite there. Hassa doesn't get back to the crease. He was the man in the middle of the action, wasn't he, in the previous game, where he seemed to just not be able to get bat on ball. Then late on, he almost hit the 6, which took them to victory. And well, even they were only that close in that one due to the misfield the ball before. They went for 4. They needed a partnership, and they got one. Magashayam and Heidenreich with 28 and 20, both unbeaten. And yeah, between them, they hit 7 boundaries and a 6. The only other boundary came from Goud early, but then he would have been upset to get caught for just 5. And it was after Bartia went plumb LBW to Prem Yadav for a duck. So Vinos, they'll be pretty happy, like I said, that they did get some points on the board here. Disappointed that they got within 1 swing of the bat, probably within about 3 metres of a victory in that rain-affected 3rd match. But as the sun came out, it was a new dawn for Vinarati, and they do chase down the runs with plenty of time to spare. 2 for 11, Prem Yadav, best of the bowlers for sure for me. Apart from that, got to say Mishra was okay. Still not quite his best, but he only conceded 15 in his 2 overs. At his best, he's a pretty good wicket taker, but he wasn't able to break through on this occasion. Apart from that, Hussain, Sharma and Ambar were used, but yeah, ultimately they weren't able to prevent this victory, which occurred in the 7th over. So there you go. There is the summary of Vinarati's first win in this FanCode European Cricket Series, 60 off 6.3, defeating Moravian 58. These 2 teams will meet again tomorrow in match 33. And so make sure you join us for more action. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. from India. thanks again for your patience today. I know it's been a long day. We do appreciate the fact that you've decided to spend some or all of your day with us, and hopefully you enjoyed the classic match if you caught some of it during the rain break as well. Hopefully there's not too many rain breaks tomorrow. Danny, we'll come back. We'll do it all again. And Vino's, your team looks like they're on the up and up after that win.
Yeah, it was a good settling win, and they did it pretty comfortably, and they didn't take it easy. They just looked like they were comfortable in that victory. And Moravians, they'll take a bit out of that game as well. They'll know how to play against Venerati tomorrow. They'll have to get a few key early wickets, but also bigger score than 58 to defend. But Moravians are a good little side. Got some good batting up top and some decent bowling. Venerati, though, just depends on who plays for them, because saw 5 new players come in for them today, and then 2 more come in this afternoon. They strengthened a lot with Satpal Verma and Fred Heidenreich coming in. Fred featuring mainly with the bat. Got a bit expensive with the ball. Satpal Verma, 2 wickets for 5 of his 2. So Venerati, they'll be very happy. I think it'll hopefully launch their campaign here. They're going to try to get into that top 4.
Big day for both of these teams tomorrow, I feel. They both have the 1 win, and ultimately they could be on the chopping block unless they get some more results. They both get 2 matches tomorrow to try and get some more points, starting with a match against each other. So, well, Danny, thanks again for your company, and thanks again to all the Blue crew, to all of the players, the officials, and all the helpers around the ground. I know there was a bit of work to be done, but I am pretty buoyed by the fact that we have seen some sunlight now, and it looks like tomorrow the weather forecast is a bit better. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures and check out some stats as well. See who's leading the run scoring here in the Czech Republic. I think you won't be too surprised. And also our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go to get your finger on the pulse with what's happening in our world. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Big thanks also to all of our partners at Spring Productions, to them on a pretty tough day here in the Czech Republic. But we hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Hopefully you can join us again for day 9. More action on the way tomorrow. So enjoy these highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.